Chapter 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for coming to the Dragon Ball world, your super invincible overlord system is ready. Cheng Yu got up in a daze and found himself by a lake. Cheng Yu was also confused at this time. Where is this? How did I come to the wild? Ding! This is the Dragon Ball world, checking the current location. Currently located on a remote planet in the 7th universe, there are no life forms on the planet. Cheng Yu was even more confused when he heard the words from his mind. But after reacting, he was excited. Very excited. Cheng Yu thought about getting rid of it. This is the Dragon Ball world, his favorite anime, coming here to learn how to use chi and even explode stars. Host, please abandon those unrealistic fantasies. You are just an ordinary person now. Cheng Yu was annoyed immediately after hearing this, and said loudly. Aren't you a system? What's the novice gift package like? And shouldn't you make me stronger? Ding! The system is always just an auxiliary, and the real power still needs the host to practice by himself. Now open the choice. First, unlimited potential with Scion blood. Second, Namek blood can evolve into dragon race. Third, frozen demon blood can evolve. Fourth, earthling blood. Cheng Yu was also confused when he heard the choices given by the system in his mind, so he said, What? Do you look down on me, an earthling? Ding! In Dragon Ball, the evolution of earthlings is really unimaginable, and the physique and lifespan of earthlings are actually not as good as other races. Cheng Yu did not reply, because he also acquiesced to this fact. In the world of Dragon Ball where the combat power collapsed, it seems to be true. Give me a choice. Although the others are good, I can get along better with the protagonist group as a scion. Cheng Yu said, the system has confirmed it. Cheng Yu noticed that there was an itch behind his buttocks, and he reached out and grabbed a tail, which scared him. Thinking carefully, Cheng Yu also noticed that this was a sign of the fusion of Scion blood. But Cheng Yu gradually found that his body muscles were gradually getting bigger, with chest muscles and abdominal muscles, and his hair was standing up from a pot lid. Cheng Yu went directly to the lake and looked at the clothes stretched by the muscles, and took off his clothes and left his pants. Looking at his perfect figure and the three-dimensional facial features and super high appearance due to the standing hair, he was stunned. Cheng Yu was immediately excited when he came back to his senses, but he still patiently asked the system. System, what role or function do you have, can you introduce it? Ding! This system is a super invincible and domineering sign-in system. The host can sign in to get rewards, and the value of the rewards varies. Of course, you can sign in at any time. The longer the sign-in interval, the better the reward. The shortest sign-in time is 1 day, and the longest varies. Cheng Yu understood what the system said, and was about to walk around, but then he reacted and asked. System, where is the novice gift package? You swallowed it for me, does this Scion blood count? Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a novice gift package. Cheng Yu also laughed angrily and said. Your broken system, if I don't want it, are you going to hack it for me? Your system must be black-hearted. Open the novice gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the control of Qi, congratulations to the host for the skill Kamehameha, congratulations to the host for a set of martial arts uniforms, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 senzu beans, congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of gravity training uniforms, gravity can be adjusted from 0 to 1000 times, and congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 points of combat power. The above items are all in the system space and can be taken out and put in at any time by the host's thoughts. Note that the system space is infinite, but it cannot store living things. Cheng Yu was excited when he heard the rewards spoken by the system in his mind, thinking, this broken system is awesome, so luxurious. After the mastery of Qi and combat power were integrated into Cheng Yu's body by the system, Cheng Yu also sat down and slowly adapted to his body. No, System, how can I leave here? And what time is it now? How far have the protagonists developed? If it has developed to the Frisia plot, I will be killed instantly. Cheng Yu felt more and more that something was wrong. Ding! The protagonist group is currently at the world's #1 martial arts tournament, and Piccolo has just been born. For the rest, please wait patiently. Cheng Yu was furious when he heard the system's words. He was just one Kamehameha away from exploding the star. Although he was angry, Cheng Yu still had to live, so he prepared to stay on the planet temporarily. Cheng Yu stood up, controlled his breath, and flew up. Cheng Yu also accepted his fate, looking for food everywhere, and adapting to the combat power given by the system. It's strange to say that other time travelers are soul travelers, but our protagonist is amazing. He wears the clothes directly, and how does he wear it? On a sunny afternoon, Cheng Yu originally returned home from get-off work. After a day of tiring work, Cheng Yu's body was also very tired. Cheng Yu took a comfortable bath. But just when he was lying on the bed after taking a bath and preparing to watch videos, Cheng Yu jumped on the bed while his mobile phone was charging. As a result, the half cup of water that was not finished last night on the table next to him was directly shaken onto the socket board on the bed. Cheng Yu was electrocuted and died immediately. Chapter 2. On this uninhabited primitive planet, Cheng Yu has built a cabin with his own ability. He hunts and lives with his own strength, and wears the gravity suit rewarded by the system every day to practice slowly. Cheng Yu's combat power is gradually increasing under this situation. On this day, Cheng Yu suddenly asked, "System, will my scion blood turn into a giant ape and lose my mind? And explain the unlimited potential you mentioned before to me slowly." Ding! The scion blood given by the system is the purest scion blood, which will not go out of control or lose my mind. Of course, there is not much difference between others and ordinary scions. Unlimited potential means that the host has no bottleneck in practice and can grow infinitely. Cheng Yu smiled again after listening to the system's explanation. As long as you are willing to work hard, isn't it easy to surpass any protagonist group? Hey, system, which one has better potential than Vegeta and Gogeta? Ding! Are you doubting this system? Gogeta and Vegeta definitely don't have as much potential as the host. Don't question the system. Cheng Yu listened to the explanation and thought about the growth of the protagonist's combat power. In the early stage, no one could beat them, and everyone would get hurt. In the later stage, no one could beat them, and everyone could fight for several rounds. Moreover, the combat power and transformation were really far apart, which was simply insane. But Cheng Yu didn't care about it after all, as long as he could protect himself. Another long day passed, and Cheng Yu lay down directly on the spot after eating meat in the yard at night. Looking at the stars in the sky, he couldn't help but sigh. If I can live happily and easily all the time, it will be worth it. Suddenly, Cheng Yu seemed to think of something, and said in a tone of voice, "System, it seems that a month has passed, please sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting Senzu Beans X30, congratulations to the host for getting the skill Death Beam, congratulations to the host for getting the skill Gaki Cannon, and congratulations to the host for getting Combat Power X30000. Cheng Yu listened to the rewards given by the system without saying much. After all, it was said at the beginning that the longer the time interval, the richer the reward. Now it has only been a month, and Raditz is probably not on Earth yet. System, is there a panel to open for me to see? Name, Cheng Yu. Combat Power, 100,000. Transformation, none. Items, Gravity Training Suit, already worn, Martial Arts Suit, Senzu Beans X30. Skills, Kamehameha, Gaki Cannon, Death Beam. Looking at his combat power of more than 100,000, Cheng Yu also sighed. This combat power is more than enough to fight Raditz and Vegeta. If he encounters Frisia, he will be a direct delivery. It is not even as powerful as the Jinya force. Cheng Yu thought that if his combat power was put into real life, he could easily destroy the solar system. But in Dragon Ball, who can't explode stars at will? When Cheng Yu was still living on this desolate planet, what was our protagonist doing? Goku and Chi-Chi were sleeping at home, Bulma was doing scientific research. Krillin was resting on the island of Master Roshi. Everyone has his own life. The second generation produced by Piccolo through laying eggs some time ago was meditating in a suburb of the Earth. He thought that he would defeat Son Goku one day. Chapter 3. Sunrise and sunset, wind and rain, time passed day by day. Our protagonist has been on this uninhabited planet for half a year. His fighting power has also skyrocketed under his own training. Ah! I'm going crazy. When can I eat delicious food? When can I leave this broken place? Cheng Yu's spirit has gone from excitement at the beginning to numbness and now on the verge of collapse. If a person stays here with a bad mentality, he may really become mentally ill. Fortunately, Cheng Yu has adapted to life here after all, and he is not a child after all. Although life is dull, Cheng Yu can adapt to it. I say, system, this TM protagonist group should have fucked Raditz to death. How long do I have to stay? Ding, please wait quietly. If someone makes an emergency landing or comes here for an investigation, you can leave. Cheng Yu smiled directly on his face after hearing this, and he was screaming in his heart. If he could catch the system, he would torture him in all kinds of ways. System, then sign in. It's been so long, you can at least give me some seasoning or food. Perhaps the system heard the host's needs, and the next reward given to Cheng Yugan was silent. Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting an iron pot, a set of bowls and chopsticks, a bottle of delicious soy sauce, a bag of iodized salt, a box of sparkling cola, 12 bottles. Congratulations to the host for the skill plant ripening technique. Congratulations to the host for the skill Kaioken. Congratulations to the host for getting Senzu Beans X180, Combat Power X200,000 points. Cheng Yu is now on the verge of exploding. If he can't control it well, he and the system may even die together. If Cheng Yu hadn't heard the combat power reward later, he could have really achieved such a result. At this time, the system stopped talking, and Cheng Yu immediately started to curse. FKU, I haven't signed in for half a year. You give me these things? You are a, I'm a. Get out of the system, we must go to hell today. Ding, aren't these things all useful to the host? And the host should not insult the system, otherwise all rewards will be taken back. Cheng Yu was immediately paralyzed when he heard about the reward being taken back. Without saying anything more, he put the pot and condiments in the self-built wooden house and walked out. Cheng Yu flew directly to the other side of the planet and began to adapt to his combat power that had skyrocketed because of signing in. In fact, Cheng Yu destroyed the surrounding environment because of his cultivation. He came to the other side of the planet because he was afraid that his home would be gone. After Cheng Yu had adapted, Cheng Yu also called his system to see how much combat power he had now. Name, Cheng Yu. Bloodline, Scion. Combat power, 3 million points. Items, 183 Senzu Beans, Gravity Suit, Martial Arts Suit. Skills, Ripening Technique, Kamehameha, Geikri Cannon, Death Beam. It's 3 million now. In the original book, this combat power was transformed through anger. I should be able to do it too. I want to give it a try. Cheng Yu thought about it and recalled the infuriating things in his memory. Thinking about being exploited by the boss at work, being excluded by colleagues, and being humiliated by others, Cheng Yu's emotions broke out at this moment. Ah! Cheng Yu stood on the ground with his hands clenched. As his emotions broke out, Cheng Yu gradually concentrated his strength on his back and tail. After Cheng Yu shouted, his pupils and eyebrows kept switching between gold and black, and his hair kept changing between black and gold. Cheng Yu thought about the lonely life on this planet, the garbage sign-in of the broken system, and the helplessness of his previous life. Finally, at this moment, the sky was filled with strong winds and lightning. Cheng Yu's emotions finally exploded at this moment. Cheng Yu's breath was in the sky. His hair, pupils, and eyebrows turned golden, his eyes became sharper, and he stared forward expressionlessly, with a golden aura around him. As the natural scene faded away, Cheng Yu also looked down at his hands. Although he still had no expression on his face, he was so excited that he was about to jump up. Chapter 4. Another half-year has passed, and Cheng Yu lives his own little life on this desolate planet. Although it is plain, he is not very lonely. Cheng Yu was originally very mentally collapsed, but he remembered that the pressure of his previous life was too good to compare with his current plain life. In addition to practicing and hunting every day, he can occasionally see various natural wonders and the starry sky on the planet. Because of boredom, Cheng Yu even tried to capture small animals on the planet, but wild animals are ferocious by nature, so Cheng Yu's plan also came to nothing. But later, these animals that failed in the attempt have become dishes. Cheng Yu has now completely stabilized Super Saiyan 1 and has developed Super Saiyan 1 to full power. The consumption and burden of Super Saiyan 1 at full power are very balanced. However, the Earth is very unstable at this time. Raditz captured Son Gohan, but was defeated by the joint efforts of Piccolo and Son Goku, and Son Goku also went to the North Kai King God planet to practice. System, has the plot reached the point where Vegeta has arrived on Earth? Cheng Yu sat next to his cabin and asked his system. Ding, it is estimated that Vegeta will arrive on Earth in a month, and he is currently in the spaceship. And it will be about 3 months before Frieza. Cheng Yu recalled the Dragon Ball anime he watched and thought that it would be very nice if he could appear when Frieza defeated the protagonists. But now on this broken planet, I can't even see Sun Wukong's first transformation into a Super Saiyan. That is the strongest side that makes other anime pale in comparison. Cheng Yu finally sighed, maybe someone with a destiny will find him in the future? Maybe some life will find this planet in the future? Maybe I can beat the protagonists when I appear? Cheng Yu didn't know this either, but for now, there was something more important. Cheng Yu said. System, it's another half-year. Give me some good rewards. It's best if I can soar to the sky, or be invincible in the world. Ding, host, you want to eat shit. Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting combat power x 500 million. Congratulations to the host for getting a portable gravity room, and congratulations to the host for getting the new Qigong cannon skill. Cheng Yu's face darkened when he heard the rewards given by the system and said. What can I say about this reward? It's useless to eat it, but it's a pity to throw it away. Chicken ribs. Very chicken ribs. But it's better than nothing, and it's a good thing to improve combat power. By the way, system, open the panel and see how much my combat power has increased. I feel like I should be very strong now. Name, Cheng Yu. Bloodline, Scion. Combat power, 600 million. Items, 1 set of gravity training suit, 1 gravity room, 1 set of martial arts suit, 60 senzu beans. Looking at the 600 million combat power, Cheng Yu relied on his calculation talent and thought that Frieza's 5th form transformation was only a little over 100 million, and he could beat him normally. Not to mention the 50-fold increase of Super Saiyan 1, which is 30 billion. It can be said that he can be destroyed with a wave of his hand. It seems that the fighting power during Cell's period was not very high. I can beat Cell even after I transformed into Super Saiyan 1, it's so terrifying. Cheng Yu was also recalling the plot in the Dragon Ball anime, thinking that although the official did not give a specific value, the 100-fold increase of Super Saiyan 2 could destroy Cell, but his normal power was high after all, and he could fight after transforming into Super Saiyan 1. In fact, the anime did not describe Cell's fighting power and specific values, so I can only write according to my own imagination. Because in the original plot, they stayed on Earth for a year before Cell appeared, and the strongest person at that time was only at full power of Super Saiyan 1. Chapter 5. Another few months passed quickly. Cheng Yuming lived and trained comfortably on the planet Tomorrow. With the gravity suit and gravity room, his combat power increased rapidly. And the people on Earth were really anxious. They had just defeated Vegeta, and now there was another cosmic emperor Frieza on Namek. It was really tragic. Except for Sun Wukong, who was still on the way to Namek, the rest of the Z warriors had already arrived on Namek. At this time, Piccolo had just assimilated Niru, and his combat power had surged. On the other side, Cheng Yu was still sweating profusely in the gravity room. Because there were no entertainment activities, he could only kill time by training. Sign into the system, God bless you, and the Lord of Heaven will show up soon. Bless me to sign in for teleportation and spaceships. Please. Cheng Yu was lying in the gravity room, thinking about himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting the Earth Unlimited Black Card. Congratulations to the host for signing in for Primary Instant Movement. Congratulations to the host for signing in for Senzu X30. Congratulations to the host for signing in for Combat Power X 500 million. Cheng Yu almost cried when he heard the rewards announced by the system. If there was a speaker at this time, Cheng Yu would definitely sing a good day song. I've waited for a long time and finally waited until today. After I adapt to the combat power, I will go to meet the protagonist group. Finally, I finally waited. Wait, there is also a black card with unlimited Earth credit. WC, black card. Cheng Yu said to himself, thinking of the hard life of office workers in his previous life, and the troubles caused by money for ordinary people. Now it doesn't exist at all. It's simply heaven now. Cheng Yu stood up and took out a senzu bean from the system space and swallowed it. The fatigue of the body was swept away immediately, and the sudden surge in combat power still needed to adapt. After completion, he could go to Earth. By the way, system, what is the current status of the protagonist group? I can't find their breath at all now. Cheng Yu was going to determine the location of the Z fighters first, but he couldn't find them at all. Ding! The primary teleportation cannot be carried out without finding the opponent's breath. The protagonist group is currently on the planet Namek, and Sun Wukong is still on the way. Cheng Yu carefully recalled the development of the plot, and he remembered a very important thing. By the way, when Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his breath was very strong, and he should be able to find it at that time. At that time, I can not only confirm their location, but also move directly to them. Now, after another day of devilish training, Cheng Yu not only perfectly adapted to his own skyrocketing combat power, but also put away the gravity and gravity suit and changed into a light martial arts suit. After the current training, Cheng Yu has completely developed and adapted to the transformation of Super Saiyan I. The next step should be to break through the next transformation, but Cheng Yu can't do it, so it's nothing. Cheng Yu decided to burst out all his energy to see if his fighting power could forcefully break through the next transformation. Cheng Yu came to the back of the planet again. Cheng Yu released all his normal energy, and the forest around Cheng Yu had been blown away. And the ground collapsed directly under Cheng Yu's feet into a large pit. At this time, Cheng Yu took back all his energy and gathered it on his tail and back. With a flash of lightning in the sky, a strong wind blew around him. A layer of golden light flashed around Cheng Yu, and Cheng Yu successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan with full power. Cheng Yu released all his energy, and the energy directly caused no grass left in a radius of 10 miles. And this wave of the back of the planet collapsed directly. The Kai King Shin, who was far away on the Kai King Shin planet, also noticed this energy and observed it. Chapter 6. At this time, Cheng Yu lifted his transformation and returned to his cabin. Because of the energy that just exploded, many people should have noticed him. That breath can be said to have spread throughout the northern Milky Way managed by King Kai of the North. Even Frisia on Namek felt it. The breath just now was very strong. He is a very strong person. We can recruit him. Frisia's army lacks such people. Our President Frisia always has strange ideas. Others are afraid of this breath, but he himself wants to recruit and even conquer such a person. And Sun Wukong discovered this breath as soon as he arrived on Namek, because it spread too widely in the universe. Wow, such a strong breath! It turns out that there are many powerful people in the universe. I must learn from him. The protagonist is worthy of being the protagonist, a fighting maniac. The brain circuit is extremely strange. At this time, Sun Wukong and Krillin also met. Wow, so tenacious! A short man sat on a baby carriage-like aircraft. This is our cosmic emperor Frisia. The legions he sent out were all destroyed by Vegeta and the Earth Warriors. At this time, Frisia also learned from his mistakes and sent out his ace Jinya force. And our protagonist is worthy of being the protagonist. After their own efforts, they still destroyed the Jinya force. The worst is the captain of the Jinya force, Jinyu, who turned into a little frog. Frisia, who exchanged bodies, looked at Sun Wukong in front of him, and his heart was full of anger and unwillingness. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary scion was so powerful that he not only defeated his men, but also destroyed his plan. Frisia gritted his teeth and said, "Sun Wukong, you hateful guy. Today I will let you know who is the real overlord of the universe." As he said, he exuded a powerful aura all over his body, ready to use his tricks. Sun Wukong was not afraid at all. His eyes were bright and there was a confident smile on the corners of his mouth. He knew that this battle would be very difficult, but he also believed in his own strength. The two rushed towards each other at the same time and started a fierce duel. Their fists collided with each other, making a deafening sound. The whole Namek was shaking. The battle between Son Goku and Frisia entered a white-hot stage, and both sides refused to give in. Suddenly, Frisia used his ultimate move, the Death Beam, and a powerful energy wave attacked Son Goku. Son Goku dodged sideways and then counterattacked. He gathered all his strength and launched the King Fist, punching Frisia in the stomach. Frisia covered his stomach in pain and took a few steps back. But he did not give up, and immediately adjusted his state and attacked again. However, Son Goku had found Frisia's flaw at this time. He quickly rushed forward and kicked Frisia's chin, knocking him away. Frisia fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. He struggled to stand up, with despair and fear in his eyes. Sun Wukong walked up to him and looked at him quietly. "You lost, Frisia," Sun Wukong said calmly. Frisia couldn't accept this fact. He widened his eyes and glared at Sun Wukong. But he was no longer able to fight and could only lower his head silently. Sun Wukong turned and left, leaving Frisia defeated. The fierce battle finally came to an end. But Frisia flew into the air and said, "Ho ho ho, you scion monkeys are really annoying. It seems that I have to destroy you all. Show you my transformation." Frisia directly transformed into the first system, then transformed into the second form, and then the third form. Final form, you are the first to see me like this. In addition, let me tell you that my basic combat power is 530,000. It should have exceeded 100 million now. Chapter 7. The battle between Sun Wukong and Frisia entered a white-hot stage. Both sides refused to give in and used their own special moves. But Frisia was too powerful. It can be said that he killed Sun Wukong in seconds. "Ho ho ho, you damn scion monkeys, just watch," Frisia said and shot a death beam directly at Krillin who was lying on the ground next to him. Sun Wukong hurried over and watched Krillin fall into his arms. Sun Wukong stood up and remembered the scenes on Earth, the training they experienced together, and the time they lived together. Sun Wukong's mind gradually became angry. Finally, When Sun Wukong's breath reached the peak, Sun Wukong broke through himself, and the wind was strong and thunder and lightning were on Namek. Sun Wukong's hair turned golden, and his eyebrows and pupils changed to golden. Frisia! I will never get around you, never get around you. Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan, emitting golden light all over his body, and his power continued to rise. He rushed towards Frisia, punching one after another, as fast as lightning. Frisia was not to be outdone. He spread his wings and released a powerful energy wave, trying to resist Son Goku's attack. The two fought back and forth, and it was hard to tell who was better. The entire battlefield was shrouded in their aura, and the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another. In the end, Son Goku seized Frisia's flaw and kicked him away. Frisia fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Son Goku took advantage of the victory and was ready to give Frisia the final blow. At this moment, a mysterious light fell from the sky, covering Son Goku and Frisia at the same time. Frisia took this opportunity to shoot a death beam at Son Goku and the protagonist group by surprise. The protagonist group was knocked to the ground by this death beam. And Son Goku also covered his chest and recovered to normal, looking at Frisia breathlessly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta fell in a pool of blood, watching Krillin being killed by Frisia. Frisia laughed wildly, enjoying the joy of victory. At this moment, a mysterious light fell from the sky. A man in strange clothes walked out of the light, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. "Who are you?" Frisia asked vigilantly. "I am a warrior from the universe, and I am here to deal with you, the villain," the man shouted angrily. Frisia disdainfully attacked the man with all his strength. However, the man easily dodged Frisia's attack and fought back with even greater force. A fierce battle unfolded, and the man showed amazing strength and gradually suppressed Frisia. In the end, the man used a powerful Kamehameha wave to directly knock Frisia out of the atmosphere and fly into the universe to explode. After this wave of Kamehameha exploded in the universe, Frisia completely disappeared. It can be said that Frisia was completely defeated. Due to the impact of the battle, the core of the planet could no longer bear it, and the man asked, "Can the Dragon Ball still be used? Make a wish to restore the planet." Because the battle started too early, the wish of the Dragon Ball was not used in time before Frisia came, and Cheng Yu came too quickly and directly destroyed Frisia. So the man fed them a senzu bean, and they immediately made a wish to restore the planet after they recovered. The second wish was to revive Krillin, and the third wish was to revive Piccolo. After making the wish, the Namekians all looked at their homes after the disaster. "Hey, who are you?" Vegeta has been watching the man from the side since he recovered, and has been observing him. The man did not speak, but smiled. Suddenly, the clothes behind the man moved, and then a brown tail was revealed. You are a scion? No, there should be no scions alive except us. Who are you?" Vegeta got angry when he saw his tail and shouted loudly. "Hey, useless prince, don't use your identity as a scion prince to pressure me, I don't buy that. As for me, I was exiled. I was exiled because my fighting power was too low at birth, so I didn't even know my own name. I named myself Cheng Yu." Cheng Yu not only confronted Vegeta, but also began to make up his own origins. One day, Vegeta got angry when others mocked him. No one could break his pride as a scion prince. So he immediately rushed towards Cheng Yu. Seeing this, Cheng Yu opened his breath, closed his eyes and turned into a Super Saiyan, then opened his eyes and looked at Vegeta who was coming towards him and kicked him away. Chapter 8. What's the matter? What's the matter? Vegeta is just a little reckless, can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong came over and asked after seeing Vegeta being kicked and smashed into the mountain next to him. Yes, I am also a Saiyan. In fact, all Scions can transform into Super Saions through training and life to increase the number of S cells in their bodies to a certain extent, because it is just a transformation. Cheng Yu also explained and cancelled his transformation to return to normal. Vegeta, who was buried in the mountain, also heard this and flew over again, but he did not continue to attack Cheng Yu, but asked, "Is everything you said true?" Cheng Yu was not angry at this time, but slowly explained, "I was talking about the transformation of scions. As long as the basic combat power is sufficient and the S cells are sufficient, they can easily transform. I also know some scion deeds that you don't know." "Wow, you are so powerful, can you spar with me? Please." Sun Wukong, who is aggressive by nature, seemed to be ignited when he caught a glimpse of the powerful man, and instantly ignited a raging desire to fight. He stared at the other party with wide eyes, his eyes like torches, and all the muscles in his body were tense, as if ready to burst out amazing power at any time. On the other side, Cheng Yu nodded slightly, indicating his agreement to the upcoming duel. He flashed and flew to a distant wilderness like an arrow. Seeing this, Sun Wukong naturally refused to be outdone. He tapped the ground with his toes and followed Cheng Yu's figure. After a while, the two came to this empty suburb. They stood at a distance, staring at each other, and sparks seemed to fly where their eyes met. At this time, the air was filled with a tense atmosphere, and a thrilling battle was about to break out. Cheng Yu took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands, and made a unique starting posture. His movements were smooth and flowing, seemingly slow but containing endless power and mystery. At the same time, Sun Wukong also adjusted his state, clenched his fists in his hands, and waited for his opponent's attack with full concentration. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, rushing towards Cheng Yu like a burning meteor. Cheng Yu did not retreat, and faced Sun Wukong's attack head-on. The two sides fought hand-to-hand, fists and palms hit each other, and a huge energy fluctuation broke out. Their fighting skills and strength were amazing. Every confrontation was like lightning, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Sun Wukong became more and more courageous, constantly using various tricks to try to break through Cheng Yu's defense, while Cheng Yu used flexible body movements and superb skills to resolve them one by one, and his defense was impeccable. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and both sides refused to give in, looking for each other's flaws. At this moment, Cheng Yu seized a lapse of Sun Wukong and launched a counterattack, hitting Sun Wukong in the abdomen with a punch. Sun Wukong groaned and took a few steps back, but he immediately stabilized his body and rushed towards Cheng Yu again. Sun Wukong felt the power of Cheng Yu's fist, and he knew that he had met a real opponent. He decided to use all his strength to show the true strength of the Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong gathered all the energy in his body, his hair gradually turned golden, and a strong light shone around him. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, as if he wanted to burn the entire universe. Cheng Yu was secretly shocked by Sun Wukong's change. But he did not retreat, but concentrated his energy and prepared to meet Sun Wukong's powerful attack. Sun Wukong rushed towards Cheng Yu at supersonic speed, and his fist hit Cheng Yu fiercely with the power of destroying the world. Cheng Yu dodged sideways and then kicked Sun Wukong's waist. The two fought back and forth, and it was hard to tell. Everyone watching the battle was shocked. How will this peak duel end? The fierce battle between Cheng Yu and Sun Wukong continued, and their figures were as fast as lightning, dazzling people. Suddenly, Cheng Yu found a flaw in Sun Wukong. He quickly took action and knocked Sun Wukong to the ground. After Sun Wukong fell to the ground, Cheng Yu did not pursue the victory, but looked at him quietly. Sun Wukong slowly stood up, and his eyes revealed a trace of admiration. "You are very powerful, I lost," Sun Wukong said. Cheng Yu smiled and nodded. He knew that this battle was won. "You are very powerful. I lost," Sun Wukong said. Cheng Yu smiled and nodded. He knew that he won this battle, and he had not transformed yet. In fact, Cheng Yu appeared here because Sun Wukong's breath of transforming into a Super Saiyan at that moment was captured by Cheng Yu, and then he moved here instantly. So defeating Frisia was purely to participate in the plot and the protagonist group just getting acquainted with them. After all, they are my childhood idols. Chapter 9. With the introduction and mutual understanding of Sun Wukong and others, everyone also knew how Cheng Yu came here. Sun Wukong kept asking Cheng Yu to go to Earth. Okay, I originally lived on a deserted planet, I will go to Earth with you. Although Cheng Yu looked reluctant, he was actually very happy. Sun Wukong thought that there would be someone who could learn from him at any time and help him become stronger. Isn't this a tool man? Everyone was also ready to go back to Earth because the matter was almost resolved, and on the other side, Vegeta stood and watched them. Hey, Vegeta, do you want to go back to Earth with us? Anyway, there is no Vegeta planet. And Frisia is gone, where else can you go? Cheng Yu also said to Vegeta. Damn it! Let's go! Although Vegeta didn't want to admit it, now that two of his men were gone, even the Frisia army itself had rebelled, he really had nowhere to go. After everyone greeted the people on Namek, they boarded the spaceship and prepared to go back. Cheng Yu, who was lying in his room, heard a voice at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the plot of the protagonist group, the system has begun to upgrade. After that, there was no sound. Although Cheng Yu could not hear the sound, he was still very much looking forward to it. After all, the system was with him for such a period of time. During this period of time, because he had to stay in the spaceship for a long time, Sun Wukong pulled Cheng Yu and Vegeta to train every day. Vegeta was training in sweat all the time, and Cheng Yu began to teach Sun Wukong to teleport in order to stop Sun Wukong from bothering him. Vegeta listened and learned with Sun Wukong at first. But later, Vegeta really couldn't learn it, so he simply stopped learning and continued to stay in the gravity room every day. Cheng Yu taught Sun Wukong and let him practice by himself. Wouldn't it be nice to lie in the room and rest? However, unexpectedly, when Bulma first met Cheng Yu on Namek, she instantly fell into a state of infatuation. This reaction is really surprising. Moreover, when she heard that Cheng Yu had strong strength, she became even more obsessed. On the spaceship, Bulma always looks for various opportunities to communicate and chat with Cheng Yu. However, our Cheng Yu actually doesn't want to get involved in the development of the protagonist group's plot in his heart. He always maintains a firm attitude, as if to declare to the outside world, I am an out-and-out steel straight man. I don't understand your mind at all. In this way, Cheng Yu faced Bulma's enthusiasm with such an indifferent look. However, as time went on, Bulma's intentional and unintentional contact made Cheng Yu feel more and more unbearable. Finally, he decided to take action to get rid of this trouble. So Cheng Yu deliberately made up an excuse, claiming that he needed to devote himself to practice. Then, he began to deliberately avoid Bulma, choosing to stay in the gravity room with Vegeta, trying to forget all these troubles by focusing on training. It has to be said that Bulma is still very beautiful as the childhood goddess of many people, but Cheng Yu is not from this world after all, so he doesn't want to have too much communication. Because Cheng Yu is not sure whether his arrival will cause anything to happen. Of course, the main reason for avoiding Bulma is that Cheng Yu has never been in a relationship. So he is very shy and timid when facing Bulma, but Cheng Yu doesn't want to admit it and is afraid of losing his composure, so he hides in the gravity room. Chapter 10. Our protagonists finally arrived on Earth after a month of sailing. Cheng Yu was already amazed at the cities on Earth as soon as he got off the spaceship. It's so advanced. The technology is so advanced. By the way, Cheng Yu, if you don't have a place to live, just go to my house. My house is bigger. Bulma came over and said. Forget it, I'll find a job and live an ordinary life. If you have any problems, you can find me as long as you can feel my breath. I'm still used to being alone. Cheng Yu also smiled and covered for himself. Because he really couldn't live with Bulma in her house. Otherwise, with her crazy look, he was really afraid that something would happen one day. Wow, why do you like being alone? Isn't it good to have a partner? Sun Wukong, the fool, asked. Cheng Yu smiled after hearing this, and recalled his past life and his life in this world, and explained, saying, I am an exiled scion, and I have been alone since I was a baby, so I have been living and training alone on a deserted planet. I have never been with other people, so I want to live alone and integrate into the life of Earthlings. I won't bother you anymore. Even Piccolo was shocked at this time, but he recalled Vegeta and other scions, looked at Sun Wukong, and asked, why is your personality different from that of other scions? I remember Vegeta's companions are all very violent and irritable. Sun Wukong must have had his head broken when he was a child. I heard Sun Wukong tell me this. As for me, there are actually very kind people among the scions, but they are only like this under the rule of King Vegeta. This is why I couldn't stand Vegeta's appearance on planet Namek. By the way, and Vegeta has always been under Frisia's command, but it was Frisia who destroyed his hometown. As a result, I didn't know where to go when I wanted to go back to see my parents. This is probably why I have been living alone on a desolate planet. After saying this, Cheng Yu thought about it and explained. At this time, several people were trapped in their own thoughts. And our Prince Vegeta immediately stood up and yelled. What do you know? You, a low-level soldier, don't know anything at all. Cheng Yu laughed when he heard this. Not only was he not angry, but he whispered softly. Really? Sun Wukong and I are both low-level soldiers and have surpassed the so-called Scion Prince by our own efforts. Doesn't that prove that you, the Scion Prince and the so-called King Vegeta, are incompetent? You are welcome to challenge me at any time, otherwise I will never forgive you. By the way, do you want to know how I, a baby, survived in the mouths of those monsters? I don't think you can understand. And I didn't even see my own parents. At least I dared to rely on my own practice to resist the strong, and you are just soft, weak, incompetent. A person without courage, without a bit of compassion, a person without emotion. After saying that, Cheng Yu flew away immediately without caring about Vegeta's reaction. In fact, it was not that Cheng Yu was too emotional, but that he couldn't hold back his smile. Who knows how he couldn't help saying these words? Cheng Yu actually likes Vegeta, but it is still the early stage of the anime. If he is not stimulated, he will not work hard. Cheng Yu knows this very well, so he adds fuel to the fire. Oh, don't take it to heart, Vegeta. By the way, you can also experience human life. Cheng Yu may be too emotional. Sun Wukong stood up and comforted him with his own words. Hey, Vegeta, as long as you don't destroy the earth and kill people, we can get along well, but if you do anything out of line, we will not let you go. Pico also came out to warn him at the right time, because he was not sure about Vegeta's character. After all, they had a fight on Earth. Vegeta just came back to his senses at this time, but he couldn't let go of his damn self-esteem, so he angrily said. I know. And, I will definitely surpass you. Wait. Vegeta also flew away. RZ warrior group looked at each other and went back to their own homes. Chapter 11. After several days, Cheng Yu began to purchase and collect items with his own magic card with unlimited quota given by the system sign-in. He not only bought a magnificent villa on the seaside in the suburbs, but also a huge garden. Cheng Yu devoted endless efforts to decorate his residence and made it beautiful. He carefully selected many exquisite decorations and placed those things that made him fascinated in every corner of the house. As for the front yard, he planted colorful flowers by himself, just because Cheng Yu himself has a special liking for the fragrant fragrance of flowers. Every beautiful flower seems to be a precious gift given by nature to this land, exuding a charming breath, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. When the breeze blows gently, the petals sway like dancing fairies, blending with the surrounding environment, forming a beautiful picture like a dream. Being in it, it seems that you can forget all the troubles in the world and immerse yourself in this peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Cheng Yu has a very high pursuit and determination to improve his own strength. He knows that if he wants to become a top powerhouse, he must make double efforts and sweat. So, in his spacious, bright, and exquisitely decorated house, he deliberately vacated an extremely large room and carefully made it into an exclusive training place, a precious gravity room obtained by signing in the system. This mysterious and powerful device has undoubtedly become the best companion for Cheng Yu's hard work and daily practice. Whenever the first ray of sunlight shines into the window in the morning, Cheng Yu will step into this gravity room full of technology and futuristic atmosphere on time. Here, time seems to be frozen, and the hustle and bustle of the outside world are isolated. He devoted himself to training, feeling the huge pressure brought by the gradually increasing gravity. Every breath became heavy and difficult, but this did not make him retreat half a step. On the contrary, Cheng Yu relied on his tenacious will and indomitable spirit to constantly challenge his own limits and break through many difficulties. With day-to-day exercise, Cheng Yu's physical fitness has been rapidly improved. The goal that seemed out of reach is now gradually within reach, and all this is inseparable from the gravity room standing quietly in the corner and the system sign-in reward behind it that represents endless possibilities. It is precisely because of such unique conditions and resource support that Cheng Yu can make great strides on the road of growth and move forward bravely towards the peak in his heart. During this period, Cheng Yu finally lived an ordinary life, training and resting at the same time. Since he trained crazily for his own strength on the barren planet, he is not used to lying down every day without training. On this day, the night just came, Cheng Yu was lying in the garden planted in the front yard looking at the starry sky and sighed. Alas, I have been in this world for a long time, but I always don't have the happiness of my previous life. Is it true that I don't have a sense of belonging? While Cheng Yu was still thinking, a voice that surprised him appeared in his mind. Ding! Your system has been updated. Old Bidden, I've been waiting for a long time. Welcome to your brand new system. Cheng Yu was originally quite surprised, but he was stunned when he heard the voice. What is this? His face turned black in an instant, and he cursed. FKU, what is this? Your broken system. Really, please introduce what has been updated in your broken system. Ding, this system is a brand new upgrade. This sign-in upgrade is for choosing to sign in. That is, the things signed in will be given a choice, you can choose by yourself, of course, the choices are good and bad, and the rest remain unchanged. MD, I thought it was so awesome. That's it. I thought you were really going to open a big one, but in fact you pulled it out for me? Cheng Yu asked with a black line on his face, and he was also very speechless. By the way, a new reward is the lottery function, which will issue the number of lottery draws based on the two opponents you defeat. The things in the lottery are good and bad. Of course, the opponent will definitely not be the same person, or according to the tasks issued by the system. Cheng Yu fell into deep thought after listening to the system's words. Suddenly, Cheng Yu remembered that the final right of interpretation in the previous life belonged to the company. Isn't this a truth? But Cheng Yu still studied it with great interest. That's right, it was exactly the same pattern as the black-hearted businessman's words. It's amazing. But some of the rewards are also very good, such as Ultra Instinct, Ultra Ease, and even Super Scion 4. Of course, the bad things are really rubbish, even ordinary underwear, and thank you for your patronage. It's amazing, damn capital, damn system. Chapter 12. Ordinary life is spent like this day by day. Although Cheng Yu's days are ordinary, they are very peaceful and serene. There are no disturbances, no intrigues, and no pressure on life. It can be said that such days are what many people want. Although Cheng Yu lives an ordinary life, he still habitually continues tomorrow's training. Not only for self-protection, but also to deal with future crises. During this period, Sun Wukong also came to Cheng Yu, and Cheng Yu was of course happy to welcome him, but Cheng Yu's advice to Sun Wukong was to learn teleportation before considering other things. Because of Cheng Yu's arrival, the original plot of going to Idrit planet has not been done. So it is better to let Sun Wukong learn this. Of course, because of Cheng Yu's teaching and analysis, Sun Wukong's talent is very high, and he has learned it in about half a year. It takes about a year to learn it in the original plot. And the reason why Cheng Yu did not go out to spar and fight and tried his best to restrain his desire to fight is of course for a reason. Because in the original plot of the animation, there is a crazy scientist who uses several people's cells to create cell. If Cheng Yu's cells interfered with the time process, there would be no Sun Gohan's explosion, and the appearance of number 18 and number 17. Of course, as an ordinary person, Cheng Yu's selfishness is just to find the two sisters and find a sparring partner. Otherwise, it would be too boring to stay at home all day. This day, Cheng Yu took a shower and lay on the bed as usual, thinking about what to do next and how to integrate into the plot. The most important thing is that Cheng Yu also wants to fight with Cell and go to the future world of Trunks. System, sign in for me. By the way, won't you give me a few free draws for the lottery? Cheng Yu also had a sudden thought and remembered that he had not signed in yet. Since the system was updated, he had not used it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing Sign in 1. Combat Power x 1 billion, Senzu Beans x 50. Choose Sign in 2. Super Saiyan 2 Transformation, Clone Technique. Can transform into 2 clones. Each clone has only 50% of the original body's energy. Cheng Yu thought that he hadn't made a breakthrough for so long, and his combat power should be enough. It's so high, but there's no sign of a bottleneck. It's hard to deal with. Give me the second choice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the choice. Congratulations to the host for using the new system for the first time. Hereby reward the host with 5 free draws. System, come on, look at my gambling god limit, draw 5 times for me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for getting thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for getting thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for getting a set of Bulma's original pajamas. Congratulations to the host for getting a combat power doubling card. After using it, combat power is doubled in basic combat power. Wow, you black-hearted system, except for the last one, the others are nothing, 3 empty prizes. So black. And you can get this Bulma original pajamas, you are really NB, simply. At the same time, Bulma finished her bath in the bathroom at home, got up and prepared to change into pajamas. But she looked in the bathroom for a long time and couldn't find it, so she was suspecting that she was perverted. By the way, the person who stole the tower's clothes cursed and swore. Ha-che! Cheng Yu sneezed, thinking. It shouldn't be, will I catch a cold in this body? Is someone thinking about me? After thinking about the people Cheng Yu knew, he got no result, so he just pulled out his pajamas, and used his fingertips to gather Qigong waves to blast the pajamas into pieces. Cheng Yu looked at the time, it was night, so he put on his martial arts uniform again, flew out of the house, and found a place to see the transformation of Super Saiyan 2. Cheng Yu flew on the earth for a long time, but there was no place he was satisfied with, so Cheng Yu thought about finding an island to experiment. After landing on the island, Cheng Yu didn't waste any words, and exploded his chi to transform into Super Saiyan 1. Of course, in order not to disturb others, he still held back and didn't explode completely. Then, Cheng Yu took a deep breath and gathered all the powerful breath of Super Saiyan 1 into his body. Then, he concentrated his energy and continuously gathered this terrifying power to the thick and powerful tail behind him. At this moment, Cheng Yu clenched his hands into fists, his arm muscles were tense, and his veins were bulging, as if he contained endless power. And in the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, he suddenly released all his strength without reservation. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly burst out, as bright as the sun. At the same time, a surging energy the storm swept around with Cheng Yu as the center. Wherever it passed, the void trembled and the wind and clouds changed color. In this shocking scene, Cheng Yu's hair seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, standing up straight like a steel needle. A layer of thick golden air waves surrounded his body, and from time to time there were flashes of heart-pounding golden lightning. Not only that, even his hair, pupils and eyebrows were shining with brilliant golden light, making him look like a god of war, majestic and incomparable. However, compared with before, Cheng Yu at this time was not only changed in appearance, but more importantly, he exuded an unprecedented confidence and solemnity. This temperament seemed to be born with it, and it seemed to be calm and composed after countless life and death tests. At this moment, he was the most powerful existence in this world, and no one could compete with him. Cheng Yu also hurriedly gathered his breath, so as not to be known and discovered by others. But the breath that just burst out at that moment has been sensed by many people. Piccolo of the Temple of Heaven suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sea while meditating. Sun Wukong turned over and got up from the bed and looked outside with a serious face. Vegeta, who lived in Bulma's house, was also awakened by this breath. But Cheng Yu suddenly gathered his breath, so they could not sense it. They only knew that there was a familiar and very powerful breath on the earth. Cheng Yu took a deep breath, and then slowly gathered the surging breath in his body. With his movements, the golden air waves that had been rolling around his body like waves gradually calmed down, as if smoothed by an invisible big hand, and finally disappeared without a trace. However, although the golden air waves had dissipated, there were still faint electric lights flashing around his body. These lightnings were like tiny silver snakes cruising in the air, making crackling sounds from time to time, giving people a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Cheng Yu's tall figure stood quietly by the sea, and his face was clearly reflected on the sparkling sea. The sea breeze gently brushed his hair, as if telling a secret. However, Cheng Yu just lowered his head slightly, staring at his reflection in the water, his eyes revealing a hint of thought and determination. Then, he took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, and his originally tense body gradually relaxed, and the powerful aura surging around him also receded like a tide. As the aura dissipated, Cheng Yu completed the action of removing the transformation. At this moment, he looked no different from usual, but only he knew how great the impact of the burst of power just now was. Although this aura was extremely powerful, and the increase in strength after the transformation was even more astonishing, the most critical problem was that the consumption in this state was too amazing, and the burden on the body was also quite heavy. Perhaps it was because Cheng Yu had not yet fully mastered this ability, or his body needed more time to adapt to such a high-intensity change. But in any case, this experience made him deeply realize that if he wanted to truly control this power, there was still a long way to go. So Cheng Yu returned to normal and flew back to his home by the sea. Chapter 13. Another night passed, and after a good rest, Cheng Yu was thinking hard about why his transformation was too burdensome. It might be because his basic combat power was a little weak or because he had no worries. Cheng Yu was thinking about finding a place to release his combat power and adapt to the transformation. Suddenly, Cheng Yu remembered the original plot, so he said to himself. By the way, Son Goku and Son Gohan always maintained the full power of Super Saiyan 1 and then broke through Super Saiyan 2. So should I keep transforming and then break through? It would be better. Cheng Yu thought about it, and it might be this reason, or there might be a detail that was not in the original plot, that is, Super Saiyan 1 is divided into several stages, why is Super Saiyan 2 always one stage? If Super Saiyan 2 is developed all the time, will it eventually reach full power or a state of consuming burden and energy balance? Cheng Yu was also stuck in a dead end. At this time, the useless system jumped out and spoke. Ding, my stupid host, just because it's not in the original plot doesn't mean you can't develop it. Besides, they haven't done what they did in Dragon Ball, doesn't mean you can't do it. And you have my invincible, smart, and icy system. Why don't you ask me? After hearing what the system said, Cheng Yu immediately reacted. Why did he keep going to that dead end? Others' failures don't mean I will definitely fail, why not give it a try? As soon as he said it, Cheng Yu thought about where he could fully release his aura and find someone to practice with. Yes, the Spirit Time House, and Piccolo is there too. Cheng Yu searched for Piccolo's aura inside and moved over instantly. Piccolo was also surprised when he saw Cheng Yu suddenly appearing in front of him, and then he regained his composure. Cheng Yu said without caring. Hey, Piccolo, I can't control my energy after training recently and need to adapt my fighting power. Do you want to spar with me? Pico thought for a while. Sun Wukong's fighting power increased too fast, and now he has transformed into a Super Saiyan. He chose to lag behind too much, so he said. Okay, I agree. By the way, I also need to become stronger. Cheng Yu was also very excited after hearing this. He could finally fight and move around, so he immediately said. Let's go, I'll take you to the Heavenly God Temple, otherwise if you fight on Earth, the Earth may not be able to bear it. Sun Wukong told me that there seems to be a training space in the Heavenly God Temple. After that, he pulled Piccolo and moved to the side of the old god in an instant. Then Cheng Yu looked at it and it was almost the same as what he saw on TV. So he said hello. Hello, God of Heaven. I came here because I heard from Sun Wukong that there is a training space in the Temple of God of Heaven. Because we are fighting on Earth with all our strength, I am afraid that the Earth cannot bear it, so I came here without permission. Sorry to bother you. The God of Heaven was originally a good-tempered person. Hearing Cheng Yu being very polite, he also recalled the place Cheng Yu mentioned. Suddenly, the God of Heaven said. It is the Spirit Time House, right? By the way, you can go in, but you can only stay in it for 2 years, otherwise the door will disappear and you can't get out. 1 day outside is 1 year inside. Popo, take them in. Thanks, old man. Picker still did his own thing. But this thank you was also unexpected by the God of Heaven. Popo also took 2 people in and told them about the precautions, and then left Piccolo and Cheng Yu in the Spirit Time House. Cheng Yu looked around and found that it was hard to tell the size, very vast, and without boundaries. Moreover, the space inside was all white, with nothing else. Cheng Yu took out the gravity suit, put it on himself, and adjusted the gravity. Then he turned into a Super Saiyan with full power and said to Piccolo. Pico, I'm wearing a gravity suit, I can't use my original fighting power, so you just need to burst out all your strength to fight me. This way, both of us will increase our fighting power. After listening, Piccolo also looked carefully at the gravity suit on Cheng Yu, and then took off his white cloak. He moved his shoulder bones. He made a martial arts gesture. Piccolo roared, and his whole body exuded a green aura. The powerful energy fluctuations shook the entire space slightly. Seeing this, Cheng Yu was not to be outdone. He rushed forward with all his strength against the huge gravity and started a fierce collision with Piccolo. The 2 of them fought back and forth, and it was difficult to tell who would win for a while. In the fierce battle, Cheng Yu gradually adapted to the limitations of the gravity suit, his fighting power continued to improve, and Piccolo also exerted his potential to the extreme. This battle, not only a contest of strength, but also a duel of will. As time went on, the battle between the 2 became more intense. Suddenly, Cheng Yu caught a flaw in Piccolo and kicked Piccolo in the abdomen. Piccolo took a few steps back, with a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But he did not retreat, and immediately adjusted his posture and launched a Qigong wave to counterattack. Cheng Yu dodged sideways, then rushed towards Piccolo at a very fast speed and threw a powerful punch. Piccolo blocked the attack with his arm and counterattacked, and the 2 entangled again. Each of their moves contained great power, and the surrounding space was distorted because of their fight. In the end, Cheng Yu used all his strength and hit a trick to knock Piccolo to the ground. Piccolo fell to the ground, gasping for breath, but his eyes were full of admiration and satisfaction. This fierce battle greatly improved both of them, and they also had a deeper understanding of each other's strength. Cheng Yu helped Piccolo up, and the two smiled at each other, and the competition came to a successful conclusion. Cheng Yu took out the senzu beans from the system space and took one himself, then walked to Piccolo and gave him one. The two of them instantly recovered after taking the senzu beans. "Hey, Piccolo-san, do you want to try this gravity suit? It's very useful for training, comparable to a gravity room." "Sure, I also want to try to see how perverted you are." Cheng Yu took off the gravity suit and put it on Piccolo and taught Piccolo how to increase and decrease gravity. Piccolo also started to adapt to the training immediately. "I really don't know how you adapted to this thing. Although it's very uncomfortable, I have to say that it's still very good for training," Piccolo rarely praised. "Humph, that's because I've been living and training alone for so long relying on this thing. So come on, Piccolo, you must surpass that damn Vegeta. You can't be outdone by those two scions." Cheng Yu started his CPU and anger method again. And the effect was naturally very useful to Piccolo. Not wanting to be outdone by those two scions, he started training like crazy. Cheng Yu sat aside and began to meditate, and then tried to transform and train his breath control. Of course, there were also various skills. In order to perfectly control his breath and energy, Cheng Yu spent a long time to maintain the transformation and gather the outgoing breath. Chapter 14. On this day, Piccolo finished his arduous training and sat on the ground, exhausted and panting. He reached out and took out a precious senzu bean that Cheng Yu handed to him, and put it into his mouth without hesitation and chewed it. As the senzu bean was swallowed, a strong and warm energy quickly spread throughout his body, making Piccolo feel refreshed and full of strength. Piccolo stood up and looked into the distance with a firm look. He took a deep breath and slowly took off the extremely heavy gravity device on his body. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of relief came to his heart, but at the same time it was accompanied by a desire to challenge the limits of his own strength. At this moment, Piccolo suddenly released all the breath that had been hidden in his body for a long time. The majestic breath surged like a flood that broke through the dam, gushing out from his body continuously. For a moment, the whole space seemed to be shocked by this powerful breath, and the surrounding air began to fluctuate violently, forming a series of rolling air waves visible to the naked eye. These air waves spread in all directions at an astonishing speed, and it seemed that the space was vibrating wherever they passed. Cheng Yu looked at Piccolo without saying anything, but the scion genes in his body could not be changed. The majestic energy made Cheng Yu very excited. It was a desire for battle. So Cheng Yu made a martial arts gesture, signaling Piccolo to fight. Piccolo also looked at Cheng Yu and understood his idea. So he also gathered his breath and took a deep breath and exhaled. Then he smiled and immediately rushed towards Cheng Yu. Piccolo rushed like a cannonball and rushed in front of Cheng Yu in an instant. He stretched out his fist and smashed it hard at Cheng Yu with a fierce momentum. Cheng Yu dodged Piccolo's attack by moving sideways, and at the same time kicked Piccolo in the abdomen. Piccolo jumped back and attacked again after landing. He used a series of punches and kicks, and his moves were fierce and powerful. Cheng Yu dodged Piccolo's attack flexibly, looking for a chance to counterattack. He saw the right moment, suddenly grabbed Piccolo's arm, and threw Piccolo out with a strong swing. Piccolo adjusted his posture in the air and landed safely. He stared at Cheng Yu, his eyes flashing with excitement. The two sides looked at each other for a moment, then rushed towards each other at the same time, launching a fierce close combat. The fierce battle between Cheng Yu and Piccolo entered a white-hot stage, and each of their attacks contained great power. Suddenly, Cheng Yu shouted angrily, his hair stood up, his whole body radiated golden light, and the Super Saiyan 2 form was fully revealed. Piccolo felt the improvement of Cheng Yu's strength, and his mouth corners slightly raised. He knew that the real challenge had just begun. Cheng Yu's speed and strength have been greatly enhanced. He moved his body quickly, leaving a string of afterimages, making Piccolo unpredictable. His attacks became more fierce, and every punch was enough to shake the world. Piccolo was not to be outdone. He used his own fighting skills to cleverly dodge Cheng Yu's attacks and launched counterattacks from time to time. The two of them fought back and forth, neither of them giving in. The entire battlefield was shrouded in their aura. Cheng Yu seized a flaw in Piccolo, rushed forward suddenly, and punched Piccolo in the chest. Piccolo spit out a mouthful of blood and retreated repeatedly. But he did not give up, and immediately used the Qigong wave to counterattack. Cheng Yu easily avoided it, came behind Piccolo at a very fast speed, and kicked him away again. Piccolo struggled to stand up, revealing a trace of despair in his eyes. However, at this moment, Cheng Yu actually began to gather energy and prepared to give Piccolo the final blow. "I won, Piccolo!" Cheng Yu shouted, and a powerful shock wave attacked Piccolo. Piccolo looked at the shock wave getting closer and closer, knowing that he could not avoid it, so he could only close his eyes and wait for the end to come. With a loud boom, the whole ground shook. When the smoke cleared, a deep pit appeared where Piccolo was. Cheng Yu looked at the scene in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. This hard battle was finally over. Cheng Yu ran into the pit and took out a senzu bean and gave it to Piccolo. Piccolo put it in his mouth and chewed it without hesitation. As the senzu bean was swallowed, a strong and warm energy quickly spread throughout his body, making Piccolo feel refreshed and full of strength. Piccolo stood up and looked at Cheng Yu with a firm look. "Is this your new transformation? Very strong." Piccolo also felt the difference in this transformation and spoke. "Yes, if nothing goes wrong, you should be able to fight against Son Goku's Super Saiyan now. Mine is Super Saiyan 2. It can also be called a Saiyan transformation beyond the Super Saiyan." Cheng Yu also said to Piccolo explained the transformation. "Hey! Saiyans, what a perverted race! And you are even more perverted. But I have to say you are really strong. That aura is the strongest I have ever seen." Piccolo also talked about his own views. "Well, actually, I am similar to you, both alone. So training has become a part of my life. Of course, I train not only to have the ability to protect myself, but also to face unknown crises. No one can tell what will happen tomorrow, right?" Cheng Yu also smiled and spoke his mind. Piccolo looked at Cheng Yu and smiled, then said, "Yeah, I didn't understand it before, until Vegeta came to Earth to fight with Son Goku. I also found the meaning of fighting and training. To be honest, if you lose at that time, and then go out, I want to see the scene of the Namekian defeating the Saiyan Prince. If that happens, his self-esteem will probably collapse." Ha ha ha! Cheng Yu also laughed as he spoke. Piccolo listened to Cheng Yu's words and smiled at Cheng Yu. "Come on, today's training is not over yet. We have to be the strongest. We can't give up halfway. At least we have to be stronger than them while we are in there," Cheng Yu said as he picked up the gravity suit and put it on himself, then adjusted the gravity. Cheng Yu had not yet released the Super Saiyan 2 transformation that he had just transformed into, so he took out a senzu bean and swallowed it. Piccolo immediately got angry and started a new round of fighting. However, this time the battle between the two people changed from one-sided to evenly matched, or Cheng Yu was slightly at a disadvantage. Chapter 15. As time went by, Cheng Yu was lying on the ground sweating profusely after training, staring at the white sky in the spirit time room in a daze. Not far from Cheng Yu was Piccolo wearing the gravity suit and exercising hard. In order to become stronger and to have enough strength to deal with everything, Piccolo worked hard. Cheng Yu turned his head and looked at Piccolo who was sweating profusely and still persisting. He also thought about it and thought that he was really working hard. In the original plot, Piccolo was just a tool man with few scenes. But now Cheng Yu decided to make him the protagonist. Of course, the premise is to train like crazy and catch up with or even surpass the Scion duo. As for Gohan, Cheng Yu wanted to follow the original plot, otherwise he would not see the so-called mysterious rice state and beast form. But I have to say that in fact, the only really handsome transformations in the whole plot are the transformations of Super Saiyan 4 and beast form. I have to complain about the other things. Actually, there is nothing else except the color change. Of course, I searched and found that Mr. Akira Toriyama is lazy, so he did it this way. So this is a difficult animation company. System, open the panel for me to see how much combat power I have now. Cheng Yu muttered in his heart. Because he was also afraid of being discovered by Piccolo, and then he would have to explain. Name, Cheng Yu. Race, Scion. Combat power, normal 2 billion. Items, gravity suit, Senzu Beans X120. In fact, in the spirit time chamber, Cheng Yu was always letting Piccolo play in order to maintain his transformation. Otherwise, he could fight Piccolo with his basic combat power without losing. After 2 years in the spirit time chamber, Piccolo has reached about 1.5 billion. It can be said that the improvement is very rapid. In the original plot, it took until the artificial human period to reach about 1.1 billion. In fact, Cell's complete form is only 20 billion, searched on Baidu. So with the current strength, he can completely control Cell. Even Lightning Cell can be beaten. So as long as nothing unexpected happens, Cheng Yu can definitely fight Cell. But Cheng Yu wants to save the siblings, so Cell can't become a complete body. So another situation arises. Cheng Yu was very entangled. If he saves the siblings, Son Gohan can't break through Super Saiyan 2, and if he doesn't save them, he will lose 2 free workers. Well, entangled. Originally, the siblings could recover after Cell's self-destruction, but Cheng Yu saw that Cell was too disgusting to swallow, so he couldn't bear it. Forget it, Cheng Yu thinks that he should change his habits and not get stuck in a dead end when encountering things. Otherwise, he will be hesitant and get into trouble when something big happens. Cheng Yu took out a senzu bean and put it in his mouth without hesitation and chewed it. As the senzu bean was swallowed, a strong and warm energy quickly spread throughout his body, making Cheng Yu feel refreshed and full of strength. Because Cheng Yu decided to try to develop a transformation like Super Saiyan 1, he took the senzu bean to restore his strength and stood up. Because of the training and physical fatigue, Cheng Yu did not maintain the Super Saiyan transformation, but lifted it for a while. So now Cheng Yu is still normal. Cheng Yu stood up and then suddenly sat down to think about something. Thinking to himself, Super Saiyan 1 is very strong, but Broly's Super Saiyan 1 should not only be due to the Super Saiyan bloodline. If I can also transform into a Super Saiyan 1 like that, it will be fine. System, why don't you come out and explain it to me? Ding, Broly's version of Super Saiyan, which absorbs the power of the giant ape form, is 10 times that of ordinary Super Saiyan 1, which means that Broly's Super Saiyan 1 is stronger than Goku's Super Saiyan 3. Of course, in terms of basic combat power, Broly is also far superior to ordinary Saiyans. Broly's Super Saiyan Green also belongs to the form of Super Saiyan 1, but it cannot be transformed without the Super Saiyan. In short, Broly's Super Saiyan Green form plus the increase in the power of the giant ape can match Super Saiyan Blue. Cheng Yu also understood the reason after hearing the system's explanation. In short, the Super Saiyan Green transformation of the Super Saiyan bloodline is 10 times stronger due to absorbing the power of the giant ape. It's really far from the truth. System, although I understand, I want to ask, can I absorb the power of the giant ape and then improve? That should also be a 10-fold improvement on the basis of transformation. After Cheng Yu figured it out, he asked about his own situation. Ding, actually it is possible, the scion's subsequent transformation is originally to use the power of the giant ape. Besides, what I gave you is pure scion blood, without any impurities. And didn't you notice, host? You don't have any angry and violent emotions. Cheng Yu was surprised when he heard the system's words, and then thought about the system's words, which seemed to make a lot of sense. But how to absorb it became a problem again. So at this time Cheng Yu asked assist the system. System, I know you are the best, tell me what to do. Super Scion 1 prompts 50 times the giant ape to increase by 10 times, which is equivalent to 500 times the normal state. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? Ding, please don't think about those ideas now, because the host's body can't bear it temporarily, so it can't absorb the giant ape's power. But I can help the host develop the stage transformation of Super Scion 2. Please sign in if you need it. Cheng Yu also understood, although he had to admit in his heart that he was curious and even eager for huge improvement and energy. But forget it when facing something that cannot be grasped. But Cheng Yu decided that it was necessary to consider the stage of Super Scion 2. Chapter 16. Come on Piccolo, we should go out after our last sparring. Blast with all your energy. Let me see if you have improved. Cheng Yu also waved at Piccolo. Piccolo smiled and said nothing, but took off the gravity suit he was wearing. After taking off the gravity suit, Piccolo felt relaxed all over. He moved his body slightly. He clenched his hands and burst out a majestic aura. And a layer of air waves directly surrounded Piccolo's body. Cheng Yu felt Piccolo's powerful aura and his face showed excitement. He was not to be outdone, and went all out, mobilizing all his strength to fight with Piccolo. The two sides fought back and forth, fists and palms intersected, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Every move contained great power, and the air around them was twisted by the excitement. Piccolo used his special skills and attacked Cheng Yu like a storm. Cheng Yu dodged flexibly and looked for opportunities to counterattack. Finally, Cheng Yu found Piccolo's weakness. He took the opportunity to launch a counterattack and punched Piccolo in the abdomen. Piccolo took a few steps back, but soon stabilized his body and rushed forward again. Cheng Yu took advantage of the victory and pursued Piccolo without giving him a chance to breathe. He launched continuous attacks and beat Piccolo back step by step. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Piccolo decided to use his ultimate move. He gathered all the energy in his body and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, Cheng Yu also began to gather energy, and his body radiated a dazzling light. What? What? Piccolo's eyes widened, looking at Cheng Yu in disbelief. The next moment, Cheng Yu successfully transformed into Super Scion 2, and his strength instantly increased several times. Take it, Piccolo! Cheng Yu shouted and rushed towards Piccolo. Piccolo fought hard, but in the face of Cheng Yu's super strength, everything was in vain. In the end, Cheng Yu killed Piccolo with one blow and completely defeated him. Piccolo fell to the ground and couldn't stand up again. Cheng Yu looked at Piccolo who fell to the ground, and his heart was full of accomplishment. He knew that his strength had made a new breakthrough. Cheng Yu did not return to normal, but prepared to keep the Super Scion and carry out daily life and exercise. Of course, Cheng Yu still flew to Piccolo's body and took out a senzu bean to feed it to Piccolo. Piccolo put it in his mouth and chewed it without hesitation. As the senzu bean was swallowed, a strong and warm energy quickly spread throughout the body, making Piccolo feel refreshed and full of strength. Really, very strong. This breath is really bottomless. Piccolo looked at Cheng Yu's Super Scion 2 and sighed. Cheng Yu smiled and said, "Wait a minute, I will gather my breath and then go out like this. I have to keep transforming to adapt to this form and development." After speaking, Cheng Yu slowly closed his eyes. He concentrated on mobilizing his own strength, trying to gather the mysterious golden air waves surrounding his body. In an instant, dazzling lightning burst around him like a silver snake, making a crackling sound. However, facing such an amazing scene, Cheng Yu seemed unusually calm and steady. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb the energy of the whole world into his stomach. Then, he began to gather the breath in his body with all his strength, and carefully gathered it deep into his back and tail. As time went on, the originally violent lightning gradually became docile. They were like a group of tamed wild horses, quietly surrounding Cheng Yu. When all the steps were completed, Cheng Yu, who was now in front of everyone, had undergone earth-shaking changes. In addition to the hair that shines with brilliant golden light, the golden eyebrows that are as sharp as swords, and the deep and mysterious golden pupils, the most notable feature is the dazzling lightning that flashes around his body from time to time. These lightnings are like the twinkling stars in the night sky, making Cheng Yu look full of unparalleled majesty and domineering. What is surprising is that no matter the previous form or the current appearance, the long tail behind Cheng Yu always maintains a golden color. This unique detail has undoubtedly become another symbol of his uniqueness, and it also makes Piccolo more curious and awed by the powerful power he possesses. After doing all this, Cheng Yu also greeted Piccolo and walked out together. "Wow, I haven't breathed fresh air for a long time. It's really refreshing," Cheng Yu stretched and said to himself. Cheng Yu looked at the old god coming towards him and said hello to express his gratitude. After saying goodbye to Piccolo, he was ready to fly home. "The first thing I did when I got home was to ask the kitchen robot to make a big meal." Cheng Yu is a scion now after all. His appetite is like a surging sea, endless. When Cheng Yu was full, he took a drink and lay down in his yard to rest. Chapter 17. Some of the settings I found and saw on the internet. For example, Super Saiyan 1 actually has 5 small stages. The 5th stage is actually Broly's Super Green, which also belongs to the form of Super Saiyan 1, but it cannot be transformed into Super Saiyan 1 without the traditional Super Saiyan, so it is not transformed into the 5th stage of Super Saiyan 1. Then let's introduce other settings, the first of which is the setting of absorbing the power of the giant ape. Because I want the protagonist to be a cool article in this world, combat power is the basis of all elements. There will probably be some super gods later, but the protagonist will only go through the traditional giant ape power transformation of the Saiyan. Then let's introduce them one by one. 1. Super Saiyan 1. Golden hair, green eyes. Strength and speed are significantly improved. Transformation conditions, extreme anger. Super Saiyan form is the most classic transformation form in the Dragon Ball series. Through extreme anger, Saiyans gain great power, and the full power is 50 times higher than the normal state. 2. Super Saiyan 2. Sharper hair, surrounded by arcs. Power, speed, and endurance are greatly improved. Super Saiyan 2 further improves power and speed, while adding arc special effects, showing a higher level of combat ability. Energy is about 100 times the normal level. 3. Super Saiyan 3. Long hair to waist, eyebrows disappear. Powerful power improvement, but huge energy consumption. Super Saiyan 3 has extremely high energy and combat power, but the energy consumption is very large, the transformation time is limited, and the energy is about 300 times the normal level. 4. Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4's hair is black and becomes messy and longer. At the same time, it is draped over the shoulders. The chest and palms are covered with red body hair, representing the original wild state of the Saiyan. The transformation range is about 10 times that of Super Saiyan 3, which is 3000 times the normal level, analyzed by the hottest article on the internet. In fact, only the protagonist will transform into this form of Super Saiyan 4. If the book is written for a long time, other people will go the route of God, after all, according to the original plot. Of course, these are all from the internet. In addition to the unchanged increase multiple, I will change the setting of huge consumption. To change this, it is necessary to develop each stage to balance the energy consumption and physical burden. So I will write in the book that each scion transformation can be developed in order to change the rapid consumption. In addition, I actually mentioned in the previous article that Broly's version of Super Scion, which absorbs the power of the giant ape form, is 10 times that of ordinary Super Scion 1, which means that Broly's Super Scion 1 is stronger than Goku's Super Scion 3. Of course, in terms of basic combat power, Broly is also far superior to ordinary scions. So in the following chapters, in order to completely let the protagonist always lead the version or the cool male protagonist, this setting will definitely be added to Cheng Yu. And the absorption of the power of the giant ape will definitely be written after the Super Scion 4 transformation. After the transformation that absorbs the power of the giant ape, each transformation amplitude will increase tenfold later. That is, after transforming 50 times of Super Scion 1, it will increase tenfold, and the same is true for others. So you can think about it this way. If Super Scion 4 increases by 3000 times and then increases by 10 times, it is equivalent to 30,000 times the normal level. It can be said that according to the God root, it should be invincible in the front and middle of this book. As for the ending of this book, I can reveal that it should be that the system consumes itself to let the protagonist transform into Super Scion 5 and then stop someone. By the way, many people say that the increase of Super Scion 4 should be the same as that of Super Scion Blue, so here before reaching the God root, you can put forward broad ideas. Because this cannot be searched on the internet. By the way, Golden Frieza should be similar to Super Scion Blue, and I have seen the promotional picture of Golden Frieza in Japan, and Golden Frieza has a combat power of 1 guy. You can go and see it by searching in the browser. It is an official report in a newspaper. So everyone, brainstorm how to write the increase of the God root, and everyone, please give your opinions. Chapter 18. Another week passed, and Cheng Yu had maintained Super Scion 2 for more than a week. It can be said that he could use it normally. And on this day, Cheng Yu also remembered the system that had not appeared for a long time, so he said, "System, the stage development of Super Scion 2 you mentioned is still true. Sign in for me." Ding, congratulations on signing in and obtaining. Choice 1, combat power increases by 1 billion, skill 10,000 nations shocking palm. Choice 2, Super Scion 2 stage development method, Senzu Beans X50. System, I choose 2, sign in for me. After that, the system instilled the stage development method of Super Scion 2 into Cheng Yu's mind. And the Senzu beans were naturally stored in the system space. It turns out that the stages of Super Scion 1 and Super Scion 2 are similar. The only big difference is that it does not need to excessively increase the transformation multiples, but to perfectly achieve the perfect increase and consumption of the form through the breath. Cheng Yu looked at this method and was stunned. Then it seems that I have completely gathered the breath and the airwave, and it seems that I have already become the perfect form of this transformation. Enough, system. You give me a sign in. Damn it. Cheng Yu regrets it now. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen a stronger combat power than this. It turns out that I have developed this transformation completely by accident. Now I am crying without tears. However, no matter how Cheng Yu yelled and scolded the system never responded from beginning to end. So Cheng Yu stopped scolding after he ran out of words. Cheng Yu also remembered that he seemed to have a combat power doubling card. Now his account is about 2 billion. After doubling and adapting to his own battle, Trunks will come. He did it right away. Cheng Yu walked into the gravity room, put on the gravity suit, and then silently used the combat power doubling card in his mind. The doubling card was also applied to Cheng Yu immediately, and Cheng Yu immediately felt that my body was out of control and there were large waves of air and breath coming out. Cheng Yu also immediately cancelled the transformation and returned to normal. After returning to normal, the situation was better. Because Super Scion 2 could be used as normal in the past, the situation is not too serious now. It's just that the combat power after the transformation needs to be used and trained again. So I immediately adjusted the gravity room and gravity suit and started hard training. Of course, this process is also very painful and happy. After all, I enjoy the pleasure of sweating and increasing strength after training. After a long period of training, Cheng Yu finally adapted to the doubled strength. He took a deep breath and started the transformation again. This time, he successfully turned into Super Saiyan 2, exuding a strong breath. Cheng Yu felt the surging energy in his body and was very excited. He knew that his strength had been qualitatively improved. Next, he would face even more powerful enemies, but he was not afraid. In the center of the training room, Cheng Yu clenched his fists and looked forward with a firm look. He was ready to meet any challenge. As his breathing gradually stabilized, he burst out with amazing power, and the whole training room was shaken. Cheng Yu also did the same training as in the Spirit Time House. Cheng Yu slowly closed his eyes, and he concentrated on mobilizing his own strength, trying to gather the mysterious golden air waves surrounding his body. In an instant, dazzling lightning exploded around him like a silver snake, making a crackling sound. However, facing such an amazing, Cheng Yu seemed unusually calm and steady. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb the energy of the whole world into his stomach. Then, he began to concentrate the breath in his body with all his strength, and carefully gathered it deep into his danshan. As time went by, the originally violent lightning gradually became docile, like a group of tamed wild horses, quietly surrounding Cheng Yu. After recovering this appearance, Cheng Yu also began to do simple adaptation training. You should know that Cheng Yu's combat power after the transformation of Super Saiyan 2 can reach 400 billion. Very terrifying. It can be said that now destroying a planet can be easily destroyed by a random energy wave. At this time, because of the breath just now, Sun Wukong directly moved here in an instant. But after all, he came to the gravity room, so Sun Wukong was pressed to the ground by the gravity of the gravity room. When Cheng Yu found out about Sun Wukong's embarrassment, he immediately shut down the gravity and asked Sun Wukong, "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at home with Sun Wuhan? I just felt your huge aura and instantly move over. Your aura just now was really terrifying, can you spar with me?" Sun Wukong is indeed a martial arts fanatic, and he asked for a sparring match right away. Cheng Yu smiled, spread one hand and made a gesture of invitation, and said, "Okay, let's fight outside. We can't bear it here, and we can't fight on the ground, the earth can't bear it." After that, Cheng Yu and Sun Wukong flew directly to the suburbs, and the two looked at each other and flew into the air. Cheng Yu made a gesture to Sun Wukong to start first. Seeing this, Sun Wukong was not polite, and immediately used all his strength. Transparent air waves surged around him. He shouted and rushed towards Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he also went all out to meet him. The two collided rapidly in the air, and for a moment, the energy was overflowing, and the space seemed to be distorted. Every fight between them caused a violent. The explosion shattered the surrounding clouds. The intensity of this battle was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Sun Wukong's eyes were sharp, and his whole body was emitting a light white light. He rushed towards Cheng Yu and punched Cheng Yu hard. However, Cheng Yu did not retreat. He raised the corners of his mouth, easily dodged Sun Wukong's attack, and launched a counterattack. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving in. Suddenly, Sun Wukong used his ultimate move, Kamehameha, and a powerful energy wave blasted towards Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu quickly dodged sideways, while gathering energy with both hands, ready to give Sun Wukong a fatal blow. At this critical moment, Sun Wukong actually improved his strength again, and he successfully turned into a Super Saiyan 1. His hair stood up, his aura became stronger, and the whole person was like a god of war. Cheng Yu felt the pressure, and he knew he had to come up with something to deal with Sun Wukong's challenge. He took a deep breath, gathered all his energy in his fist, and started the final showdown with Sun Wukong. Cheng Yu shouted loudly, and his whole body burst out instantly. His fist was filled with unparalleled power, it went straight towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong resisted with all his strength, but was still pushed back dozens of meters by this huge force. Cheng Yu took advantage of the situation and launched a series of fierce attacks, which made Sun Wukong retreat step by step. In the end, Cheng Yu defeated Sun Wukong completely with a killer move. Sun Wukong fell to the ground and was unconscious. Cheng Yu looked at the fallen Sun Wukong and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was worthy of being the protagonist. His strength was really strong. If it weren't for his own practice and relying on the system, he might not have won. And it seems that Sun Wukong is now a little stronger than in the original plot. Chapter 19. By the way, Trunks should be here. In that case, I should go out and take a look. Cheng Yu said as he took off the gravity room and gravity suit and put them back into the system space. Because he was careless last time and forgot the gravity room at home, otherwise, he would have practiced faster in the spiritual time house. On the other side, Frisia and King Cold had already arrived and landed in the suburbs. The Z fighters felt the evil breath at the same time, so they rushed over immediately. Cheng Yu had just packed up his things and noticed the two breaths, so he didn't waste any time and flew over directly. But when he arrived at the ground, Cheng Yu didn't go forward, but took his breath back into his body from a distance and watched the battle quietly. On the battlefield, the Z fighters had just rushed over and were also watching Frisia and King Cold vigilantly. Ho ho ho, you're all here. This time I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Pico is not a person who plays by the rules. Without waiting for everyone to speak, he rushed up. Piccolo and Frisia started a fierce battle, and both sides went back and forth, neither giving in. At the critical moment, Piccolo used his ultimate move and defeated Frisia in one fell swoop. Frisia fell to the ground, his body gradually dissipated, and turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared in the air. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a mysterious light fell from the sky and fell into the place where Frisia disappeared. The light dissipated, and a brand new figure appeared in the sky. The man carried a sword on his back, and his purple hair fluttered in the wind. That's right, that was Trunks who had just arrived. Trunks didn't waste words. Seeing that there was a Kurdish king standing in front of him, he rushed forward and slashed with his sword. But the Kurdish king immediately reacted and burst out all his energy to fight with him. On the other side, Cheng Yu also found that the earth was too fragile. If two people put a big energy bomb on the ground, the earth might not be able to bear it. So he immediately moved over with two fingers to catch the sword chopped by Trunks, and the other hand launched a power wave to directly destroy the Kurdish king. The people on the ground didn't know what was going on, but Cheng Yu in the air ignored Trunks' shocked expression and said, "Trunks, come with me, ignore them first, let's talk." Trunks was even more shocked at this time. How did he know my name? He was puzzled but still flew to a hidden place with Cheng Yu. I also know the purpose of your coming, and I also know what happened to you. I called you here to explain to you. Then how do you know me, sir? And who are you? Cheng Yu looked at Trunks's questioning face and slowly said, "My name is Cheng Yu, to be precise, I am also a scion. I know what you want to say, there is no me in your future, right? Then you know this? There is indeed no you in the future." Trunks thought of the sword he had just caught and said slowly, "Because you are in a parallel world, not the future. In fact, no one can travel through time. The so-called time and space also rely on space and time to go to a parallel world. And I don't exist in your world, can you understand it?" Trunks also understood, but after this explanation, he seemed to find that he could not change their future world. Cheng Yu also noticed that his face was not looking good, so he thought about it and said immediately, "Your world is indeed unchangeable, sorry. But our current world can be changed, right? And don't you want to change your world by yourself? I don't know why you know this, but if you can, please tell me. Okay, let's make it short. You just saw my strength. I will go to the future world with you. But you can only change it by yourself, understand? I will train you together and take a look at that world. But now you must complete the things you haven't sent out and the words you said. Because they don't know this. Trunks was full of hope when he heard it. Then wait for me, I'll be back soon. Trunks also flew out immediately and went to the protagonist group. Just like the original plot, he notified Sun Wukong and gave him the heart disease medicine. He also explained to him why. Then he flew back in front of Cheng Yu. You don't have to rush back. First, you have to live with me in this world for a day, and by the way, you can talk to the elders here, but you can't reveal your identity, okay? We'll set off on time tomorrow morning. As for why I think you can see this world, Cheng Yu said lightly. Without waiting for him to reply, he put his hand on his shoulder and moved to the side of the protagonists in an instant. Let me introduce you to you. This is my friend. He is also here to hunt down Frisia and King Cold. He will stay with me on Earth for a day. Tomorrow, he and I will leave for a while and come back after a while. Cheng Yu said, and then seemed to remember something. He immediately said, by the way, he is very strong, you can fight with him. Sun Wukong was excited. Hearing that he was strong and could fight, he immediately took Trunks' hand and prepared to try. Trunks looked at Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu gave him a faint smile. I said, you can experience life here for a day today, and set off tomorrow morning. Today is a plain life. As soon as these words came out, Trunks seemed to be lost in memories, and then he looked at the people standing here, smiled, and flew into the air with Son Goku to start sparring. Chapter 20. The time spent with companions always goes by very quickly. It can be said that time flies by in the blink of an eye. Trunks also felt the long-lost companions and family affection while getting along with everyone. Since sparring with everyone, Trunks is no longer nervous, but chats with everyone very well, but he is a little uncomfortable with the names. Of course, except Cheng Yu and Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who has a very sharp ear who overheard some information, no one knows his identity. And Sun Wukong and others will not reveal his identity. At night, with the starry sky overhead, Trunks also said something from his heart. Thank you, Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu lay on a chair in his yard, looked at Trunks and smiled, then said, Are you tired? Trunks heard the implication, and thought carefully about the life and companions in that future world. When he came to his senses, he also said, Tired, but there is nothing I can do. Trunks, actually, I want you to relax a little, don't think too much. You have something you want to protect, but you should do it within your ability, instead of imposing some unsolvable difficulties on yourself. Cheng Yu looked up at the starry sky and preached. Then he seemed to remember something, so he continued. Let me tell you about my life. I was exiled to a deserted planet when I was a baby. I lived alone. When I wanted to find my parents and my life one day, planet Vegeta was gone. And I was confused. Cheng Yu sighed at this time, paused for a moment, and then spoke again. Later, I returned to that deserted planet alone, until Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time. I felt the breath of science. Then I came to Earth. I have always been alone, but I don't hate King Vegeta who exiled me and those Saions. I don't hate Frisia anymore. This is a kind of relief for me. And don't you think it's good to be alone and worry-free? Trunks fell into deep memories, remembering the exhaustion of facing the androids alone in the future world, and the powerlessness of Brother Gohan to sacrifice himself. He also remembered his old mother. Alas! Trunks sighed and said nothing. Cheng Yu looked at his reaction and thought that his ability to speak was amazing. Seeing his reaction, he should continue to add fuel to the fire. So he spoke again. Do you know why you can't handle future disasters? It's because you are afraid of your own incompetence, you are afraid of losing everything. Then why can't you cheer up and train yourself to defeat those two people? Because there is a thorn in your heart, and you have to remove this thorn yourself. Trunks' dim eyes were full of self-doubt. But after Cheng Yu said this, Trunks also understood, and his eyes glowed again. Thank you, Mr. Cheng Yu. I understand. I will definitely solve that problem. Cheng Yu listened to his words and realized their effect, and also chatted about family matters. The reason why I know you and the future time and space is because there was a person who could predict dreams when I was training in the universe. That's why I know all this. Of course, the two times are basically the same, but this world may have changed some things because of me. There may be me in your world, but I may not survive on the desolate planet. Oh, by the way, I feel like going to sleep. I also need to rest. Otherwise, how can I accompany you to your world tomorrow? I feel like you are also going to rest. After resting well, I will start a devilish special training for you in that world tomorrow. After that, Cheng Yu walked into the house and went back to his room to rest. Trunks took a look at the dazzling starry sky in space and immediately clenched his fists and said to himself, I will definitely change. I will definitely change. Then he smiled and went back to the room arranged by Cheng Yu to rest. Chapter 21. The next day, Cheng Yu and Trunks did not say goodbye, but directly asked Trunks to put the time machine in his yard and prepare to set off. Trunks and Cheng Yu got into the time machine one after another, then closed the hatch, adjusted the button and started it immediately. As the time machine started, the huge time machine in the yard flashed and disappeared. And on the way of the time machine, the tunnel was full of colorful lights. Accompanied by a flash of white light, yes, it was the place. Cheng Yu jumped down first and looked at the desolate and barren land under his feet, and the ruined city with broken rocks and walls in front of him. It was the first time that he was touched in his heart in this world. Trunks did not speak, put away the time machine by himself and accompanied Cheng Yu to watch the unbearable scene. Cheng Yu came to his senses and immediately asked Trunks to take him to their place. When they arrived at the place, Trunks also told Bulma about Cheng Yu's origins and everything Cheng Yu told him. After hearing these things, although Bulma's eyes were filled with gloom for a moment, she adjusted herself immediately. Cheng Yu happened to notice that in order to liven up the atmosphere, Cheng Yu spoke at this time. Ms. Bulma is the same as in my world. It's just that Bulma in our world still prefers handsome guys. Ha ha ha, by the way, my name is Cheng Yu. Bulma's face was obviously much more relaxed after hearing this, and she also smiled. But she politely stretched out her hand and shook hands with Cheng Yu. Mr. Cheng Yu, I'm sorry, and I asked you to come to the future world specially. It doesn't matter, I can easily deal with the androids, but I won't do it now, because Trunks has to go there himself. And I will take him to the Temple of the Gods for training for 2 days. Bulma didn't feel happy or regretful after hearing this, but she didn't say anything and started thinking. Don't worry about this. He will only succeed if you believe in him, just like Sun Wukong, right? Also, please help us prepare some food, Bulma. I'll take you two with me when the time comes. Bulma was obviously moved when she heard the word sister. She was stunned for a moment when she saw Cheng Yu's young, handsome, and sunny face. Coming back to her senses, she was obviously very excited when she heard him calling her sister. But after hearing what Cheng Yu said, he immediately said, Okay, then you wait a moment. Bulma walked away, and Cheng Yu looked at Trunks and said, Bulma is different from our world. The Bulma here is more mature, while the one in our world is more like a little girl. Trunks smiled when Cheng Yu teased his mother, and then said, Of course, after all, the development of this world is obviously faster than your world. And it is not easy for my mother to take care of me after going through so many things. Okay, don't sigh, I'm here to solve this problem now, and by the way, I'll tell you something, there are still Dragon Balls in this world. Trunks and Bulma in the kitchen heard this sentence. And Trunks was still thinking about the meaning of this sentence. And Bulma's face has obviously improved a lot, and she smiled from the heart. Ah, Dragon Ball, ah! There are still Dragon Balls. Does that mean that this world can be restored? Really? Trunks jumped up from the sofa as soon as he reacted. I'm not sure about this. Dragon Ball can only revive people with souls. I don't know if their souls are still there. Of course, Son Gohan's soul should be with King Kai of the North. After all, he is his master. As for Vegeta, I'm really not sure. You should also know that he did a lot of bad things before Earth. As for the soul, as long as it has not been reincarnated, it's fine. Cheng Yu thought for a while and explained, suppressing his curiosity and mood. It's okay, as long as we can restore this world. The rest depends on us after all. Even if they can't be resurrected, I will protect this world well. That's right. By the way, I'm also a scion, you know, you can now be said to be the only person in the entire universe with scion blood. Come on, don't disgrace this power. Cheng Yu smiled and said. Oh, by the way, you can ask your mother if she wants to become younger. After all, girls care about this matter. This matter should make her happier. Cheng Yu whispered to Trunks' ear. Okay, let's eat. Bulma's voice came. After the three of them finished their meal, Cheng Yu asked Sun Wukong's Kikai, is he still here? I am ready to take him with me. Then, 2 women and 2 men flew to the Temple of Heaven together. Arriving at the Temple of Heaven, Cheng Yu walked straight into the spiritual time and took them in, then took out the gravity room and gravity suit. Put this on and go in to train yourself first. This is a gravity suit and gravity room. Don't worry about the time. 1 year inside and 1 day outside. Then I'll see if I can teach them to use Qi, so that they can protect themselves in the future. Cheng Yu also taught Trunks how to use it, then walked towards the 2 women and taught them. Because the future world is really a bit tragic, there is no way, Cheng Yu can only do his best. And in the future, the king of all will be left with Trunks and Xiaowu because Zamasu knows the entire universe. Cheng Yu has no way to deal with this kind of thing. Cheng Yu is also trying his best to let these 2 women who are not happy with their lives learn to control their breath. They don't require high combat power, as long as they can send Qigong waves and fly. After explaining the principle to the 2 women, he demonstrated it again and asked them to feel it, then he came to the gravity room and took out a few senzu beans and gave them to Trunks. Then Cheng Yu became a non-human, adjusted the gravity to the maximum multiple that Trunks could bear, and began to let Trunks adapt to the nature of the training by himself. After that, he would teach him how to fight and perfectly control his breath and so on. Chapter 22. I don't know how long I stayed in the spirit time room. Cheng Yu also tried hard to teach Bulma and Chi-Chi how to use their breath. Fortunately, the 2 of them worked hard and finally got started. Teaching the 2 women almost broke Cheng Yu down. It was really too difficult to teach them. Cheng Yu asked them to adapt to their bodies and breath first and then came to the gravity room. Seeing Trunks sweating in training, Cheng Yu came to him and said, "Come on, fight me first. Then I will correct your movements based on your battle." Cheng Yu got ready, his eyes focused, and he whispered, "Trunks, concentrate and feel my breath." Trunks took a deep breath and nodded, and the 2 instantly entered the fighting state. Cheng Yu took the lead in attacking. He was extremely fast and rushed towards Trunks like lightning. Seeing this, Trunks immediately dodged sideways and quickly counterattacked. In the fierce battle, Cheng Yu constantly pointed out Trunks' shortcomings and gave him some technical advice. Trunks accepted it humbly and constantly adjusted his tactics. As time went on, Trunks' progress was obvious, and his strength and speed had improved significantly. Finally, Cheng Yu called a halt and smiled at Trunks with satisfaction. "Good job, Trunks. Keep up this state and you will become stronger. Trunks wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Cheng Yu gratefully. Come on, take off your gravity suit now and try it with me. Remember what I taught you. After Trunks took off his gravity suit, he felt much lighter. He confronted Cheng Yu again, his eyes full of confidence. Cheng Yu smiled and signaled to start, and the battle broke out again. Without the restraint of gravity, Trunks' movements were more agile. He flexibly avoided Cheng Yu's attacks and launched counterattacks from time to time. The two sides went back and forth, neither giving in. Trunks gradually applied the skills he learned to actual combat, and each time he attacked, he became more and more accurate and powerful. Cheng Yu nodded secretly. He saw Trunks' growth and felt relieved. After another round of wonderful attack and defense, Cheng Yu suddenly stopped and said to Trunks with a smile, "You have mastered the essentials. Keep going." Trunks clenched his fist excitedly and thanked Cheng Yu for his teaching. This battle gave him a lot of gains and made him more determined to improve his strength. Cheng Yu did not ask Trunks to wear a gravity suit. Instead, he taught him some skills, such as Kamehameha and Vegeta's Gackle Cannon, his father. Trunks also absorbed Cheng Yu's teachings little by little, and accumulated combat experience little by little in the battle with Cheng Yu. Just like a sponge absorbing little by little. During this period, Cheng Yu not only trained Trunks specifically, but also taught the two women how to use their qi, and taught them some qigong waves by the way. During this period, Cheng Yu also practiced from time to time. After all, he also needed training. Come on, Trunks, let's fight again. This time you can use Super Saiyan to attack. Trunks didn't waste any words and clenched his hands to transform into Super Saiyan, then rushed towards Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu stood in place to welcome Trunks' powerful attack. Trunks rushed towards Cheng Yu at supersonic speed, and his fist hit Cheng Yu hard with the power of destroying the world. Cheng Yu dodged sideways and then kicked Trunks in the waist. The two of them fought back and forth, and it was hard to tell. Bulma and Chi-Chi who were watching the battle were all shocked. How will this peak duel end? The fierce battle between Cheng Yu and Trunks continued, and their figures were as fast as lightning, dazzling people. Suddenly, Cheng Yu found a flaw in Trunks, and he quickly took action, defeated the enemy with one move, and knocked Trunks to the ground. Cheng Yu also slowly descended from the sky at this time, looked at Trunks, and gave him a senzu bean before slowly speaking. Actually, Super Saiyan 1 is divided into 4 stages. Didn't you find that you are now in the Super Saiyan 1 stage? Only the strength is increased, but the speed is slowed down. Cheng Yu not only explained the Super Saiyan 1 stage to Trunks, but also demonstrated it to Trunks. The most important thing for you is to practice Super Saiyan 1 at full power, and then try to see if you can break through to Super Saiyan 2. Don't worry, there is still a lot of time. After Cheng Yu finished speaking, he looked at Trunks and smiled, and then slowly explained to Trunks how to develop the transformation system, and then let Trunks maintain the most balanced Super Saiyan 1 stage and keep transforming. Trunks did the same and then sweating in the gravity room again. Cheng Yu looked at the two women outside and walked towards them. Cheng Yu did not speak but listened to their slow chat. Cheng Yu just lay down with his eyes closed and remembered everything in his previous life. Thinking back to everything he did now, even he sighed. I am really nosy, and I really can't stand bad things. Forget it, maybe I am too kind. Cheng Yu smiled, then sat up and told the two women about his time and space and some interesting things. He also shared some interesting things from his previous life with them. Because it was really boring in the spirit time room, but for Trunks, the two women never had any complaints. It can be said to be very great. Chapter 23. Time passed quickly in the spirit time chamber, and Cheng Yu and Trunks also gained something. Cheng Yu's basic combat power increased, and Trunks not only increased his basic combat power, but also developed the full power of Super Saiyan 1. Trunks, come on, fight for the last time, and then you can go and protect the things you should protect yourself. Cheng Yu said, making a starting gesture and waving at Trunks to signal him to attack first. Trunks shouted, and instantly transformed into the full power state of Super Saiyan 1, rushing towards Cheng Yu. Seeing this, Cheng Yu did not show any weakness and also fought in the form of Super Saiyan 1. The two fought hand to hand, punching each other, and neither gave in. For a while, the entire spirit time chamber was filled with the air waves generated by their fierce collision. Trunks tried his best to find Cheng Yu's flaws, but Cheng Yu's strength was no longer the same as before, and his defense was watertight. As time went by, Trunks' breathing gradually became rapid, while Cheng Yu's breath remained steady. Finally, Cheng Yu seized a mistake made by Trunks and punched him in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground. "It's okay, your strength is now much better than before. You can solve some problems by yourself." Cheng Yu gave him a senzu bean and took him to Bulma and Chi Chi. "It's okay, you can go out now. Trunks will be a real strong man in the future." Cheng Yu smiled and signaled everyone to go out. After several people went out, they breathed in the fresh air and sighed, and Cheng Yu looked at the ground of the earth under the heavenly palace. It was dilapidated, the city was in ruins, and the roads were potholes and muddy. It was simply a scene of the end of the world. "Hey, I'm going to Namek to see if the Dragon Ball can be restored. Miss Bulma and Chi Chi, you wait here for a while. Trunks will go and deal with the androids. After all, you have the ability now." "Okay, Mr. Cheng Yu, I understand." Trunks didn't say much nonsense, but rushed down the Temple of Heaven directly, and flew directly into the city to look for androids. After Cheng Yu explained to the two women, he also put his fingers together and leaned against his forehead to search for the breath of the name Qian. It took a long time to confirm and then moved over instantly. When he came to Namek, he saw the name Qian and immediately rushed forward to greet them and explained the purpose of his visit. Of course, the main reason was that he said he knew Son Goku and the others. The name Qian was naturally undecided and brought him to the elder. "Hello, I'm Sun Wukong's friend. There were originally Dragon Balls on Earth, but Sun Wukong died of a heart attack, and the others were killed by two androids. The gods on Earth were also named Qians, so they were also destroyed. That's why I need to borrow the Dragon Balls." Cheng Yu didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. "Sun Wukong, go to each village and notify them to send the Dragon Balls over. I didn't expect that the people who saved us are gone now." The elder was also very sad and sighed, but he was still very considerate and ordered to notify the people in each village to prepare to lend Cheng Yu the Dragon Balls. "By the way, elder, I want to ask if you can lend me a name Qian. We can't do without gods on Earth. I think you should have seen the previous gods, but there are no more now. So I want to ask you if it's okay." Cheng Yu also knew that it was a bit impolite to ask for people so directly, so his voice was much lower. "Of course, Sun Wukong and his friends helped us through the difficult times. Let's help them this time. Can you think about whether there are any suitable candidates?" "Candidates? Is there a name Qian who had a particularly good relationship with Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan? If possible, please ask him if he is willing to go with me. Oh, by the way, you are talking about Tian Tian. He is indeed an excellent name Qian. We can only ask him for your opinion, and we can't help you with anything else." "No problem, it's wrong to come here to disturb you, so just ask for me. Thank you very much for your help." Cheng Yu bowed deeply. It just so happened that the Dragon Ball had just been delivered at this time, so the Great Elder ordered a name Qian to help Cheng Yu make a wish, and Cheng Yu followed this person outside. With the name Qian's spell, the 7 Dragon Balls merged into one. And with the golden light shining in the sky, a dragon balloon emerged from the Dragon Balls that had just merged on the ground. Jia. The first wish is that you ask Shenlong to ask Son Goku and Son Gohan if they are willing to be resurrected. Shenlong said he can't do that, and he told me to advise you not to ask too much about this matter. As soon as this sentence came out, although Cheng Yu had doubts, he didn't dare to show it now, so Cheng Yu said the second wish. Then the second wish is to help me make the earthlings Chi-Chi and Bulma younger. The name Qian said to Shenlong Porunga. Shenlong Porunga's eyes flashed red, and he also said a few words to the name Qian on the ground, and these words were said by this name Qian to Cheng Yu. The dragon Porunga said that the first wish doesn't count, so you can make 2 more wishes. Cheng Yu was not happy after hearing this, but fell into thought, and then spoke to the name Qian. Let me have a gravity suit that can freely adjust gravity. The third wish is to let me have the ability to survive and breathe in the universe. The name Qian repeated it to the dragon Porunga word for word, and the dragon just flashed red in his eyes, and the 2 wishes were fulfilled. Chapter 24. After the name Qians made their wishes, Trunks immediately found the 2 androids for the final battle. Hey, isn't this Trunks? Why are you willing to come out to see us today? The 2 androids also looked down at Trunks from the air and teased him. Humph, today I'm here to settle accounts with you. You destroyed our homeland and killed many innocent people. Especially Gohan, I want to avenge him. After Trunks finished speaking, his aura changed immediately, and golden light surrounded Trunks in an instant, and Trunks directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Without saying a word, Trunks rushed directly towards number 17. Seeing this, number 17 smiled slightly and easily avoided Trunks' attack. However, this was just a feint by Trunks, and his real target was number 18. Trunks flashed behind number 18 and raised his fist to hit her hard. Number 18 sensed Trunks' intention and quickly turned around to try to resist, but it was too late. The punch hit No 18's face hard. She stepped back a few steps, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Trunks, you dare to hurt me! Number 18 roared angrily, and her eyes became more fierce. Trunks ignored No 18's provocation. He attacked again and started a fierce battle with the 2. Trunks became more and more courageous, and number 17 gradually fell into a disadvantage. Seeing this, number 18 decided to use her ultimate move. She gathered energy and prepared to launch a Qigong wave. At this moment, Trunks saw the opportunity and used the Kamehameha Qigong taught to him by Cheng Yu. The powerful force instantly overwhelmed number 18, and she was blown away. Number 18 fell heavily to the ground and could not move. Trunks walked up to her, looked down at her and said, "This is what happens when you hurt others." After saying that, Trunks dodged behind number 17, and number 17 didn't react and was blown away by Trunks. Number 17 fell to the ground and vomited blood. He struggled to stand up, but his body didn't obey. Trunks looked at number 17 in front of him, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. "You lost, No 17. Trunks said. Trunks fired a Kamehameha Lingju, and number 17 was directly submerged in this energy bomb and disappeared. And number 18 felt the emotion of loss for the first time when he looked at Trunks who was coming towards him and number 17 who had disappeared. But Trunks would not tell them more. Trunks had waited for this day for a long time, Son Gohan had waited for a long time, and even all mankind had waited for a long time. Trunks fired an energy bomb, the familiar routine, the familiar ending. Number 18 also completely disappeared from this world. After Cheng Yu made a wish, he thanked the name Qian and came to the elder. The elder immediately spoke when he saw the person coming. "You are here, young man. This is the name Qian who was with Son Gohan at the beginning. His name is Tian Tian, and he is a very outstanding dragon. Then Tian Tian, are you willing to go to Earth with me to be a god?" Cheng Yu nodded to the elder and squatted down and looked at Tian Tian and said. Tian Tian actually had no reluctance, but he was a little reluctant to leave his hometown and tribe, and now the elder was still next to him, of course he was very nervous. "Go, Tian Tian, you are our excellent name Qian and a real dragon. I believe you can do it well." The elder also saw Tianation's embarrassment, so he spoke to comfort him. "Then I am willing. I also want to see what the people who can defeat Mr. Sun Wukong and his people look like. Thank you, Great Elder. I will take the people away. Thank you for your help this time. Now I may have to go back to deal with some trivial matters. I will visit you later when I have time. Let's go, Tian Tian. Cheng Yu also explained to the Great Elder to avoid any misunderstandings. Go, Tian Tian, you must remember that you are our excellent Dragon Clan member. Cheng Yu thanked him, bowed deeply, put his hand on Tianatian's shoulder, and then teleported to the earth. Chapter 25. Cheng Yu took Tian Tian away from Namek and came to the Temple of the Gods on earth. Because there was a successor to the gods, Popo also woke up. When he saw Bulma and Shishi, Cheng Yu also explained why their husbands did not resurrect. Because the two women had experienced this series of things, they were very open-minded. After destroying the two androids, Trunks immediately notified the surviving humans on Earth. Although they were all in the base, Trunks ran to notify the bases one by one. At first, no one believed it, but later someone went out to see, and then they rushed out to see their homes. People stood on the ruins and cheered and shouted. Every survivor was loudly venting the depression and grievances for so long. Cheng Yu left and flew back to Bulma's home with the two women. After venting, people also planned to rebuild their homes. Everyone was doing their part, and the work began in an orderly manner. After Trunks notified, he also participated. Well, Bulma, why don't you fill up the time machine with energy first and let me go back? I still want to go back to my own time and space. Cheng Yu said to Bulma while lying on the sofa in Bulma's house. You may have to wait for a while, because the energy of the time machine is very rare, so it is not easy to collect. Sorry. It's okay, just go back before the androids appear in our place. I will go to the Temple of Heaven to practice these days. When it's done, you can tell Trunks to come find me. Let's go. After saying that, he flew out without waiting for Bulma to reply. Bulma looked at Cheng Yu's actions without saying much, and looked at Chi Chi. There was no other emotion in their eyes, just gratitude. In fact, why did Cheng Yu leave so quickly? Because he couldn't stand the feeling of being alone with girls, or two girls. For a hot-blooded man who has been single for 2 lifetimes, it was directly stressful, so Cheng Yu left. When he arrived at the Temple of Heaven, Cheng Yu also chatted with Tian Tian and Mr. Bobo, then said hello and went to practice in the Spirit Time House. Cheng Yu originally wanted to take a break, but on the other hand, even if he slept in the Spirit Time House, he would only sleep 1 day for a year outside, and how could he sleep for a year? So he went straight to the Spirit Time House. Cheng Yu did not rest, but put on the gravity suit, took out the gravity room, and adjusted the gravity to the gravity he could practice before starting to exercise. Originally, he should have practiced in the Spirit Time House some time ago, but Trunks and Cheng Yu's basic combat power was really much worse, so he just started practicing alone now. System, I have been in this world for about a week, plus the time in that world and the time in the Spirit Time House, it can be said that it is a very long time. Sign in. Cheng Yu thought that since he had been here for such a long time, he should be able to sign in something better this time. So he also called out the system to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting. Choice 1, Basic Combat Power x 1 billion, Senzu Beans x 100. Choice 2, Super Saiyan 3 Breakthrough Training Method and Super Saiyan 3 Full Power Training Method, Senzu Beans x 100. Cheng Yu looked at these 2 rewards without even hesitation, and said directly. System, choose sign in 2. As Cheng Yu's voice fell, a message was transmitted to Cheng Yu's mind by the system. Cheng Yu checked it bit by bit, fearing that he had missed something. After reading it, Cheng Yu also found a difference from the original plot, that is, the Super Saiyan 3 that Sun Wukong cultivated on King Kai's planet was not a complete form, and the full power Super Saiyan 3 mentioned by the system was different from the original plot. In short, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation described in the original plot is that the combat power increases greatly, the consumption is huge, and the burden on the body is also correspondingly very large. It cannot be used for a long time, and the consumption and burden are not proportional to the increase. According to the system's training method, these problems will not occur as long as you can practice to the full power of Super Saiyan 3, but the increase is still exactly the same as the original plot. It can only be said that the consumption and burden are balanced, and the transformation can be maintained for a long time in battle. In fact, according to the original plot, Super Saiyan 3 is a wrong transformation, but Cheng Yu does not think so. The so-called Super Saiyan 3 is an instant burst. In battle, you can instantly burst out the combat power that exceeds the enemy, and the result of winning or losing may be reversed, so it is still very practical. Cheng Yu's combat power is actually fully capable of breakthrough, but Cheng Yu had never tried to break through a new transformation, so the increase in cultivation has always been basic combat power. Now that he knows how to break through, Cheng Yu also left and began to try. Chapter 26. The transformations of Scions are varied, but they all remain the same. The core is the tail. The Scion's original power and the giant ape's power are both tails. In fact, you can transform and practice without a tail, but it will be much easier with a tail than without a tail. In the original plot, Sun Wukong and Vegeta took the God route because they lost their new transformation form without a tail. Instead, they could only wrap the power of God in the transformation of Super Scions and further transform into Super Scions with God's power and God's energy. Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3 are actually the basic transformations of Scions, just like the 5-stage transformation of the Frozen Demon Clan. This is a private setting, so I have to explain it. And the subsequent transformations are either transformed through the Scion's original power and the giant ape, or they can only take the God route. But Cheng Yu thought that he had a tail and a system beyond the norm. So these two are what he wants to try and master. Back in the present spiritual time house, Cheng Yu shook his head and threw away those unrealistic ideas after thinking it through, and began to concentrate on breaking through himself. Cheng Yu took a deep breath, gathered the energy in his body together, and then gradually gathered it on his back and tail to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Then he gathered the emitted breath into his body. His body began to emit a dazzling light, and his breath became stronger and stronger. With a roar, Cheng Yu gathered all the physical breath on his back and then gathered it on his hair. With the shining golden light, his hair grew to waist, and the golden flames wrapped around his body, and his eyebrows were covered by the flames. Because of the disappearance of eyebrows and the protrusion of facial bones, the whole person looked very fierce. He felt the surging power in his body, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Next, he will work harder to practice, master more transformation forms, and become the strongest Scion. Cheng Yu did not waste any words and tried his best to adapt to this Super Saiyan 3. Of course, after adapting, he would keep transforming and gathering his breath. Because the breath of the Super Saiyan 3 that had just been broken was too huge, the space in the spirit time house seemed to have been torn and broken. So Cheng Yu also began to adapt to his transformation and then went into the air, otherwise this good place for training would be gone. Cheng Yu didn't know how long he would have to stay, so he could only control himself first. When Cheng Yu was finally able to perfectly adapt to the transformation state and freely control his own energy, he took action without hesitation. He immediately increased the gravity setting of the gravity room and the gravity suit on his body, placing himself in an environment that always maintained high gravity, and then officially started training. The purpose of this is to ensure that his body and mind can adapt to this high-intensity pressure, and constantly challenge himself and break through the limit. Cheng Yu trained hard in a high-gravity environment, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. His muscles were tense, and every movement required great strength. As time passed, Cheng Yu's body gradually adapted to the oppression of high gravity. At this time, he began to try some more complex techniques and tactics. He simulated battle scenes and fought fiercely with virtual opponents. Every attack and defense made him more familiar with the ability of Super Saiyan 3. During the training process, Cheng Yu found that his speed and strength had improved significantly. He was able to easily perform powerful shock waves and even launch multiple Qigong waves in succession. His self-confidence also increased. However, Cheng Yu was not satisfied with this. He knew that to become a truly powerful Saiyan, he needed to constantly explore and break through his limits. So he decided to challenge more difficult training. As time went on, Cheng Yu's body began to sound the alarm. The high-gravity environment and long-term training pushed his body to its limit. He felt exhausted, his breathing was rapid, and sweat fell like rain. Cheng Yu realized that he could not hold on any longer, and his body could no longer withstand the pressure. He struggled to lift the transformation of Super Saiyan 3, and his body instantly lost its powerful support. Cheng Yu panted and collapsed to the ground. His body seemed to be hollowed out and unable to move. However, his heart was full of satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. Through this hard training, he had a clearer understanding of his strength and found his shortcomings. After a short rest, Cheng Yu slowly stood up. He knew he still had a long way to go. He decided to pay more attention to the load and recovery of the body in future training to avoid getting injured again. He dragged his tired body out of the gravity room, took out the magic beans in the system space and took one by himself, then went outside the gravity room and into the spiritual time house. What greeted him whilst here was fresh air and bright sunlight outside. Cheng Yu took a deep breath and felt the power of nature. He believed that as long as he persevered, he would be able to become the most powerful Saiyan. Chapter 27. I don't know how much time has passed, because I have been staying in the gravity room all the time, even sleeping in the high gravity inside, so Cheng Yu can't see the clock in the spiritual time house. Because of the crazy training during this period, Cheng Yu's control over Super Saiyan 3 and the time of transformation have also increased. Compared with the pain of just transforming and being forced to release it, the burden brought by the transformation will not be as embarrassing as before. As Cheng Yu became more and more proficient in the transformation he mastered, Cheng Yu also found that there was no place to develop in this form. The training method given by the system was also very simple and crude, that is, change the method of gathering qi, and don't burst out the complete qi in an instant. In fact, the principle of Super Saiyan 3 is to burst out all the qi of the body in an instant to achieve amplification. After all, the method given by the system was not in the original plot, so Cheng Yu had to be the pioneer. Cheng Yu first took a fairy bean to restore his physical strength. Then he began to gather the breath and burst it out instantly. With the golden light shining, Cheng Yu also successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. After the transformation, Cheng Yu did not intend to stop, but took a deep breath. Hui! He clenched his fists and closed his eyes silently. Feeling the huge and vast breath in his body, Cheng Yu clenched his teeth. The golden air waves around Cheng Yu gradually disappeared, and the breath was gathered in Cheng Yu's body and not released. But now, because the transformation of Super Saiyan 3 is maintained by the breath that bursts out instantly, and now it is all collected in the body without bursting, it can be said that the burden on the body is completely unbearable. And our protagonist Cheng Yu clenched his teeth and endured it, and maintained the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. Suddenly Cheng Yu opened his eyes, and then controlled the breath on the tail again to proceed to the next step. When the breath was all on the tail, Cheng Yu immediately howled again, and then endured the burden of the body and gathered the breath little by little in various parts of the body and then slowly mobilized it to release. After the tail had no breath, Cheng Yu also used the air waves emitted by the body. Use the tail to surround the golden air waves around the body. As the golden light shone in the gravity room, the golden light around Cheng Yu gradually surrounded him into a sphere. About a minute later, the golden light completely dissipated. Cheng Yu, whose golden hair reached his waist and eyebrows appeared in the middle of the gravity room. The golden air waves around his body were not as big as before, but instead there was a golden light flashing around his golden tail. That's right, now it is the full power of Super Saiyan 3 cultivated as a reward given by the system. Cheng Yu also exhaled after success. It was really uncomfortable just now, but fortunately it succeeded. It seems that gaining weight is the same now, and the control of breath can be better and more perfectly controlled. And now the attachment to the body is not as big as before, because I can perfectly control my breath. It seems that this transformation also controls the breath more accurately. Cheng Yu carefully felt the changes brought about by the transformation of Super Saiyan 3 full power. In simple terms, the burden is smaller and the breath control is more accurate. Compared with the transformation of ordinary Super Saiyan 3, this form transformation can last longer. Of course, because this form itself can be said to be a wrong transformation, it is now the only development of this form. It can only be said that this form is to find a small error in a pile of errors to modify and balance it. But the basic framework is already wrong, so there is generally no way. Cheng Yu maintained the transformation to conduct adaptive training. Step by step, he improved the areas that needed his attention. And step by step, he made the body's mastery of the transformation more and more complete. Cheng Yu constantly challenged his limits. He set a higher difficulty in the gravity room to accelerate the adaptation to the full power transformation of Super Saiyan 3. Sweat fell like rain, but his eyes were firm. Every attack was carried with unparalleled power, causing the equipment in the gravity room to fall. As time went on, Cheng Yu gradually mastered the skills of using power after transformation. He found that he could not only control his breath freely, but also integrate this powerful force into his moves to double its power. At this time, Cheng Yu decided to try a new skill. He concentrated his energy, gathered all the energy in his hands, and then swung forward with force. A dazzling golden light wave instantly broke through the wall of the gravity room and shot straight into the sky. That's right, it's not the kind of Qigong wave released by Kamehameha. It's the Qigong wave released by Super Saiyan energy, which is more violent and violent. The destructive power is even more amazing, but the disadvantage is that it can only be used when transformed. What name should we give it? How about calling it Dog Bomb? Cheng Yu laughed at himself. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided on a name, Super Energy Wave. Chapter 28. That gentleman went in and exceeded the time immediately. Could it be that he forgot the time or couldn't get out? Tian Tian said while looking at the spirit time house in the Heavenly God Temple. After 2 days of Bobo's introduction, Tian Tian also learned some of the situation on Earth and the things in the Heavenly God Temple, so seeing that Cheng Yu had not come out after 2 days, he asked. But just after he finished speaking, before Tian Tian could reply, Cheng Yu opened the door of the spirit time house and walked out. Wow, Tian Tian took office so soon. Is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry. Cheng Yu touched his stomach and said to Mr. Bobo and Tian Tian in front of him. Yes, wait a moment, I'll prepare it for you. Bobo walked away immediately. As time passed, Cheng Yu also ate the feast prepared by Bobo in the Heavenly God Temple. Although the taste was not very good, for Cheng Yu, who had eaten fairy beans in the spirit time house for 2 years, this was simply a delicacy from the mountains and the sea. After dinner, Cheng Yu moved a recliner from the Tian Shen temple and sat on it. Tian Tian and Mr. Bobo also moved a chair over. The 3 of them also sat on the edge of the Tian Shen temple and watched the setting sun. Cheng Yu sighed at the beautiful scenery and said, Wow, it's really beautiful. I've never seen it before. I was always busy with work before, and I didn't even observe my own body carefully. I haven't seen such a beautiful scenery. Mr. Cheng Yu, didn't you see the sunset in your time and space? Tian Tian was also surprised. In fact, Cheng Yu was talking about his previous life. Because of work, he never felt the people or things around him carefully. It can be said that he missed a lot of things. Now he sighed in response to the situation, but how could Tian Tian know? No, in that time and space I was an abandoned scion baby, so I have been living on a deserted planet. Since I was on that planet, I have been training hard to avenge their abandonment. So I have never observed the things around me. Cheng Yu used the same trick to deceive Vegeta to deceive Tian Tian. What was your final result, Mr. Cheng Yu? Did you find it back? Tian Tian did not dare to continue talking after saying this. It's okay. Later, the scions became extinct. When I had the ability to find it back, everything disappeared. Even the name Cheng Yu was given to myself. Maybe there is me in this world, but I was just a little unlucky and didn't survive when I was abandoned. Cheng Yu said expressionlessly at this time. But he thought in his heart, program-style deception method, one person keeps silent when he says it. No one can beat my talent, ha 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 ha. Tian Tian did not speak either. The three of them just watched the setting sun quietly and went to rest. Cheng Yu couldn't sleep in bed, so he said. System, do you think I can go back? I want to go back to my original world and feel the feeling of home. Ding, I don't know that. I just know that I was bound to you when I woke up. I don't know anything else. In short, I am just a program with wisdom. Then do you know family, love, and friendship? Ding, the system has no entity, I don't know. Then system, do you think there is any way to give you an entity so that you can live like a normal person? You can't move and experience life in your current state. I still thank you very much. Ding. It's good that the host doesn't scold the system. In simple terms, according to human knowledge, you are a scumbag. Of course, you care about this system, and this system is still very touched. What? You know all this? Besides, how could I be a scumbag? I haven't even gotten along with girls. Ding, when the host doesn't use the system, he calls it a broken system, and when he needs it, he calls it a system dad. If this is not a two-faced person and a scumbag, what is it? Forget it, go to sleep and have a good rest. Let's talk about tomorrow's things tomorrow. Have a good rest today. Good night, Tongzi. Cheng Yu closed his eyes and rested on the bed after he finished speaking. And in another space that does not belong to this world, a spherical light group also silently said good night in his heart. Chapter 29. After a long time, Cheng Yu's combat power is growing rapidly. Through continuous practice and exercise, his body is getting stronger and stronger. Cheng Yu stayed in the Temple of Heaven for a long time, and from time to time he went to the city on earth to buy some things. It can be said that he lived a completely ordinary life again. System, you said that I have almost practiced Super Saiyan 3 now, so how to practice the transformation after that? And who is stronger, the Super Saiyan God or the ordinary Saiyan blood transformation? Cheng Yu asked suddenly. In fact, after so much practice, Cheng Yu also found that the development of this transformation has reached its limit, and if he wants to continue to practice and become stronger, he can only break through to the next stage or only practice basic combat power. Ding, Super God and blood transformation are basically the same. For example, Super Saiyan 4 is a blood transformation, which actually relies on the strength of the physical body to break the shackles, while Super Saiyan God relies on divine power to practice. Cheng Yu also understood the reason after listening to the system's words. One relies on his own strength, and the other relies on external forces. One relies on the flesh, the other relies on energy. Then system, can you sign me in? Give me something better, such as a direct reward for transformation. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in. Option 1, Combat Power x 2 billion, Senzu Beans x 100. Option 2, Skill Artificial Moon, Senzu Beans x 100, Conditions and Cultivation Methods for Stimulating Blood Transformation. Option 2. There is no need to hesitate at all. As the things rewarded by the system were directly instilled into Cheng Yu's mind, Cheng Yu also began to carefully check the so-called cultivation method. After a long time of checking and understanding, he finally understood what transformation was. In fact, the transformation of scions requires stimulating blood first, and then further completing the transformation of giant apes through the form of Super Scion 3. However, this transformation is not easy, because it has extremely high requirements for physical strength and breath control. If these two aspects cannot meet the standards, then the transformation cannot be successfully achieved. Only when the body is strong enough and the breath control has reached a certain level, can this difficult transformation be successfully completed. After understanding, Cheng Yu began to ask his system. System, I should be able to try to transform now, will I lose my mind after transforming into a giant ape? Ding, you are questioning this system. The scion blood given by the system is pure scion blood, without any impurities. It is impossible for a giant ape to lose its mind. After listening to the system's words, Cheng Yu began to think, and then seriously said. So that means if, after the Super Scion 4 transformation, he masters the power of God, will the combat power increase more? And if the giant ape is transformed into a golden giant ape, then if I directly use the giant ape to transform into a golden giant ape after Super Scion 3 is directly superimposed to perform blood transformation, then would it be more awesome? Ding, host, you can try it, anyway, no one has tried this. If it really works, you should be considered to have opened up a different route. But if your physical strength is not up to standard, you may have a chance of exploding and dying if you force the transformation. Cheng Yu straightened up immediately after hearing this, and said to himself. For this thing, let's do it normally. I don't want to be the first person to transform myself into nothingness. Chapter 30. Having stayed in the Temple of Heaven for more than half a year, Cheng Yu witnessed the whole process of the earth in the future world from being in ruins to being rebuilt by people. Today, the earth has roughly restored the life of the past. The once deserted city ruins have been gradually cleaned up and rebuilt, high-rise buildings have been erected again, the streets are neat and orderly, and vehicles shuttle through them. People's faces are filled with expectations and hopes for future life, as if they have forgotten the pain and sorrow of the past. The advancement of science and technology has made resource recycling and reuse possible, green energy is widely used, and the environment is effectively protected. In this process, Cheng Yu not only witnessed the tenacity and wisdom of mankind, but also felt the power of unity and cooperation. He knows that only by working together can the earth be revitalized. And he himself has been growing and improving in this process, and is full of confidence in the future. In addition to practicing in the Temple of Heaven, Cheng Yu also helps people here rebuild their homes on the earth in the future world. Then he will also have time to see Trunks to guide and help him train. During this period, although Cheng Yu was alone in this world, the people here were very enthusiastic, and he also experienced emotions that he could not experience in his previous life. Cheng Yu also lived alone in his previous life. He went to work and slept after work. Friends were very busy at work and rarely contacted each other, and family members rarely contacted each other. And here, maybe the people here have experienced this artificial human crisis, and now it is peaceful. Everyone is full of happy smiles even if they are tired of construction. In this other rest time, Cheng Yu is living a life of training and relaxation. He realized that he had been pursuing something too much before, whether in his previous life or this life. Since he understood the conditions for his blood transformation, he understood that he could not excessively pursue new power and new transformation, otherwise it would affect his life. Cheng Yu often lay on the Tian Shen temple and looked up at the stars, recalling the bits and pieces of his previous life, and realized that he had made the same mistake of excessive pursuit of power and neglect of life. He remembered what Master Kame said to his disciples in the original plot, "Eat well, sleep well, and rest well." This sentence was mentioned both when he first taught his disciples and in the final instructions of the Tournament of Power. Now, Cheng Yu finally understood the deep meaning of this sentence. The body is your own. If the mentality is not good or the body is not fully relaxed for a long time, there will be problems. What is even more incredible is that some people would give up their lives for power. Now, especially after learning that the blood transformation of Super Saiyan 4 not only requires a strong physique, but also must have extremely strong basic combat power, and more importantly, it requires a relaxed and comfortable mental power to resist the violent will in the blood. Cheng Yu finally realized this and thus started his unrestrained and free new life. Since knowing this, Cheng Yu has not continued the previous crazy self-exertion training, but instead carried out basic training and lived happily according to the physical condition. Although the training is not as crazy as before, Cheng Yu also specifies the training content and time according to his own special training, and no longer overworks and consumes the body. Of course, when he was bored, in addition to traveling around the earth and helping ordinary earthlings, Cheng Yu also seriously thought about his life and power. What is power used for? Why do I have to pursue that powerful power? What am I for? No one knows these questions, so Cheng Yu casually talked about them with Bobo in the Temple of Heaven that day, but Bobo's answer made Cheng Yu fall into deep thinking. Many people become demons after they have powerful power, and some people become justice. Many people guard and protect. Some people retaliate. Everyone has their own ideas. Of course, the most important thing is to see who you want to be. Cheng Yu went from not understanding and not accepting this sentence to gradually understanding it in his life on earth, and then to empathy, and Cheng Yu also thought about it. Cheng Yu nodded thoughtfully, looking into the distance with a firm gaze. I think I have found the answer. Strength is not just for satisfying selfish desires or pursuing power, but for protecting and guarding those who are important to me. From then on, Cheng Yu practiced harder. He understood that only by constantly improving his strength could he better protect everything he cherished. In a crisis when the Earth was attacked by androids, Trunks stepped forward. He used his powerful strength to fight fiercely with the androids. In the end, he successfully protected the Earth, and became a hero in people's hearts. Cheng Yu knows that the true meaning of power lies in responsibility and commitment. He will continue to move forward and use his power to protect the peace and tranquility of the universe. As the saying goes, if you come, you should make the best of it. Then, the power that Cheng Yu pursues in this world in the future must be justice and hope, not a powerful demon. He is a person who protects the smiles of friends, companions, and family. Chapter 31. I have to say that the technology in this future world is indeed advanced, and after the disaster, humans have a great sense of crisis. Cheng Yufei sighed as he watched the city being rebuilt from the ruins in the air. It turned out that Cheng Yu had just gone to Bulma's house and was told that the time machine was almost ready, and it could be set off as long as it was debugged. It would take at most a week, and now Cheng Yu also flew back to the Temple of Heaven to continue to rest for a few days. After observing and living in this world for so long, Cheng Yu finally had a sense of belonging, just like in his previous life. Instead of thinking that I was just a passerby, there was no barrier. When the hurdle in his heart was completely crossed, Cheng Yu also sighed, and suddenly Cheng Yu's body breath became calm, and he felt as if the mechanism or shackles of his body were broken. System, what's going on? Why do I suddenly feel like this mechanism is open? Cheng Yu couldn't figure it out, so he opened the final method and summoned the system. Ding! Because you have completely integrated into this Dragon Ball universe. After the barrier in your heart disappears, you are marked with the expression and aura of the Dragon Ball universe, which means that you are now a creature of the Dragon Ball universe. Even if someone investigates, they can find your information in the Dragon Ball universe. Is that so? In other words, now that I have come out with memories of my previous life, I am completely a person of the Dragon Ball world. Cheng Yu understood what the system said, and then said, Ding, that's right, the will of the Dragon Ball universe has labeled you, which means that you are a creature of this world view. By the way, the reason why you practiced slowly before was because you didn't have a universe label, and the Dragon Ball universe didn't recognize you, but now your practice speed will be very fast. I said it. In the original plot, Sun Wukong practiced from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan God in less than a few years. I have been in the spirit time house in the real world for almost 10 years before I became Super Saiyan 3. I said why it is unreasonable. Cheng Yu finally understood the reason, but he didn't think too much about this problem. Because he has also completely integrated into the life of the Dragon Ball world. But now that he can practice faster, Cheng Yu is also thinking about whether to repair the blood transformation of Super Saiyan 4 before returning to that world, so that he will basically not encounter any crisis in that world after returning. Thinking about it, anyway, after resting for so long, it's time to move around. Although I have been practicing, it has been very easy during this period, not the hard training before. My body is a little unfamiliar and I feel a little rusty. As I thought about it, I came up with a very good idea. I called Trunks to come along. I can guide his training, and I can also study new transformations. And I can also do some exercises with him when I feel itchy. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone, perfect. He took action immediately and instantly moved to Trunks' house and explained to Bulma that it would only take 2 days. Trunks also wanted to become stronger, so he agreed without hesitation. But he didn't know what was waiting for him. After picking up Trunks, Cheng Yu immediately took him to the spirit time room. 2 years in here should be enough for him to successfully break through the new transformation. If nothing unexpected happens, Trunks should be able to break through as long as he works hard. During the time he lived in this world, Trunks had been training hard since Cheng Yu's last teaching in the spirit time room, and he didn't slack off at all. And Cheng Yu also had a relaxed life on Earth during this period, so sometimes he also taught him training appropriately. After his own development and training, he also noticed that he had basically developed all the Super Saiyan 1 transformations that could be developed. And his combat power did not increase as much as before, so after multiple reasons, Trunks followed Cheng Yu without hesitation. In the spirit time room, Cheng Yu took out the old 3 things, the gravity room, the gravity suit and the senzu beans, and started the most basic training with Trunks. In fact, this can only be regarded as a warm-up. And the horror is still to come. Chapter 32. Bang bang bang. The sound of Trunks and Cheng Yu's fists colliding could be heard in the air. The 2 sides fought back and forth, neither giving in, and it was hard to tell who would win for a while. Suddenly, Trunks used his ultimate move, Qigong Wave, a powerful energy beam attacked Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu dodged sideways, then counterattacked. His speed was extremely fast, rushing towards Trunks like lightning. Just as the 2 were about to collide, Cheng Yu dodged Trunks' fist again, and then came behind Trunks and punched Trunks into the ground. Hey, Trunks, is this all your strength? Is this the result of your own training? Be serious. Show your true strength. Do you still want this world to be transformed into its original state in the future? Think about Bulma's original old appearance, think about Son Gohan's sacrifice for this world, is this all your strength? Cheng Yuhao questioned Trunks mercilessly in order to stimulate his own strength, because the anger of the Saiyans can enhance their combat effectiveness. Trunks fell to the ground, listening to Cheng Yu's questioning, clenching his fists tightly, recalling the past memories. This big boy who guarded the future world alone shed tears of unwillingness. Cheng Yu saw that the effect was not very good, so he thought for a while and immediately spoke again. What are your tears? Do you know why people in this world sacrifice? Because Son Gohan has a strong talent but he wasted his talent. He is an absolute waste, and you, Trunks, even have to stand behind the waste, you are not even as good as waste. Trunks listened to Cheng Yu's words and stood up. Looking at Cheng Yu in the air, Trunks' fists were bleeding. But he didn't care about his own situation, but shouted loudly. Brother Gohan is not a waste. Neither am I. After speaking, the momentum around Trunks changed instantly, and the surrounding atmosphere became violent at this time, and this atmosphere formed a vortex with Trunks as the center. Trunks didn't care about his own physical condition, but was overwhelmed by anger. Regardless of anything in the outside world, he closed his eyes tightly and recalled everything Son Gohan said and did in his mind. When the aura around Trunks completely formed a vortex with Trunks as the center, Cheng Yu showed a barely perceptible smile in the air. Gohan is not a waste. Ah! Trunks roared, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. With this roar, Trunks' hair began to change. The hair that was originally hanging down gradually stood up, and the color also changed from lavender to gold. At the same time, the surrounding aura vortex gradually disappeared, replaced by golden light surrounding Trunks. These lights tightly wrapped Trunks, forming a sphere. This spherical light kept flickering, emitting powerful energy fluctuations, as if protecting Trunks' entire body. At this moment, the light suddenly disappeared. The golden light around Trunks spread out like waves, and finally gathered around his body. His hair also changed, standing straight back and turning into a dazzling gold. At the same time, flashes of lightning appeared around him, as if adding a mysterious and powerful aura to him. The whole scene was full of science fiction and fantasy atmosphere, which made people shocked. Cheng Yu felt the change in Trunks' breath, his face changed slightly, but he did not retreat. He took a deep breath, exerted all his strength, and attacked Trunks. However, Trunks was extremely fast and easily avoided Cheng Yu's attack. Trunks launched a counterattack. His attack was as fierce as a storm, and Cheng Yu could only support it. In the fierce battle, Trunks gradually gained the upper hand, and his eyes revealed unprecedented anger, determination, and confidence. In the end, Trunks won with one move and knocked Cheng Yu to the ground. He looked at Cheng Yu, who fell to the ground, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. However, although Cheng Yu was knocked to the ground, he smiled, stood up, patted the dust on his body and said, "I see you are overwhelmed by the power of anger, so, let me help you recover." Cheng Yu shouted, and a strong aura emanated from his body. His hair stood up and turned golden, and golden arcs shone around him. His eyes also turned golden, revealing infinite power. Trunks felt the change in Cheng Yu and was shocked. He didn't expect Cheng Yu to be able to enter the Super Saiyan 2 state, and the energy was so powerful. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of hostility. A fierce battle was about to break out. Cheng Yu and Trunks rushed towards each other at the same time, their fists collided with the power of destroying the world, and instantly triggered a violent explosion. In the smoke and dust, the two took a few steps back. Trunks widened his eyes and looked at Cheng Yu in disbelief. He thought he was strong enough, but he didn't expect Cheng Yu to be able to share the same strength with him. Cheng Yu sneered, he could feel the power in his body surging, as if it would never run out. He approached Trunks step by step, with unparalleled pressure in every step. Trunks gritted his teeth, he knew he couldn't retreat. He concentrated his energy and improved his combat effectiveness again, ready to meet Cheng Yu's attack. At this moment, Cheng Yu opposite Trunks disappeared, which made Trunks obviously panic at this moment, but the enemy would not give you this momentary opportunity. Cheng Yu flashed to Trunks and punched him with a punch. This punch was directly hit at Trunks with the energy of Super Saiyan 2. Trunks obviously didn't react because of the panic just now. When he just reacted and felt the majestic energy, it was too late. Trunks was directly hit by this punch and slid on the ground. The power of this punch was obviously quite strong. Trunks fell down directly after being knocked back by this punch. Because the previous battle consumed a lot of energy, his body had reached its limit, and he was hit by Cheng Yuquan's full force. Trunks' condition at this time can be said to be worse. He felt weak all over, as if all his strength was drained. Every breath became extremely difficult, and his lungs hurt as if they were hit by a heavy hammer. His vision began to blur, and then he fainted and fell to the ground on the spot. Trunks, who was experiencing three good things coming together, couldn't bear so much joy and fell to the ground, fainting with a large amount of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 33. Seeing that Trunks might not wake up in a short time because of the transformation, Cheng Yu casually fed him a senzu bean and helped him lie on the other side. Cheng Yu himself flew for a long time and stopped when he could no longer see Trunks. Because he didn't know when Trunks would wake up, Cheng Yu was ready to try to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Cheng Yu stood up with his head held high, his eyes full of determination. He took a deep breath and began to mobilize the vast energy in his body. Cheng Yu put his hands together and gathered all the energy in his body into his palms. A dazzling light gradually condensed in his hands. As he continued to inject energy, the light became stronger and stronger, and finally formed a moon emitting soft light. When the moon was high in the sky, Cheng Yu looked up and stared at it, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, his body began to change dramatically. His body continued to expand, his muscles bulged rapidly, and his bones made a crackling sound. The originally neat clothes were torn, revealing a furry body. His face also began to distort and his fangs gradually grew out. After a while, Cheng Yu turned into a huge and majestic gorilla. He beat his chest and roared deafeningly, as if announcing his powerful strength to the whole world. The gorilla in Cheng Yu's incarnation was majestic in the moonlight, but his clear eyes showed that he had not lost his mind. He stood in place, concentrating again, preparing for a more amazing transformation. Cheng Yu began to mobilize the energy of the Super Saiyan in his body, which rushed through his huge body. At first, the hair on his body trembled slightly, as if responding to this powerful force. As the energy continued to gather, the hair on the gorilla's body gradually glowed with golden light, which spread rapidly from shallow to deep. Cheng Yu's body also expanded further in the light, becoming larger and more powerful. When the light completely covered his body, Cheng Yu successfully transformed into a golden giant ape. His golden hair shone brightly in the moonlight, like an unshakable golden mountain. His eyes emitted a fiery light, and his powerful breath made the surrounding air tremble. After Cheng Yu successfully transformed into a golden giant ape, the bloody and brutal scene suddenly emerged in his mind. Those cruel scenes hit his consciousness like a tide, trying to control his mind. However, Cheng Yu relied on his strong mental power to fight against it tenaciously. He built a solid defense line deep in his heart to prevent this violent energy from breaking through the shackles of reason. His breathing became heavy and rapid, and his huge body trembled slightly, but his eyes revealed a firm light. Every time the bloody picture in his mind tried to gain the upper hand, Cheng Yu concentrated more and suppressed it with force. In this fierce mental battle, Cheng Yu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, but he always gritted his teeth and did not succumb to the evil power. Gradually, the violent energy began to slowly subside under the control of his powerful mental power, and Cheng Yu finally regained control of his body and consciousness. Cheng Yu tried hard to control the huge body of the golden giant ape. After a short period of adaptation, he immediately took the next step. He concentrated his energy and tried to take the vast and boundless breath surrounding his body into his body bit by bit. I saw that the powerful breath that originally permeated around him, as if summoned, slowly gathered towards his body and gradually merged into it. After completing this step, Cheng Yu did not stop at all, and then began to mobilize all the energy in his body to gather it all to the tail. The energy flowed rapidly in his body and rushed towards the direction of the tail. The thick tail began to tremble slightly, as if to welcome this surging powerful force. The golden light surged like a tide, quickly wrapped Cheng Yu in it, forming a dazzling sphere. Under the cover of this light, Cheng Yu's huge golden giant ape body began to undergo wonderful changes. His body gradually shrank in the light, his originally sturdy limbs slowly became slender, and his huge body gradually shrank. The golden hair also became tighter as his body shrank, and the light flickered between the hair, like a dream. Throughout the process, the golden light continued to shine, and the powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. Cheng Yu was constantly transforming in the baptism of this light, as if he was about to usher in a new form. The golden light spread out like gorgeous fireworks and disappeared into the endless void. However, Cheng Yu was still surrounded by a mysterious red light, as if it was a shield protecting him. In the air, the electricity crisscrossed like a silver snake, illuminating the entire space. In this thrilling atmosphere, the red light gradually dissipated. When the light completely faded, Cheng Yu's figure finally appeared clearly. Yes, it was Cheng Yu who had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His black hair became more messy and longer, and was draped over his shoulders wantonly, like an unruly storm. His chest and palms were covered with red body hair, which seemed like burning flames, showing the original wildness and power of the Saiyans. Cheng Yu stood tall and exuded unparalleled domineering aura, as if he was a god of war from ancient times, ready to meet all challenges. Cheng Yu slowly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the feeling of the vast energy in his body. His expression was solemn and focused, as if he was communicating silently with this powerful force. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and everything around became extremely quiet, with only Cheng Yu's breathing and the subtle sound of energy surging in his body. After a moment, Cheng Yu suddenly opened his eyes full of determination and confidence. He began to move his body carefully, feeling every change brought about by the new transformation. He gently raised his arms, feeling the smoothness of the power transmitted in his muscles. He slightly bent his knees, experiencing the lightness and agility of his body. Every movement was done very carefully, not missing any subtle feeling. In the process of adaptation, Cheng Yu's face gradually showed a satisfied smile. He knew that this new transformation would give him more powerful strength to overcome the many difficulties ahead. Chapter 34. Trunks slowly woke up, and when his eyes fell on Cheng Yu's new form, his eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief, and he froze in place. Cheng Yu looked at Trunks' astonishment, smiled slightly, and said, "Trunks, don't be so surprised. This is my new transformation, which represents the primitive and wild power of the Saiyans." Trunks opened his mouth slightly when he heard this, and it took him a long time to recover. He stammered, This power is amazing, and this form is so handsome. Cheng Yu, you really impressed me." Cheng Yu crossed his arms and said confidently, "With this power, I will definitely be able to defeat all powerful enemies." Trunks nodded, and his fighting spirit was rekindled in his eyes. He said, "I can definitely transform into this, right? Of course, you just need to be good, practice step by step to become stronger, and one day you will reach this point. So come on. By the way, do you remember before you fainted?" Cheng Yu asked. Trunks looked confused and bewildered at Cheng Yu. "Why don't I remember anything?" Cheng Yu looked serious and slowly explained, "Trunks, in the previous battle, in order to stimulate your potential and let you break through yourself, I deliberately angered you. I didn't expect that you really broke through and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 because of anger. But I was a little heavy at the time, and this transformation put too much burden on your body, so you fainted." Trunks listened to Cheng Yu's explanation, thinking for a moment, and said after a while, "So that's the case, then I understand, thank you." "Hey, don't rush to thank me, I said some very unpleasant words at that time, I hope you don't mind. And now, see if you can still transform into Super Saiyan 2? You can try to get familiar with that transformation first, and then go to practice." Although Cheng Yu might be saying it to apologize, he still hugged his wrists in front of his chest for the sake of face and said proudly. Trunks didn't take Cheng Yu's words that angered him to heart. His eyes became focused and firm. Following Cheng Yu's instructions, he began to carefully sense the energy of Super Saiyan 2 in his body. He closed his eyes, calmed down, and concentrated on exploring the powerful force hidden deep in his body. At first, the energy was looming and elusive, but Trunks was not impatient at all and patiently tried to establish a connection with it. Slowly, he seemed to touch the edge of the energy and could feel its power and heat. Trunks took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and tried to mobilize this energy. His forehead gradually oozes fine beads of sweat, and his body trembles slightly, but he still persists. Finally, the energy of Super Saiyan 2 began to flow slowly under his guidance, and a faint light emanated from Trunks' body. As the surrounding golden light flashed, lightning crackled around Trunks, and his hair stood up and turned golden. Trunks successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Hey, since you can transform, I'll tell you clearly that these transformations may be controlled by emotions due to the Saiyan bloodline, that is, out of control. So you have to suppress the anger and adapt to this transformation. Cheng Yu said and then seemed to remember something, so he spoke again. By the way, you can first cancel the transformation and then suppress the anger and try to transform. And finally, when the anger can be completely controlled, adapt to the transformation. Okay, you adapt first, I also have to adapt to my transformation, I haven't tried it yet. You woke up. Trunks sighed at Cheng Yu's back, and then unexpectedly he smiled after cancelling the transformation. Thank you, maybe I should really thank him. Forget it, I'll try my own transformation first. Trunks talked to himself, and then began to practice his mental power again, so as not to be overwhelmed by anger and controlled by emotions. Chapter 35. After Cheng Yu adapted to the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, he immediately moved to Trunks and said, Hey, Trunks, do you want to try to fight me? You can also try your strength in the battle. Okay, then, come on. Trunks said without thinking, looking at Cheng Yu who transformed into Super Saiyan 4 with great interest. After Trunks successfully mobilized the energy of Super Saiyan 2, the light on his body became more and more dazzling. He suddenly opened his eyes full of confidence and fighting spirit, and said to Cheng Yu, come on, don't hold back, let me see how you look in this form. Cheng Yu smiled slightly and responded, come on, Trunks. Trunks flashed in an instant, rushed towards Cheng Yu like lightning, and swung a powerful punch. Cheng Yu was not in a hurry, easily dodged sideways, and raised his leg to counterattack. Trunks reacted quickly and blocked with his arms. The powerful impact caused the surrounding ground to crack instantly. The two of them fought back and forth, punching and kicking each other, and every collision produced a powerful energy wave, and the air around them was buzzing. Their speed was as fast as a phantom, making it hard to keep up with the eyes. Trunks roared, and his power burst out again. His attack speed and strength increased significantly, with whistling fists and heavy kicks. Cheng Yu also began to deal with it seriously, not daring to be careless. He flexibly turned and moved, cleverly dissolving Trunks' fierce attack. Cheng Yu put his hands together, gathered energy, and pushed forward a powerful energy wave. Trunks crossed his hands in front of his chest and took the blow hard. The powerful energy impact made his feet scratch deep marks on the ground. But he did not retreat, but used the force to jump back a distance. Cheng Yu, take my move! Trunks shouted, and all the energy in his body gathered in his palm, forming a huge energy ball, and threw it towards Cheng Yu. Wherever the energy ball passed, the space seemed to be distorted. Seeing this, Cheng Yu danced his hands quickly, drawing a complex energy shield to resist this powerful attack. The collision of energy produced a huge explosion, and smoke and dust filled the air. However, the battle between the two did not stop. They continued to fight fiercely in the smoke, both eager to break through their limits in this duel and show more powerful strength. In the fierce battle, Trunks' attack became more and more fierce, and Cheng Yu realized that conventional responses could not win. Cheng Yu took a deep breath, and his muscles tightened instantly, and a strong breath gushed out of his body. His hair stood up, and the black light flashed with golden light, and his eyes became extremely sharp. Trunks, take it! Cheng Yu shouted, and the energy of Super Saiyan 4 exploded completely. The surrounding space was distorted by this powerful force, and the wind was howling, and sand and stones were flying. Cheng Yu's speed increased to the extreme, and he appeared in front of Trunks in an instant, swinging a powerful fist. Trunks tried to resist, but the power of Super Saiyan 4 was too strong, and he was knocked back by this punch. Cheng Yu took advantage of the victory and launched a series of attacks like a storm. Trunks tried his best to defend, but still couldn't resist this violent attack. In the end, Cheng Yu gathered all the energy in his body and sent out a devastating energy wave. Trunks could no longer support under this powerful attack and was knocked to the ground. After the battle, Cheng Yu slowly put away his energy, walked to Trunks, stretched out his hand to help him up, and said, "Trunks, you are already very strong, keep working hard, we will become stronger together." After the battle, although Trunks was defeated, the fighting spirit in his eyes was even stronger. Cheng Yu looked at him and said with a smile, "Trunks, I will guide you to practice and take your strength to a higher level." Trunks nodded excitedly, his eyes full of expectation, and said eagerly, "Cheng Yu, I will definitely work hard, I want to be as strong as you." Cheng Yu first asked Trunks to calm down and feel the flow of energy in his body. "Close your eyes, put aside distracting thoughts, and use your heart to feel every change in energy. Remember, make your heart like a calm lake. Only in this way can you clearly feel the subtle fluctuations of energy," Cheng Yu said patiently on the side. Trunks followed Cheng Yu's guidance and tried to calm his mind. After a while, he opened his eyes and said a little frustrated, "Cheng Yu, it's still difficult for me to concentrate. I am always affected by external interference." Cheng Yu patted his shoulder and encouraged him, "Don't be discouraged. This takes time and constant practice. Think about it, when you are in battle, only by keeping your heart calm can you do it quickly. Make accurate judgments and reactions. Try again, I believe you can do it." Trunks took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and tried hard. When Trunks had a preliminary grasp of the perception of energy, Cheng Yu began to teach him how to control the output of energy. Power is not released blindly, but must be accurately controlled and sent and received freely. "You see, it's like this." Cheng Yu demonstrated in person, condensing the energy in the palm of his hand, and then gently waved it, and a precise energy wave hit the target in the distance. Trunks observed carefully, and then began to practice repeatedly. However, the energy waves he sent out were either too strong or too weak. He said anxiously, "Cheng Yu, this is so difficult, I always can't control the strength." Cheng Yu comforted him and said, "Don't worry, cultivation requires patience and persistence. You have to feel the gathering and flow of energy in your body, and then adjust the output amount through consciousness. Try a few more times, you will find the feeling." During the training process, Trunks sometimes made mistakes due to impatience, and Cheng Yu always corrected and encouraged him in time. "Trunks, haste makes waste. Training is a gradual process, and every mistake is an opportunity for growth. Believe that you can do it." Trunks gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Cheng Yu, I will not give up, I will definitely master this power." As time went by, under Cheng Yu's careful guidance, Trunks became more and more proficient in controlling energy, and his strength was steadily improving. Chapter 36. After completing their training, Cheng Yu and Trunks came to Bulma's house exhausted. As soon as they entered the door, they smelled the aroma of food. Bulma had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Everyone sat around the dining table and enjoyed the food happily. After the meal, Bulma smiled and said to the two of them, "Cheng Yu, Trunks, I have good news for you. The time machine can be started. Cheng Yu, you can go back to your time and space." Cheng Yu stood up, bowed deeply to Bulma, and said gratefully, "Bulma, thank you for your care during this period, and thank you for your efforts for the time machine." Bulma waved her hand quickly and said, "Don't be so polite, Cheng Yu. I want to thank you for coming to this world and helping to solve the artificial human crisis so that everyone can live a peaceful life. When Cheng Yu and Trunks boarded the time machine, the lights inside the machine flickered, and various instruments made a slight buzzing sound. Trunks looked around curiously, while Cheng Yu had a solemn expression, with both the expectation of returning to his own world and a trace of worry about the unknown. With the strong light and energy fluctuations, the time machine started. They felt as if their bodies were pulled by an invisible force, the surrounding scene began to become blurred, and time and space seemed to be distorted. After an unknown amount of time, the light gradually disappeared and everything returned to calm. Cheng Yu and Trunks walked out of the time machine and found that they had come to the time and space where Cheng Yu was. The world in front of them made them feel both familiar and strange. Cheng Yu took a deep breath and said, "Trunks, this is the world of my time and space." Trunks looked at the surrounding environment and nodded, "What are your plans for the future? Come with me to deal with the androids." "You can go, but you can't. Because you have to explain your origins and where we went to everyone." "But I won't go with you. If I directly deal with the androids, do you think they will continue to hone and become stronger? And you can go with them now, but you should try not to take action or expose your strength, so that they can hone themselves in the crisis." Cheng Yu also explained the reason and tactfully rejected Trunks' proposal. "Okay, I will. Are you going home now?" "Yes, I have been training in your world for so long, and I can rest well to ensure the best condition of my body when I come back. I will go back first, and you can notify me if there is a crisis." After that, Cheng Yu flew away, and Trunks flew in another direction to find Sun Wukong and others. Trunks told everyone in detail that he came from another time and space, and his experience with Cheng Yu in that time and space. After listening to it, everyone's expression became serious. "In this case, we can't sit and wait for death. We must take the initiative to attack before the androids appear and nip the danger in the bud." Vegeta clenched his fists and said with a firm look. Sun Wukong also nodded in agreement, "Yes, we must be fully prepared and can't let them destroy our world." Krillin frowned and said worriedly, "But we don't know enough about these androids. I don't know how strong they are." Trunks said quickly, "In my time and space, Cheng Yu and I have fought with them. I have a certain understanding of some of their moves and weaknesses. I can tell you this information." Everyone began to discuss the battle plan enthusiastically, and everyone was full of fighting spirit and determination. "Then we will set off now. We can't give the androids any chance," Gohan said loudly. So, under the leadership of Trunks, everyone headed towards the place where the androids might appear, ready for a fierce battle. Just as everyone was about to set off, Sun Wukong suddenly covered his chest, his face turned pale, and his body was shaky. "Wukong!" everyone exclaimed. Trunks hurriedly said, "This is a heart attack. The medicine I gave Gohan last time should be able to relieve it." Everyone hurriedly found the medicine from Gohan and quickly gave it to Sun Wukong. After taking the medicine, Sun Wukong's condition improved slightly, but he was still very weak and fell into a coma. "Leave Goku to me to take care of him, you guys go to deal with the androids," said Master Kame. Everyone knew that time was running out and they couldn't delay any longer. "Grandpa Kame, I'll leave Goku to you," said Gohan. "Don't worry, you must be careful," Master Kame warned. So, with firm faith, the others ran towards the direction of the androids, ready to meet this difficult battle. Chapter 37. While Trunks and the Z-Warriors were destroying the androids, our Cheng Yu was resting at home. "System, let me ask you something. If Son Goku and Vegeta merge, who is stronger, me or Gogeta or Vegeta?" After all, Cheng Yu is a senior Dragon Ball fan, and he is also a pure Saiyan, so he asked this question that is not a question. Ding! The warriors of Vegeta and Son Goku merged are 1 + 1 2, and you are 2, so do you understand? Cheng Yu was stunned when he heard the system say that he was 2. Although he could understand this sentence, it was not okay for you to say that I was too. After calming down, he asked again. System, who do you think has stronger potential between me and the two combined warriors? Or do you have any way to let me surpass the combined warriors of the two cheating protagonists? Ding, the combined warrior is definitely greater than the single warrior. Because it has twice the potential and combat power of the two of them. If the combined warrior is just one person, then this person must be the strongest single warrior. After hearing what the system said, Cheng Yu completely understood, that is to say, if the combined warrior is a single person, no matter the potential or combat power, ordinary people can't catch up. I can't hold it anymore, I can't hold it anymore. I practiced so hard just to be the strongest person, but this combined warrior can still surpass me. Forget it, the protagonist is worthy of being the protagonist, I'd better practice honestly. Don't be the head of a chicken, don't be the tail of a phoenix. Cheng Yu ended the tug-of-war with the system and returned home. After a simple meal, he came to the practice room he set up. In the practice room, there are various training equipment. Cheng Yu first carried out a series of physical training, push UPS, sit UPS, squats. Each movement was done standardly and powerfully, and sweat kept dripping from his forehead. After completing the physical training, Cheng Yu began to meditate, adjust his breathing, concentrate his mind, feel the flow of energy in his body, and try to guide and gather it. Although such a practice life and daily life are simple, they make Cheng Yu feel fulfilled and satisfied. He knows that only by continuous efforts can he protect everything he cherishes in future battles. Gradually, Cheng Yu also discovered a problem. With the rapid growth of combat power, how to perfectly control the huge energy and breath of the body has become the biggest problem. For example, in battle, a wave of energy is needed to launch energy bombs. If you can't control it perfectly, you will waste your energy and breath. In order to perfectly control the huge and vast energy and breath of his body, Cheng Yu found a quiet valley and decided to calm down and practice here. In the valley, the breeze was blowing and the leaves were rustling. Cheng Yu sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to adjust his breathing. He first took a deep breath, letting the fresh air fill his entire chest, and then slowly exhaled to expel all the turbid air in his body. Repeating this, his breathing gradually became steady and long. Cheng Yu carefully felt the surging energy in his body and tried to establish a connection with it. At first, these energies were like wild horses that were unbridled and difficult to tame. But he was not impatient, but kept his inner peace and guided them little by little. He imagined that his body was a huge container, and the energy was the water flow in it. What he had to do was to build channels so that these water flows could flow according to his wishes instead of colliding wantonly. In the process of cultivation, Cheng Yu encountered countless difficulties and setbacks. Sometimes, the energy would suddenly get out of control and run around in his body, causing bursts of severe pain. But he gritted his teeth and persevered with his strong will. As time went on, Cheng Yu gradually became more adept at controlling the energy. He could gather the energy in his palms and distribute it evenly to every corner of his body. The control of his breath became more and more exquisite, and between breaths, he seemed to be integrated with the surrounding natural environment. After a long and arduous practice, Cheng Yu was finally able to perfectly control the vast energy and breath in his body, and was fully prepared for future challenges. Chapter 38. At this time when Cheng Yu was proficient in controlling his breath and using energy, Trunks and his group also successfully found the base of the androids. With the help of Trunks, the Z-Warriors found Dr. Gero's base and destroyed it. But there was an unexpected situation that the two androids had completely different personalities from the androids in the future world. The androids in this world did not destroy the world after they were born, but rescued their companions first. Others suggested destroying the androids at the first time, but Trunks did not destroy them because of Cheng Yu's instructions. Instead, he paid attention to their every move and observed them. As soon as the androids in this world appeared, they showed the difference from the description of the future world. After they were born, they rescued their companions at the first time, without destroying everywhere, and did not attack the protagonist group. Vegeta and others were full of anger after listening to the tragic situation of the future world described by Trunks, and they did not hesitate to attack the androids at the first time. Vegeta rushed to the front, and he burst out with a strong breath all over his body, roaring and attacking the androids. However, the androids in this world reacted extremely quickly and easily dodged Vegeta's attack. Then, the androids launched a counterattack. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and their strength was amazing. Vegeta was careless for a moment, and the androids caught his flaw and knocked him to the ground with a heavy blow. He fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Damn it! Vegeta struggled to get up, but the blow just now left him seriously injured. Seeing this, the others were all shocked, but they did not retreat, but instead strengthened their determination to defeat the androids. After defeating Vegeta, Android 17 did not have the slightest smugness on his face. He just glanced at everyone indifferently and prepared to turn around and leave. Stop! Vegeta shouted angrily, his eyes burning with anger. Number 17 stopped, turned his head slightly, and said, "I don't want to get entangled with you, today is over." Krillin shouted anxiously, "How can you just leave like this?" Number 16 said at this time, "Let him go, our purpose is not to kill. Our goal is Sun Wukong." Number 18 also echoed, "Yes, we just want to live according to our own wishes." Everyone looked at each other, full of reluctance, but also puzzled by the attitudes of number 16 and number 18. Just when number 17 was about to disappear from everyone's sight, Vegeta stood up and said, "Do you think you can just walk away like this? This is just the beginning." Number 17 did not respond, and his figure gradually walked away. Vegeta slowly stood up with the help of everyone, gritted his teeth and said, "I will definitely get this account back." Everyone looked at the direction where the android left, and secretly vowed in their hearts that they must become stronger and completely solve the threat of the android. The Z warriors decided to return to Kame House with a heavy heart. Along the way, everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was very depressing. After arriving at Kame House, everyone sat together and discussed the next countermeasures. And Vegeta was full of reluctance to lose to the android. Without saying a word, he turned around and left Kame House, looking for a more difficult training environment alone. Vowing to avenge his previous shame and defeat the android. Vegeta is still so competitive. Krillin shook his head helplessly. But it is also his persistence that makes him stronger and stronger. Tien Shinyan said. "No matter what, we can't relax, we have to improve our strength as soon as possible," Piccolo said with a serious expression. Everyone nodded, and their fighting spirit was ignited in their hearts, ready to meet more difficult challenges in the future. After a high-intensity training, Cheng Yu dragged his tired body back to his home. He fell on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. This sleep, he slept very sweetly and didn't wake up until noon the next day. After a simple meal, Cheng Yu adjusted his state and set off for Kame House. When he arrived, the protagonists and Trunks had been waiting there for a long time. "Cheng Yu, you are finally here." Trunks greeted him with a smile. Cheng Yu scratched his head embarrassedly, "Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time." Piccolo stepped forward and patted Cheng Yu on the shoulder, "It's okay, you can fight better after a good rest." Everyone sat together and began to discuss the next plan. Trunks said, "The strength of the androids should not be underestimated. We must come up with more effective countermeasures." Cheng Yu nodded in agreement, "Yes, the training during this period has given me some new insights, which may be helpful to us." Everyone was talking at the same time, and the Kame House was filled with heated discussions. "Listen to me, the androids in this world are different from the androids in the future world, don't you know? The androids in this world are actually kind, and of course there will be a person named Cell soon. You have to destroy that person. Cheng Yu also briefly explained the situation. Everyone sat together, their eyes focused on Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu cleared his throat and began to explain the origin of Cell to everyone. Everyone, Cell is an extremely dangerous existence. He was created by Dr. Gero, who collected the cells of many powerful people. Cheng Yu's expression was serious and his voice was low. These cells include those of the familiar Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and even Frisia. This gives Cell a variety of powerful abilities and combat skills. Cheng Yu's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Moreover, Cell evolves himself by constantly absorbing energy. He initially appears in an incomplete form, but as time goes by, he will become more and more powerful and more difficult to deal with. Cheng Yu's speech speed gradually increased, and everyone's expression became more and more solemn. At some point in the future, Cell will hold a so-called Cell game to determine the fate of the Earth. We must be fully prepared before that and improve our strength to have a chance to defeat him. Cheng Yu finished speaking and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone fell into deep thought, knowing that they were about to face an unprecedented huge challenge. Chapter 39. Actually, what you need to do now is to train well. Those 3 androids were actually created for the purpose of destroying Sun Wukong. By the way, number 17 and number 18 are actually humans in nature. They were just modified. Cheng Yu explained to everyone. Hey, this is different from the future world, Mr. Cheng Yu. What's going on? Trunks also said. Actually, that is just equivalent to a parallel world, so it just develops a little faster. There are many other differences. What you need to do now is to train well. Trunks, let's go. After Cheng Yu finished speaking, he forcibly pulled Trunks back to his home. Cheng Yu looked at Trunks' puzzled expression and said seriously, Trunks, Cell needs to devour the 3 androids number 16, number 17, and number 18 to become a perfect body. Trunks frowned and asked, why these 3? Cheng Yu patiently explained, as far as I know, Dr. Gero set such special conditions when creating Cell. Number 16, number 17, and number 18 have special energy and structure. Only by integrating their power can Cell reach the state of perfection and gain the most powerful strength. Trunks clenched his fists with a serious expression, then we must not let Cell succeed. Cheng Yu looked at Trunks seriously and said slowly, Trunks, the androids in this world are very different from those in the future world. In the future, after the androids appear, they will start a large-scale destruction and killing. Their purpose seems to be simple destruction. But in this world, the androids don't destroy anything, and they have their own thoughts. Trunks frowned and listened carefully. By the way, what you should do is not to destroy the androids with everyone, but to stop Cell from devouring the androids to become a perfect body. The androids in this world are also kind, don't you know that? I won't tell you anything else. Remember to let them hone themselves, instead of destroying them alone. Trunks nodded, and understood what Cheng Yu meant, and then said. So do you know when Cell will appear? It should be when Son Goku wakes up. I don't know anything else. In fact, you should practice with them. I'm just here to explain these issues to you. I shouldn't be involved in these things. Cheng Yu said helplessly and spread his hands. By the way, seriously, don't destroy those 3 androids. They didn't do anything wrong, right? It's Dr. Gero's fault. The brother and sister were ordinary people before, so after Cell's incident, I can still go find those 2 to practice together. I'm bored in this world anyway. Trunks smiled helplessly after hearing what Cheng Yu said, and then said. Well, I'll go and see everyone's training. Mr. Cheng Yu is leaving. After Trunks left, Cheng Yu didn't plan to do anything, but felt very bored. So he moved a recliner to the yard to bask in the sun. System, it's been so long, isn't it time to sign in for something good for me? Ding, sign in option 1. Basic Combat Power x 2 billion, Senzu Beans x 100. Sign in Option 2. Blood Sublimation, Senzu Beans x 100. Cheng Yu didn't react for a while after listening to the choices given by the system. When he came to his senses, he immediately asked, "What is blood sublimation, system?" Ding! You are now an ordinary scion with purer blood like Sun Wukong, and the system's reward is to sublimate your blood directly, which means that after sublimation, your potential will increase exponentially. And your blood transformation may be different. Cheng Yu began to hesitate after listening to the system's explanation. Who knows what changes will happen if the transformation is different? If it becomes weak directly, it will be a big loss. Forget it, give it a try, the bicycle will become a motorcycle. System, give me option 2. As Cheng Yu finished speaking, the system immediately began to sublimate Cheng Yu's blood. At that moment, Cheng Yu only felt a heat flow entering his body and then spreading from his back and tail to his whole body. When this process was over, Cheng Yu turned over from the chair and rushed to the mirror, then observed his appearance. Cheng Yu observed his normal state and found that there was no big change. Instead, he found that his pupils changed from black to light red. The tail also changed completely from brown to light red. System, what's going on? The color of the pupils and tail is what has changed? Ding! This is the effect of blood sublimation. Your blood gradually becomes pure and will not be mixed with other things. Potential increases with the change of blood. Oh, by the way, host, you can try to transform and feel it. Cheng Yu listened to the system's words and closed his eyes and mobilized the power of the Scion blood from his body. With a flash of red light, Cheng Yu transformed into Super Scion 4. Then Cheng Yu opened his eyes and observed his transformation first. He found that his pupils, tail, and body hair were red, as if there was no difference from the original. Cheng Yu closed his eyes again and carefully felt the changes in his body. Suddenly, through Cheng Yu's discovery, the original explosion and brutality of the Scion in his body disappeared, and now he can control his emotions freely. So that's what happened. Now there is no need to control emotions. You just need to adapt to the transformation and enhance your combat effectiveness. The emotional side effects of the transformation disappear, the burden on the body is smaller, and the original energy control of the Scion can be more precise. This is simply amazing. Cheng Yu said to himself, and then he immediately became interested and went to the gravity room at home to try out the current transformation. Chapter 40. Another period of time passed. As expected, Cheng Yu had been observing everyone's every move on Earth these days, and Cell also came here from Trunks' future time and space in a time machine. After taking the heart disease medicine brought by Trunks from the future world, Sun Wukong fell into a coma. Everyone surrounded him, worried and anxiously waiting for him to wake up. Time passed by minute, and finally, in everyone's expectation, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were a little confused at first, but soon he regained his former clarity and firmness. Wukong, you finally woke up. Everyone cheered in unison, with joyful smiles on their faces. Sun Wukong smiled weakly, I made everyone worried. Gohan hurried forward, Dad, how do you feel? Sun Wukong sat up and moved his body, much better, thanks to the medicine brought by Trunks. Vegeta crossed his arms and said, Humph, now that you are awake, you should recover quickly. The enemy will not wait for us. Sun Wukong nodded, don't worry, I will recover as soon as possible and fight with you. On a quiet afternoon, the sun shone softly on the earth. However, this tranquility was soon broken by a sudden evil breath. After successfully devouring number 16, Cell exuded a creepy and terrifying breath. At this time, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Gohan and others were practicing hard. Suddenly, they almost felt this strange, extremely powerful, and evil breath at the same time. This breath seemed to carry an invisible pressure, which instantly shrouded their hearts in a layer of haze. What is this breath? So evil, so disturbing. Vegeta frowned first, his sharp eyes revealed an unprecedented solemnity. He stopped the training action in progress and clenched his fists unconsciously. Sun Wukong also came back to his senses from the state of training. His expression was serious and focused. He said, "No matter what it is, this breath is so strong and evil that it will definitely bring a huge threat. We must go and see it." Gohan followed closely and said firmly, "Dad, I will go too." Without the slightest hesitation, everyone put down their training and ran towards the direction where the breath came from at the fastest speed. Along the way, they were in a very heavy mood, constantly guessing the source of this evil breath and the possible crisis in their hearts. When they finally arrived at the scene, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. They saw Cell's huge and twisted body standing in the ruins, with a smug and arrogant smile on his face. At his feet, there were the shattered remains of number 16 after it was devoured. The scene was shocking. Damn Cell! Vegeta could no longer suppress his anger. He roared to the sky, and the breath of his whole body instantly erupted like a volcano. The powerful energy fluctuations made the surrounding air seem to burn. Sun Wukong's eyes were also full of anger and determination. He stared at Cell closely, secretly mobilizing the power in his body, preparing for the upcoming fierce battle. Gohan was enraged by the tragic scene in front of him. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his body trembled slightly. In fact, Trunks told everyone about Cell's origin and purpose, so everyone knew that Cell could not be allowed to become a complete body. Now the other two androids are missing, and there is a wreckage on the ground, so everyone knows that this is Cell. Vegeta rushed towards Cell with a determined look on his face. The breath of his whole body surged wildly, and his eyes were full of desire for battle and persistence in victory. "Cell, today is your end!" Vegeta roared, punched out instantly, and attacked Cell with a sharp sound of wind. Cell just smiled contemptuously and easily dodged Vegeta's attack. Vegeta was not discouraged, and followed with a series of punches and kicks, each of which contained his powerful strength. However, Cell's speed and reaction far exceeded Vegeta's imagination. Cell saw the opportunity and hit back fiercely, hitting Vegeta's abdomen with a punch. Vegeta groaned in pain and flew backwards. But Vegeta quickly adjusted his body shape and rushed up again. He kept releasing energy waves, trying to hurt Cell. But Cell was like a ghost, freely shuttling through Vegeta's attacks without any damage. As the battle continued, Vegeta's physical strength gradually consumed, and his attacks became a little slow. Cell seized this opportunity and launched a fierce counterattack. His fists and kicks fell on Vegeta like a storm. Vegeta tried his best to resist, but still couldn't resist. Block Cell's powerful force. In the end, Vegeta was kicked out by Cell and fell heavily to the ground. He wanted to struggle to get up, but found that he had no strength left. He could only look at Cell unwillingly, his eyes full of anger and helplessness. Just as Vegeta fell to the ground and Cell was triumphant, a figure rushed over like lightning. Trunks appeared instantly, his eyes were cold and his whole body exuded a powerful aura. "Cell, your evil deeds stop here!" Trunks shouted angrily, and then punched fiercely, and the powerful force directly knocked Cell out. Trunks did not give Cell any chance to breathe. He turned around and looked at everyone, saying, "Everyone follow me." After that, Trunks released energy, wrapped Vegeta, Son Goku, Gohan and others in it, and then turned into a ray of light and flew towards the direction of the Temple of Heaven. In the air, everyone only felt the whistling of the wind in their ears, and the surrounding scenes retreated rapidly. Trunks tried his best to lead everyone forward at the fastest speed. Finally, they successfully arrived at the Temple of Heaven. Trunks gently put everyone down. Everyone looked a little tired and solemn, but their eyes were still full of determination and indomitable. "You have also seen how strong Cell is, so what you have to do is to train well and then defeat him. Don't you know the artificial people in this world? They are not the kind of people who destroy the world, but Cell is different. He is a killing machine created by Dr. Gero using everyone's cells, so you have to train well. Cheng Yu also moved over at this time and said in front of everyone. Chapter 41. Humph, that damn Cell, I will definitely defeat him with my own strength. Vegeta crossed his arms, turned his head to one side, and said proudly. In fact, I can defeat Cell at any time, but what if I am not there? You will have to rely on your own strength to defeat the enemy. And Vegeta, can you change your damned Sundara? No one here will look down on you. You will be very annoying if you keep being so tsundere. Cheng Yu teased Vegeta with a smile, and he was also a common pua for everyone. By the way, God, is there a spiritual time house in the God Temple where they can go in for training? I took Trunks there in Trunks World. And, Trunks, you can now completely explain your origins to them. Cheng Yu asked the old god, then walked to the side and sat down again. Suddenly Cheng Yu seemed to be thinking about something, so he turned to Piccolo and said. You seem to be one with the god. If you are not complete, it seems that no matter how you practice, you can't surpass those two scions. I think you should discuss it with the god. Cheng Yu didn't care after he finished speaking, and sat down to rest. The god thought for a while, and then began to explain the use of the spirit time room to everyone, and then took everyone to the spirit time room. Everyone also decided on the order. The arrogant Prince Vegeta and Trunks went in first, followed by Son Goku and Son Gohan, and then Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and others in turn. And Piccolo also sat next to Cheng Yu, blowing the wind, looking at the sky and thinking. Piccolo would worry that he would lose his self-awareness after the fusion, and would no longer be an independent individual, and from then on he could only exist as a brand new consciousness that merged with the old god. He will also worry about the change in his personality after the fusion, fearing that his original decisiveness, perseverance, and intuition about fighting will be affected by the personality characteristics of the old god, thus becoming hesitant in the battle. Piccolo may also worry about the problem of controlling the power after the fusion. If he cannot skillfully control the powerful power of the new fusion, he will fail at the critical moment, not only unable to protect everyone, but also may bring danger to his partners. Furthermore, he will worry whether the fusion with the old god can really solve the current crisis. If he still cannot compete with the enemy after the fusion, then this fusion becomes meaningless, and it may even be a waste of his original existence. In addition, Piccolo may also think about the impact of the fusion on his partners, whether they can accept a brand new self, and whether the tacit understanding and emotions between him and his partners will change as a result. The old god is also thinking about it. The old god may worry that his existence will be weakened in the fusion, and the wisdom and experience he has accumulated cannot be fully utilized in the new individual. He may be concerned that some of Piccolo's impulsiveness and radicalism will affect their judgment and actions after the fusion, leading to wrong decisions. The old god may also be afraid that the fusion will not achieve the expected results, and will not effectively enhance the strength to deal with the crisis, but will make the situation worse. He may also worry that his fusion with Piccolo will be imperfect, produce unpredictable side effects, and even cause unexpected harm to the whole world. In addition, the old god may be concerned that the duties and principles of the gods he has adhered to in the past will not be able to continue to implement them after the fusion with Piccolo, thus violating his mission. Cheng Yu looked at the concerns that were difficult to conceal on the faces of the old god and Piccolo, and slowly walked forward. His eyes were gentle and firm. He looked at the old god and said, "Old god, you don't have to worry about your wisdom and experience being buried. Your fusion with Piccolo is like gathering bright stars into a more dazzling galaxy. Your accumulation will become a powerful foundation for the new individual and guide the direction of progress." Then, Cheng Yu turned to Piccolo and said, "Pico, your decisiveness and perseverance are extremely precious qualities. The joining of the old god will not weaken them, but will make you calmer and wiser when facing difficulties. You must believe that this fusion is not about who is assimilated by whom, but about the advantages. Complement each other and grow together. Your goal is the same, that is, to protect this world and everyone. Cheng Yu's voice is full of power. After the fusion, you will have unprecedented strength and wisdom, enough to cope with any challenge. Don't be bound by concerns, take this step bravely, for justice, for hope. An old god, if you are worried about the position of god, I can go to Namek to find someone to replace you, and although Piccolo used to be the great demon king Piccolo, isn't he also working hard to protect the earth? The reason why I asked you to merge is also for Piccolo. Piccolo can grow faster in the future. Piccolo now has a heart of justice, and we are his companions, right? After saying this, Cheng Yu looked at Piccolo and Tian Shen, and Piccolo smiled rarely. You are right, maybe. There may be many crises. I hope you can be a good person. And no longer the big devil. Come on, kid, merge with me and recreate the most talented Namekian of the year. I hope you can make good use of your abilities. Tian Shen sighed and made up his mind. As Cheng Yu said, Piccolo is indeed incomplete now. For the present and even future crises, he will have to take this path one day. Don't worry, old man. You are such a sentimental guy. Piccolo was also arrogant for a moment, but still walked to the side of the old god. In a quiet but tense open space, Piccolo and the old god stood opposite each other with solemn expressions. The sky was covered with dark clouds, as if it was also solemn for the major event that was about to happen. Piccolo clenched his teeth tightly and clenched his fists. His inner entanglement and worry about the unknown were clearly revealed on his face. The old god closed his eyes and tried to calm his mood. He knew that this fusion was related to the fate of the world. When they finally made up their minds, they burst out the energy in their bodies at the same time. Dazzling light instantly shot out from their bodies, like two bright stars. The light became more and more intense, completely wrapping their bodies, forming two huge light cocoons. Piccolo and the old god began to take heavy steps, approaching each other little by little. As the distance shortened, the two light cocoons began to touch and merge with each other, and the light intertwined to form a gorgeous and dazzling light curtain. In the light curtain, their bodies gradually became blurred and their outlines became blurred. Unclear. Piccolo's green skin and old god's white robe loomed in the light, as if they were in a fierce fusion and struggle. Powerful energy fluctuations spread around them, with howling winds and flying sand and rocks. The surrounding trees were shaken violently by this force, and leaves fell one after another. In the interweaving of this light and energy, Piccolo and old god's figures gradually overlapped, and their bodies began to merge into one. During this process, the light kept flickering and jumping, as if they were making the final run-in and adjustment. Finally, when the light gradually converged, a brand new figure appeared in front of everyone. He was tall, with clear muscle lines, and exuded a shocking and powerful aura. His skin color showed a unique green-green color, which combined the characteristics of Piccolo and Old God. After the fusion, Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, with both Piccolo's perseverance and courage in his eyes, and Old God's calmness and wisdom. He took a deep breath, feeling the new and surging power in his body, and his heart was full of determination and courage for the future. Chapter 42. On a dark and dreary day, Cell, the terrifying creature created by Dr. Gero, was searching for the key to his evolution into a complete body, the android siblings number 17 and number 18. Cell's hideous body moved quickly on the barren land, his eyes full of greed and eagerness. He knew that only by devouring these two androids could he achieve the ultimate evolution and become an invincible existence. The siblings number 17 and number 18 were resting in a dense forest at this time. Number 17 was tall, handsome but a little cold, while number 18 was beautiful and charming, with firmness and courage in her eyes. They didn't know that danger was approaching quietly. With his keen perception, Cell gradually approached the location of the siblings. When he finally appeared in front of the siblings, number 17 and number 18 were instantly alert. "You can't escape, just become a part of me. Cell made a low and terrifying voice. Number 17 glared at him, "You ugly monster, you want to attack us." He rushed forward and punched Cell. Cell easily dodged No. 17's attack and hit back, knocking number 17 back a few steps. Seeing this, number 18 also joined the battle. She was very fast and appeared behind Cell in an instant, launching a fierce attack. However, Cell's strength was far beyond their imagination. His body was so hard that no matter how the siblings attacked, they could not cause substantial damage to him. Cell saw the opportunity, grabbed No. 17's arm, and threw him hard to the ground. Number 18 was anxious and rushed to Cell desperately to save his brother. But how could Cell let her succeed? He turned around and kicked number 18 in the abdomen, and number 18 fell to the ground in pain. "Stop struggling in vain, you are destined to be my prey." Cell smiled triumphantly and approached the siblings step by step. Number 17 got up from the ground with difficulty. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of anger and indomitable spirit. "Even if we die, we will not let you succeed." The siblings fought side by side again, their attacks were more fierce and their moves were more fierce. But Cell was always at ease and easily resolved every attack from them. As the battle continued, the physical strength of number 17 and number 18 gradually depleted. Cell saw the opportunity and suddenly opened his mouth wide, releasing a strong suction force, trying to suck number 17 into his body. Number 17 fought hard against the suction force, but his strength seemed so small in front of Cell. In the end, he was sucked over by Cell little by little. "Brother!" Number 18 shouted loudly and rushed towards Cell, trying to stop him. But it was too late, number 17 was completely swallowed by Cell. Cell's body emitted a strong light, and his aura instantly became stronger. Number 18 was filled with grief and anger, and she launched a final attack on Cell regardless of everything. But Cell at this time was no longer the same as before. He easily blocked No. 18's attack and released suction again, sucking number 18 into his body. When number 18 was also swallowed, Cell's body burst out with an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. His form began to change, his body became more perfect, his muscle lines became clearer, and his aura became extremely terrifying. Cell finally became a complete body. He opened his arms and roared to the sky, as if announcing his invincibility to the whole world. At this time, Sun Wukong and others in the distance felt this powerful energy fluctuation, and they knew that a more difficult battle was coming. Cell felt the surging power in his body, and his heart was full of confidence and arrogance. He decided to challenge Sun Wukong and others to let them see how powerful he was. He flashed and rushed towards the direction of Sun Wukong and others. Wherever he passed, there was a strong wind and flying dust. On the other side, Sun Wukong and others were ready to meet Cell's challenge. They knew that this would be a life and death battle related to the fate of the earth. Because Sun Wukong and others were in the Temple of Heaven, Cell searched everywhere but to no avail. This evil monster did not give up, and he came up with a crazier plan. With his powerful strength, Cell controlled the signal of the TV station. On the TV screen, his hideous and terrifying face appeared in front of the audience all over the world. "Listen up, stupid humans." Cell's voice was full of threats and arrogance. "I, Cell, will hold a Cell martial arts tournament. If you so-called strong men cannot defeat me in the competition, then I will destroy the world." His words were like a bombshell, causing great panic around the world. People watched the TV in horror, their hearts filled with despair and fear. Shrew continued, "I will give you time to prepare and summon your strongest warriors. But remember, this is your last chance, don't try to resist, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." After that, the TV screen returned to normal, but Cell's threat was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. The world fell into chaos, and people prayed for heroes to appear and save this world in danger. When Sun Wukong and others learned the news in the Temple of Heaven, they knew that they had a heavy responsibility and began to practice more diligently to prepare for this battle that concerns the survival of the world. After learning that Cell was going to hold a martial arts tournament and threatened to destroy the world, Sun Wukong and others immediately plunged into intense preparations. Sun Wukong knew that Cell was powerful. He knew that it might be difficult to win by simply relying on the improvement of strength, so he focused more on the practice of his own fighting skills and state of mind. In a secluded corner of the Temple of Heaven, he carried out high-intensity training day after day, constantly trying to use his strength more exquisitely, and striving to achieve the ultimate precision and power with every punch and every kick. Vegeta, relying on his strong self-esteem and unyielding spirit, frantically carried out special training for strength. He constantly broke through his limits, squeezing every bit of potential in his body, with only one belief in his heart, to defeat Cell in the martial arts tournament and prove that he is the strongest. Under the guidance of Piccolo, Son Gohan strives to tap his hidden potential. Piccolo inspires Gohan's fighting spirit and strength through various rigorous training methods. Although Gohan is still young, he knows that he has a heavy responsibility, so he never complains during training and exceeds his limits again and again. Krillin and Tien Shinyan are also not slack at all. They learn from each other and discuss the improvement of fighting skills together. The two constantly improve their moves and strive to play the greatest role in the martial arts tournament. Although Yamcha is relatively weak, he also actively participates in training and strives to improve his strength, hoping to contribute to the team in the battle. During the preparation period, everyone not only focuses on improving their personal strength, but also often conducts team running and tactical discussions. They encourage and support each other and do their best for the common goal of defeating Cell in the Cell Martial Arts Tournament and saving the world. Chapter 43. In the mysterious spiritual time house, Vegeta devoted himself to crazy practice. The speed of time in the time house is different from that in the outside world, giving Vegeta ample opportunities to practice. There is an unyielding flame burning in his eyes, every effort is accompanied by a roar, and every breakthrough is accompanied by sweat. After countless attempts and challenges, Vegeta finally successfully cultivated the complete form of Super Saiyan 1. In this form, the increase in power consumption and the burden on the body reach a perfect balance. Vegeta felt the surging power in his body, full of confidence, and couldn't wait for a moment. He couldn't wait to verify his practice results. He immediately rushed out of the spiritual time house and went straight to fight Cell. His steps were firm and powerful, and he had only one thought in his mind: to defeat Cell and prove his strength. At this time, Vegeta seemed to be a god of war returning from hell, with endless anger and determination, ready to release all his power on the battlefield. Vegeta was determined to prove that he was the strongest Saiyan. He ignored the persuasion of Sun Wukong and others and resolutely went to Cell. On the battlefield, Vegeta was shining with golden light, and the powerful aura of a complete Super Saiyan was revealed. He glared at Cell, his eyes full of provocation and confidence. Cell looked relaxed, and did not seem to take Vegeta seriously. The battle broke out instantly, and Vegeta rushed towards Cell like a golden lightning, with whistling fists and heavy legs. However, Cell's strength was far beyond Vegeta's imagination. Cell easily dodged Vegeta's attacks, and every counterattack made Vegeta unable to resist. Although Vegeta tried his best and his moves were fierce, he seemed so powerless in front of Cell. As the battle continued, Vegeta gradually showed fatigue and his attacks were no longer so swift. But Cell was always at ease. He saw the right time and hit Vegeta hard, knocking him out. Vegeta fell heavily to the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. But he still struggled to stand up and wanted to continue fighting. Cell smiled and said, "You are too weak, Vegeta." Surprisingly, Cell was very confident and thought that Vegeta was no longer a threat to him. He chose to let Vegeta go instead of killing him. Vegeta looked at Cell's departing back, his heart full of reluctance and humiliation. Sun Wukong was just about to enter the spirit time chamber to practice, and at this time Cheng Yuzhan, who was next to him, came out and said, "Okay, Vegeta should be defeated. Now I will tell you too about the evolutionary root of the scions and how you should practice." When Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan were about to step into the spirit time chamber, Cheng Yu solemnly explained the evolutionary root and practice methods of the scions to the father and son. "Goku, Gohan, the evolution of scions is not achieved overnight. First of all, the basic form of Super Saiyan is the initial burst of power, but this is far from enough. To continuously improve, you have to break through the dual limits of body and mind." Cheng Yu looked serious. "The advancement of Super Saiyan I requires you to control the power more finely, so that every bit of power can be fully utilized, rather than simply relying on brute force. Later, Super Saiyan 2. This requires you to feel and break through the shackles of that layer of power at the moment of anger or extreme emotional outburst. But remember, you can't rely on emotions, but learn to actively control the awakening of this power." Cheng Yu stood in front of Sun Wukong, took a deep breath, and instantly burst out with a powerful momentum. His hair stood up, turning from black to gold, the golden light shone brightly, and the electric light wandered around his body. Then, Cheng Yu's breath rose again, the golden hair became more upright and sharp, the aura around him became stronger, and the wind rose because of him. His eyes became extremely sharp, as if they could penetrate everything. The muscles on his body bulged slightly, containing endless power. "Wukong, this is the form of Super Saiyan 2. Cheng Yu said loudly, his voice full of strength and confidence. Cheng Yu looked at Son Goku and Son Gohan with a serious face, and said seriously, "Wukong, Gohan, you must remember that controlling emotions is crucial to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Anger can be used as an opportunity to trigger the transformation, but you must not be swayed by emotions, otherwise you will lose your mind and affect your judgment in battle. At present, your primary task is to practice Super Saiyan 1 to the complete form. Only when you have consolidated your strength on this basis can you try to break through to Super Saiyan 2. This process requires great patience and perseverance, and you must not rush for success. In the process of practice, either constantly feel the flow of power in your body, adjust your breath, and make the use of power more comfortable. When the perfect state of Super Saiyan 1 reaches the ultimate control, you can try to stimulate deeper power under anger or extreme concentration to break through to the realm of Super Saiyan 2. Remember, every breakthrough is a challenge to yourself. I believe you can do it." Sun Wukong also understood, and said thank you with a serious face, and walked into the spiritual time room with Sun Wuhan resolutely. Looking at the backs of the father and son, Cheng Yu sighed slightly, and didn't know if this group of people would collapse if they knew in advance that the original plot was the same. Cheng Yu's arrival caused a lot of changes, so when Cheng Yu flapped his butterfly wings, no one knew whether there would be any unexpected situations in the future. "Trunks, don't be sad, Vegeta's personality is like this, just let him suffer a little." Cheng Yu walked to Trunks and comforted him. "Yes, Vegeta's personality is indeed like this, so don't worry." Pico also agreed. Chapter 44. Cheng Yu was bored in the Temple of Heaven. When he saw Piccolo standing beside him, he suddenly felt the urge to have some fun. "Piccolo, come on, let's have some fun," Cheng Yu said loudly, his eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Piccolo was slightly stunned, then raised his mouth corners, revealing a confident smile. "Great, I'm just worried about having nothing to do." The two stood opposite each other, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The air around them seemed to be frozen because of the battle that was about to break out. Piccolo and Cheng Yu stood opposite each other, and when the situation was tense, Krillin, Tien Shinyan and others also hurried over. They gathered around, their eyes full of curiosity and expectation. "This is a rare scene," Krillin said excitedly. Tien Shinyan also nodded slightly. "Yes, since Cheng Yu eliminated Frieza, I haven't seen him fight again. I really don't know how strong he is." Everyone whispered to each other and talked a lot. They couldn't wait to see this wonderful battle to get a glimpse of Cheng Yu's mysterious and powerful strength. Cheng Yu and Piccolo stood opposite each other, and their eyes were full of determination and fighting spirit. The air around them seemed to solidify because of the battle that was about to break out. Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and others watched nervously on the side, not daring to breathe. Piccolo took the lead in launching an attack. He flashed and appeared in front of Cheng Yu in an instant. His right fist hit Cheng Yu's face with a sharp fist wind. Cheng Yu was not in a hurry and easily dodged the attack by slightly turning sideways. Piccolo missed the attack and quickly changed his moves, sweeping his left leg across Cheng Yu's waist. Cheng Yu reacted very quickly and raised his arm to block. With a bang, the two of them took a few steps back. Piccolo steadied himself, put his hands together, muttered something, and instantly blew out a powerful energy wave from his mouth. Cheng Yu's eyes condensed, and his hands danced quickly in front of him, condensing an energy shield to block all the energy waves. The collision of energy produced dazzling light and huge impact, which made everyone watching the battle narrow their eyes. Cheng Yu, who blocked the attack, shouted and rushed towards Piccolo like lightning. He was so fast that he was in front of Piccolo in an instant and punched hard. Piccolo crossed his arms to defend himself, but Cheng Yu's power was too strong, and Piccolo was knocked back dozens of meters. Piccolo steadied himself and his face became solemn. He took a deep breath, and his aura began to rise continuously, and his green skin glowed. He opened his hands, and the surrounding energy quickly gathered towards him, forming a huge energy ball. Cheng Yu, take my move! Piccolo roared and pushed the energy ball towards Cheng Yu. Seeing this, Cheng Yu put his hands together, and a powerful energy gathered in his hands. He pushed the energy out with force and collided with Piccolo's energy ball. For a moment, the light was shining, and the powerful energy impact made the entire Tian Shen temple tremble slightly. After a stalemate, Cheng Yu suddenly exerted force, and his energy gradually suppressed Piccolo's energy ball. Piccolo gritted his teeth and tried his best to maintain the output of the energy ball, but in the end he was unable to resist Cheng Yu's powerful force. The energy ball was defeated by Cheng Yu, and the aftermath of the explosion caused Piccolo to suffer a considerable impact. However, Piccolo did not give up. He rushed forward again and started a close combat with Cheng Yu. The two people's fists and feet intersected, as fast as a phantom, and every collision made a dull sound. Cheng Yu saw a flaw in Piccolo and kicked Piccolo in the abdomen. Piccolo groaned and flew backwards. But he flipped in the air and landed steadily on the ground. At this time, Piccolo was already out of breath, but Cheng Yu seemed to be at ease. But Cheng Yu did not underestimate Piccolo. He knew that Piccolo still had great potential that had not yet been fully developed. Piccolo shouted loudly, and his aura surged again. His forehead was bulging with veins, and his eyes were full of determination. He gathered all his strength in his hands, ready to launch the final attack. Cheng Yu was also on guard, with energy surging all over his body, ready to meet Piccolo's full-strength attack. Piccolo pushed his hands forward, and a huge energy beam shot towards Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu put his hands together, and a huge energy vortex appeared in front of him, gradually swallowing Piccolo's attack. When the energy beam was completely swallowed, Cheng Yu waved his hands, and a powerful energy rushed towards Piccolo. Piccolo was unable to dodge, and was hit by this energy and fell heavily to the ground. At this point in the battle, Piccolo was exhausted and could no longer stand up to fight. Cheng Yu walked to Piccolo, stretched out his hand and pulled him up. "Piccolo, you are very strong, this battle is exciting," Cheng Yu said with a smile. Piccolo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You are really good, I still lost." Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and others applauded and cheered for this wonderful battle. Cheng Yu reached out and pulled up Piccolo, who was lying on the ground, his face with a gentle smile on his face. He took out a senzu bean from his arms, handed it to Piccolo, and said, "Come, eat this, it will help you recover quickly." Piccolo took the senzu bean and put it into his mouth without hesitation. In an instant, a strong vitality spread in his body, and the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the consumed physical strength was quickly restored. Piccolo felt the changes in his body, looked at Cheng Yu, and said sincerely, "Cheng Yu, thank you, this sparring has benefited me a lot." Cheng Yu patted Piccolo on the shoulder and said, "You're welcome, your strength also makes me look at you with new eyes, and I look forward to you becoming stronger in the future." Piccolo nodded heavily, with a firm light in his eyes. "By the way, who else is willing to spar with me?" Cheng Yu looked at the people watching the battle on the other side and said. Upon hearing this, everyone scattered. Maybe it was because they thought Piccolo had failed, so they didn't think they could defeat Piccolo, so no one came to fight. Cheng Yu wanted to improve his mental power, and he thought of Piccolo who was meditating. So he walked quickly to Piccolo and whispered, "Piccolo, I want to ask you how to meditate to cultivate mental power. Can you teach me?" Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, looked at Cheng Yu with a sincere face, nodded slightly and said, "Of course, but this requires you to have enough patience and concentration." Piccolo adjusted his sitting posture, motioned Cheng Yu to sit down, and then began to explain, "First, you have to relax every muscle in your body and make your breathing steady and deep. Close your eyes, eliminate all external interference, and focus your attention on one point in your heart." Cheng Yu sat down according to Piccolo's instructions and tried to relax himself. Piccolo continued, "Imagine a quiet lake in your mind, the water is clear and calm. When distracting thoughts appear, don't resist them, but let them disappear naturally like watching ripples on the lake." Cheng Yu tried to do it, but at the beginning, his thoughts always drifted away involuntarily. Piccolo said patiently, "Don't worry, this is normal. Slowly, you will find that feeling of concentration." Under Piccolo's careful guidance, Cheng Yu gradually entered the state and began his journey of spiritual power training. Chapter 45. The spiritual world of the Scions seems to be an endless dark abyss, filled with extreme emotions such as anger burning like a raging fire and tyranny raging like a storm. These emotions intertwine and collide with each other, forming an almost unstoppable force, like a ferocious beast, ready to tear anyone who tries to break in and control them into pieces. For Cheng Yu, finding a trace of tranquility in such a chaotic and violent spiritual world and achieving control over emotions is as difficult as climbing a steep and precipitous peak with bare hands. However, there was no retreat or fear in Cheng Yu's eyes. He knew that this was a difficult challenge related to self-growth and breakthrough, but his firm heart was ready to face all difficulties. He resolutely stepped into this spiritual chaos, relying on his existing strong spiritual power, like a fearless warrior, bravely facing the surging emotional wave. When the Scion's primitive and violent emotions swept towards him like a surging tsunami, Cheng Yu was not panicked at all. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrated all his mental strength, and built an indestructible barrier deep in his heart. This barrier was like a towering mountain, and no matter how fiercely the waves of emotions hit, it could not shake it at all. Every time the emotions came madly, it was like a ferocious beast with infinite power, rushing towards Cheng Yu with the momentum of destroying everything. The angry flames seemed to burn his soul, and the violent power seemed to tear his will apart. But Cheng Yu gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and the muscles of his whole body trembled slightly because of extreme tension. He kept shouting in his heart, "I can't be defeated. I will definitely win." In this long and painful confrontation, Cheng Yu's mental strength was gradually consumed, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, which kept sliding down his cheeks. His breathing became rapid and heavy, and every breath seemed to be under great pressure. But he never gave up. With his tenacious perseverance and firm belief, he held on to the spiritual defense line. Gradually, the originally unstoppable tyrannical force seemed to weaken. Cheng Yu keenly captured this subtle change. He knew that this was his chance to fight back. He seized this rare opportunity and began to try to calm his heart, which had been turned upside down. He slowly relaxed his tense body, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. He imagined himself in a quiet and beautiful forest, with the breeze blowing gently and the leaves rustling, as if it was a beautiful melody played by nature. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the dense leaves and sprinkled on the ground, forming patches of golden light, like a dreamlike fairyland. He focused on this beautiful imagination and let his breathing blend with the rhythm of the forest. Every breath seemed to be able to inhale the fresh air, full of vitality and energy. His heartbeat gradually returned to its normal rhythm, no longer as rapid and disordered as before. The originally restless heart was like being gently soothed by a pair of gentle and powerful hands, and slowly calmed down. In this difficult process, Cheng Yu always maintained a firm belief and tenacious will. He knew that this was just the beginning, and the road ahead was still long, and there would be more challenges waiting for him. But he was not afraid. Because he believed that as long as he persevered, he would be able to completely control the Scion's violent emotions and make his spiritual world strong and calm. Step by step, Cheng Yu firmly moved forward on this thorny road, moving forward towards the goal of controlling emotions. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles there were ahead, he was determined to conquer them. Cheng Yu finally calmed his heart. At this moment, he seemed to be in a quiet harbor, finally getting rid of the previous stormy emotional impact. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing unprecedented determination and concentration in his eyes. Cheng Yu knew that this was just a beginning. The real challenge was how to continuously control his emotions and further cultivate his spiritual power. This was destined to be a road full of hardships and difficulties, but he was fully prepared. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and began to try to deepen his consciousness into the deepest part of his heart. In that mysterious and unknown area, he carefully touched the emotional fluctuations that had not yet completely subsided, like soothing a frightened little animal. Every subtle ups and downs of emotions were like ripples on a calm lake, and Cheng Yu sensed them with extraordinary sensitivity. When anger surged like a surging tide, he was no longer completely swept away by it as before. Instead of losing his mind, he looked at the emotion with a calm bystander's attitude. He tried to understand the source of anger, embrace it with inner peace, and let the power of anger slowly recede like a tide. The process of cultivating spiritual power is not smooth sailing, and there will often be fatigue and confusion like a haze. Sometimes, he will feel extremely tired after a long period of concentration, as if a string stretched to the limit may break at any time. But Cheng Yu never gave up. He told himself that every setback is an opportunity for growth, and every fatigue is a prelude to an upcoming breakthrough. He imagined that his spiritual world was a vast and boundless starry sky, and each twinkling star represented an emotion or a spiritual power. He tried to arrange these stars according to his wishes to form an orderly and harmonious pattern. He concentrated his mind, gathered the stars of joy into a warm light group, turned the sad stars into a quiet nebula, and turned the stars of fear into brave meteors. This process requires extreme concentration and patience. If you are distracted, the stars will return to chaos. In countless days and nights of practice, Cheng Yu constantly challenges his limits. When his emotions are about to get out of control, he will quickly adjust his breathing to regain his inner balance. When his mental strength is about to run out, he will persist with his tenacious will and tap into the potential hidden deep inside. As time goes by, Cheng Yu can control the ups and downs of his emotions more freely. Anger can no longer easily influence his judgment, sadness can no longer make him fall into despair, and joy can no longer make him lose himself. His mental strength gradually increases in constant practice, and his heart becomes extremely tough, like steel that has been tempered 1,000 times, and can stand firm no matter what kind of wind and rain it faces. Chapter 46. At the same time that Cheng Yu was concentrating on cultivating his spiritual power, Trunks was in a state of high alert. Suddenly, he keenly noticed the shocking situation that Vegeta was defeated by Cell. Without the slightest hesitation, Trunks flashed across the sky like a flash of lightning, rushing towards the direction of Vegeta. The wind whistled in his ears, but it could not stop his firm determination. Soon, Trunks found Vegeta lying on the ground, wounded. His eyes were full of concern and anxiety, and he quickly leaned over and gently picked up Vegeta. Trunks flew at high speed, taking Vegeta to the Temple of the Gods. His heart was full of anger towards Cell, and he was also worried about Vegeta's injuries. Along the way, Trunks kept speeding up, wishing to reach the destination immediately so that Vegeta could receive timely treatment and recuperation. Cheng Yu noticed Vegeta's very weak breath, so he opened his eyes and saw Vegeta covered in injuries. Cheng Yu took out a senzu bean from the system space and gave it to Trunks. Trunks took it and helped Vegeta take it. Seeing that Vegeta had recovered, Cheng Yu was about to start his mouth cannon again. "Hey, Vegeta, I told you to practice hard and go when you are confident enough. Tell me, why do you have to be that hero?" "Humph. I was careless this time. I will definitely defeat him," Vegeta said with his arms crossed and a proud face. "Do you believe it or not, Trunks is stronger than you now." Cheng Yu began to tease Vegeta. How is it possible?" "Impossible." Vegeta was obviously panicked for a moment, but still pretended to be calm. "Trunks, show him how you can transform twice." Cheng Yu nodded slightly to Trunks. Trunks also understood that his father needed a little stimulation, so he didn't waste any words. Trunks stood in front of Vegeta with a firm and confident look. He took a deep breath and prepared to show Vegeta the transformation of Super Saiyan 1. Trunks' aura suddenly surged, and golden flames erupted from his body. His hair instantly stood up and turned golden, and his eyes were full of sharp light. His muscles bulged slightly, exuding a strong sense of power. "This is the form of Super Saiyan 1. Trunks said loudly. Vegeta nodded slightly, with scrutiny and expectation in his eyes. Then, Trunks decided to show the transformation of Super Saiyan 2. He concentrated again, and the aura on his body became more turbulent, and the golden light became more dazzling. Trunks' hair became more upright, and there were arcs flashing around him. The powerful energy fluctuations made the surrounding air seem to solidify. "This is Super Saiyan 2. Trunks' voice was full of pride and excitement. "Okay, now you believe it, right? Next, I will show you the real power of the Saiyans. Watch out." Cheng Yu smiled slightly, and agreed in his heart, "It's time for me to pretend, get ready to tremble." Cheng Yu stood in front of Vegeta with a serious face, ready to show him his Super Saiyan transformation. Cheng Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In an instant, his aura suddenly burst out, and the golden flame suddenly gushed out of his body. His hair stood up instantly and turned into a dazzling golden color. "This is the form of Super Saiyan 1. Cheng Yu opened his eyes, with the sharp light flashing in his eyes, and the powerful power fluctuations made the surrounding ground tremble slightly. Vegeta widened his eyes and showed a surprised expression. Cheng Yu did not stop and increased his strength again. His aura was more turbulent, the light was more intense, his hair became longer and straighter, and there was a faint electric current flashing around him. "This is the form of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta couldn't help but take a breath. However, Cheng Yu continued. He roared, and his aura changed dramatically again. His hair became longer, reaching his waist. There was a mysterious blue in the golden light. This was the form of Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, Cheng Yu exuded such pressure that Vegeta had difficulty breathing. "Watch out, the next thing is the real power of the Saiyans. It is also your future goal. This is the real power of the Saiyan race." Cheng Yu took a deep breath, as if he wanted to take the energy of the whole world into his chest. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, his face solemn and resolute. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. This roar seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds and reach the end of the universe. At the same time, his aura was like a surging wave, rapidly rising to the extreme. The surrounding space was distorted by this powerful aura. Then, Cheng Yu began to stimulate the primitive and wild power of the scions in his body. In an instant, a dazzling red light burst out from his body, instantly enveloping him completely. In this light, Cheng Yu's waist-length golden hair, which was originally Super Scion 3, gradually shrank back, and the color changed from golden to black, and the black short hair fluttered in the wind. At the same time, red hair quickly grew out from all parts of his body, surrounding his body, except for his chest and abdomen, which were still smooth and not covered by hair. And his entire body muscles surged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and each muscle was full of explosive power. The red tail swung flexibly, as if it was a spirit snake with independent consciousness. When the light gradually faded, Cheng Yu's powerful aura from primitive wildness was released without reservation like a mountain pressing down on his head. The powerful pressure instantly pressed Vegeta and Trunks to the ground. The two of them tried their best to resist this force, but found that they could not move at all. Vegeta was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he was speechless. After Cheng Yu completed the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, the majestic and vast aura was like a wild horse that ran away from its reins, rushing around wildly with him as the center. This powerful aura broke through the atmosphere without hindrance and spread directly to the depths of the deep and mysterious universe. On Earth, Cell, who was wreaking havoc, suddenly stopped. His ferocious face showed a look of confusion and vigilance, because he clearly sensed this earth-shaking aura, but he could not determine its source at all. And Son Gohan and Son Goku, who were training hard in the Spirit Time Chamber, also sensed this huge and shocking energy at the same time. Son Gohan's originally focused eyes suddenly became solemn, and beads of sweat unconsciously oozed from his forehead. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his expression serious, and secretly wondered who the owner of this energy was. Cheng Yu saw that Trunks and Vegeta beside him had been crushed to the ground by his aura, so he directly contacted the transformation, and then spoke again. Do you still have the dignity of a Scion Prince? You should know that you can't even master the true power of a Scion, so what are you? So our Scion Prince still needs to practice. Chapter 47. After the huge impact brought by Cheng Yu's shocking transformation, Vegeta was like being hit hard in the heart by a heavy hammer. He finally realized very clearly the insurmountable gap between himself and Cheng Yu. In the next 2 days, Vegeta seemed to have changed. He was silent, and the proud and conceited words in the past never came out of his mouth again. He stayed alone in the Temple of Heaven, devoting himself to serious practice. Perhaps it was Cheng Yu's ruthless and hurtful words that cut his self-esteem like a sharp blade, making him wake up from a dream, or perhaps it was the destructive power shown by Cheng Yu when he transformed, like a heavy mountain, which made him almost breathless and completely shattered his former pride. But no matter what the reason is, Vegeta has made up his mind to use his own efforts and sweat to make up for the huge gap and regain his dignity and glory. At this critical moment, the father and son, Son Goku and Son Gohan, who attracted much attention from everyone, finally walked out of the spiritual time house full of mystery and unknown challenges side by side. As soon as they appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. What was shocking was that this pair of father and son actually maintained the full power transformation state of Super Saiyan from beginning to end. They were emitting a strong golden aura, their hair stood up, shining with bright golden light, and their eyes revealed firmness and courage. The powerful aura made the air around them seem to become heavy. So, everyone in the Heavenly God Temple quickly gathered in front of Son Goku with full curiosity and doubts. Everyone's face was full of confusion, and they asked in a flurry, Wukong, why do you keep this transformation form? Everyone's eyes were full of expectations, and they were eager to get an answer from Son Goku. Son Wukong looked calm. He first raised his head slightly and looked into the distance with deep eyes, as if thinking about something. Then, he slowly turned his head, looked at everyone with a firm gaze, and explained slowly, Everyone, our current practice has encountered a bottleneck and we cannot break through to the next stage of Super Saiyan for the time being. However, we cannot stagnate because of this. In this case, Practicing Super Saiyan 1 to the extreme is the best choice at the moment. By maintaining this transformation state for a long time, our bodies can better adapt to the power of Super Saiyan, so that we can use it more freely in battle and exert stronger strength. Sun Wukong's explanation made everyone fall into deep thought. Everyone began to savor his words carefully and gradually understood the deep meaning. Vegeta stood aside, nodded thoughtfully, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. He knew that Sun Wukong's idea was wise. This spirit of constantly pursuing the extreme was the key to their continuous self-transcendence in battle. Trunks clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind to practice and improve his strength like Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. Others were also inspired and enlightened by Sun Wukong's words. They understood that when facing difficulties and challenges, they should not give up easily, but try their best to tap their potential and maximize their existing abilities. At this time, the atmosphere in the heavenly temple became particularly solemn and full of hope. Everyone was determined to face the challenges of the future for a stronger power and to protect the peace of the earth. At this time, Piccolo took a firm step and took the initiative to walk towards the spirit time room. At this time, Cheng Yu saw Piccolo's move and instantly had an idea in his mind. Cheng Yu walked up quickly and proposed to everyone, "Let Piccolo and I go into the spirit time room to practice first." His eyes were full of confidence and determination, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. Everyone was surprised when they heard Cheng Yu's proposal. Cheng Yu looked calm and continued, "Don't worry, when Piccolo comes out, I will definitely surprise you." His words revealed an unquestionable certainty, as if he had already seen the shocking results in the future. Everyone looked at each other, and after a brief silence, they finally chose to believe Cheng Yu. Piccolo looked at Cheng Yu and nodded slightly, and the two walked into the spirit time house together. The mysterious door slowly closed, and everyone was looking forward to and curious about the surprises they would bring when they returned. Just after entering the spirit time house, this space full of mystery and unknown, the flow of time is completely different from the outside world. Cheng Yu did not as expected. He immediately engaged in intensive training with Piccolo, but stared at Piccolo with a look of curiosity and inquiry, and solemnly asked a thought-provoking question, "Piccolo, why do you want to have powerful power?" The moment Piccolo heard this question, he seemed to be cast under a spell and stood still. His eyes became a little blurry, and his thoughts seemed to be suddenly dragged back to the distant past by this simple question. Those ambitions, desires, struggles and changes in the past, like old paintings, slowly unfolded in his mind. After a long time, Piccolo slowly broke free from the vortex of memories. He took a deep breath, and his eyes became deep and distant, as if he wanted to see through the walls of this spiritual time house and see those past years. He slowly said, "Cheng Yu, do you know? At first, when I was born into this world, my heart was full of hatred and ambition. I regarded Sun Wukong as my biggest enemy. I longed to have a powerful force that no one could match, just to be able to defeat him, and then use this power to rule the earth. At that time, there was only power and desire in my world. I thought that as long as I had absolute power, I could control everything." Big paused and continued, "But in the days that followed, I experienced countless battles with everyone and faced one powerful enemy after another. In this process, I gradually discovered that these people around me have their own persistence and beliefs, and have a deep love for the earth and their partners. We fought side by side and worked together for a common goal. I began to feel the power of the team and the friendship, the preciousness of love and trust. Later, as time went by, my pursuit of power took on a whole new meaning. I was no longer just pursuing my own selfish desires, but to protect the earth where we live together and to protect those I care about. Every time I faced the threat of the enemy and every time I saw the earth in crisis, I became more determined in my belief. Today, the enemies we face are getting stronger and stronger, and the situation is getting more and more serious. I know that only with more powerful power can we hope to defeat the evil forces that are trying to destroy our homeland. So now I want to have powerful power to protect the earth, to protect my hometown where I was born and raised, and to protect those I love and those who love me." Cheng Yu listened quietly to Piccolo's answer. There was no initial curiosity in his eyes, but deep thinking and admiration instead. He nodded thoughtfully, as if he had realized some truths about power, responsibility, and faith in Piccolo's words. Chapter 48. Cheng Yu and Piccolo stood in the extremely wide space of the Spirit Time House. Their eyes met, and in an instant, it seemed as if countless sparks burst in the air. Without any extra words, the sparring began directly. Cheng Yu kicked his feet hard, and his figure rushed towards Piccolo like lightning. His arm muscles were tense, and his fists were swung out with lightning speed. This punch seemed simple and direct, but in fact it contained a clever force-generating technique. The power surged from the soles of the feet, passed through the legs and waist, and finally gathered at the tip of the fist. Piccolo reacted quickly, and he slightly turned his body to try to avoid this fierce blow. However, Cheng Yu's speed was beyond imagination, and his fist still brushed Piccolo's shoulder, and the powerful impact force made Piccolo's body lose balance. Piccolo, who was knocked flying, quickly adjusted his body in the air. The moment his feet landed, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but more of excitement. At this time, Cheng Yu's aura surged, and the golden flames rose like a raging fire. He successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. The powerful energy fluctuations made the entire Spirit Time House tremble slightly, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this power. Rushing towards Piccolo again, Cheng Yu's attack was more swift and violent. Every punch he threw was accompanied by a whistling sound of wind, and the speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Piccolo was a little flustered at first. He kept retreating, turning sideways, and jumping, trying to avoid Cheng Yu's dense rain-like attacks. But Cheng Yu's attack angle was extremely tricky, sometimes hitting directly from above, and sometimes sweeping from the side, making Piccolo defenseless. In order to allow Piccolo to quickly enhance his combat effectiveness, Cheng Yu decided to exert further pressure. He raised his aura again and transformed directly into a more powerful state. At this time, his strength seemed to have been raised to another level, and every attack was with the momentum of destroying the world. A strong sense of oppression came over him, and Piccolo felt difficulty breathing. Every time he resisted, his arms went numb. But he gritted his teeth and persisted, trying to find a way to deal with Cheng Yu's violent attack. Piccolo began to concentrate and observe Cheng Yu's attack rhythm and flaws. He found that although Cheng Yu's attack was powerful, there would be a short power interval after continuous and rapid attacks. So Piccolo seized this opportunity. At the moment when Cheng Yu's fist was about to hit him, he slid sideways, avoided the attack, and quickly counterattacked with his palm. Cheng Yu seemed to have expected it. He slightly sideways, blocked Piccolo's counterattack with his arm, and then attacked Piccolo again with an elbow. Cheng Yu controlled his attack rhythm, sometimes speeding up, sometimes slowing down, so that Piccolo could adapt little by little in the battle. Piccolo did not disappoint. In this fierce battle, he gradually realized some new fighting skills. He learned how to use the flexibility of his body to avoid attacks and how to counterattack at the moment of defense. His defense became more and more stable, and his counterattack became more and more methodical. The battle between the two became more and more intense. And the energy in the Spirit Time Room was overflowing and the light was flashing. Every collision caused a huge energy fluctuation, and Piccolo continued to break through himself in this high-intensity battle, and his strength was significantly improved. In the fierce battle with Piccolo, Cheng Yu keenly noticed the great potential shown by Piccolo. He knew that only by giving enough pressure could this potential be fully stimulated. So, in the process of fighting, Cheng Yu began to improve his breath little by little. With each attack, the power he released was stronger than the last time, ensuring that Piccolo could be under heavy pressure at all times. Piccolo did not retreat at all under this continuously increasing sense of oppression, but resisted more and more tenaciously. Piccolo, who has merged with the old god, is now a complete body. Whether it is potential or physical strength, it is not inferior to the scions. However, the Namekians do not have the ability to suddenly multiply their combat effectiveness through transformation like the scions. They have always maintained their basic form and basic combat effectiveness. But Piccolo relied on his own strong talent and tenacious will, and tried to adapt to the pressure of Cheng Yu's constantly increasing aura. Every defense and counterattack was tapping his potential. His movements became more agile, his reactions became faster, and his use of strength became more exquisite. Cheng Yu watched Piccolo constantly break through himself under pressure, and secretly admired him in his heart. He knew that such a battle would be invaluable to Piccolo's growth. And Piccolo also became stronger and stronger unknowingly in this seemingly difficult battle. In the fierce battle, Cheng Yu's thoughts turned rapidly. He suddenly had an idea that scions could stimulate their own wildness and thus have the original wild form of Super Saiyan 4. Since Namekians also have his unique bloodline should be able to transform in some way. Cheng Yu clearly remembered that in the original plot, Piccolo had obtained a powerful transformation of Orange Piccolo through Shenlong, and the strength of that form was comparable to the blue form of Super Saiyan God. At this moment, while he was fighting fiercely with Piccolo, he was thinking in his heart whether Piccolo could trigger this amazing transformation in advance. Cheng Yu's attack slowed down slightly, and his eyes were fixed on Piccolo, as if he wanted to find a trace of possible transformation from him. Piccolo was concentrating on dealing with Cheng Yu's offensive, and had no idea of Cheng Yu's thoughts. But under Cheng Yu's expectant and inquiring eyes, Piccolo felt that this battle was more and more full of unknowns and mysteries. Just when Cheng Yu was stunned for a moment because of thinking about whether Piccolo could trigger the transformation in advance, the sharp Piccolo instantly captured this fleeting opportunity. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and the muscles of his whole body instantly tightened, and the power in his body was quickly concentrated on his fists like a surging tide. He kicked his feet hard, and rushed forward like an arrow from a bow, with an unstoppable momentum, and punched out fiercely. This powerful punch carried all of Piccolo's strength and hit Cheng Yu solidly. The powerful impact was like a cannonball exploding, instantly generating a violent energy wave. Cheng Yu's body was like a fallen leaf swept by a strong wind, and instantly flew backwards, drawing a long arc in the air. However, although this powerful punch caused Cheng Yu to suffer a heavy blow, it did not cause him any actual damage. Cheng Yu quickly adjusted his body shape during the backward flight, and after his feet landed, he slid back a distance and stood steadily. There was no anger on his face, but instead revealed a hint of appreciation and admiration for Piccolo. Cheng Yu and Piccolo both stopped at the same time at this moment, and looked at each other quietly. Piccolo's body began to tremble uncontrollably due to the huge consumption of the previous blow. His legs seemed to lose strength, shaky, and finally unable to stand, he sat on the ground. He gasped heavily, and every breath seemed extremely heavy. Sweat kept sliding down his forehead and cheeks like rain, dripping on the ground, instantly forming a small water stain. But Piccolo's eyes still burned with the desire and determination to fight, without the slightest retreat or fear. He stared at Cheng Yu tightly, as if telling him that this was just a small episode in the battle, and he still had enough strength and courage to continue fighting. Cheng Yu stood in place, his eyes calm and deep. He looked at Piccolo sitting on the ground, and his heart was filled with emotion. He knew that Piccolo's strength was not only in his strength, but also in his never-give-up spirit and tenacious will. Cheng Yu nodded slightly, as if conveying a silent recognition and respect to Piccolo. At this time, the whole space seemed to be quiet, with only Piccolo's heavy breathing and the eyes of the two people interweaving and colliding in the air. In this fierce battle, they all felt each other's strength and perseverance, and they all worked hard and fought hard to become stronger. Chapter 49. Cheng Yu slowly came to Piccolo, with a concerned look on his face, and took out a precious senzu bean from his arms and handed it to Piccolo. Piccolo took the senzu bean without hesitation and put it into his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, the magical effect was shown, and the energy of Piccolo's body quickly recovered, and the damage suffered in the previous battle was also restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cheng Yu stood aside, frowning slightly, and fell into thinking about the question just now. After a moment, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Piccolo directly, "Pico, can the Namekians multiply their combat effectiveness by transforming like the Scions, or stimulate the blood of the Namekians to gain more powerful power?" Piccolo was stunned when he heard this question. He grew up on Earth since he was a child and didn't know much about many things on Namek. But this question deeply touched him, and he began to seriously think about the feasibility of this plan. Piccolo's eyes became deep, and his mind kept recalling everything he knew about Namekians. He tried hard to search for clues that might be related to transformation and stimulating blood power, but his memory was blank. However, he did not give up thinking, but tried to analyze this possibility based on his own combat experience and understanding of power. Cheng Yu quietly waited for Piccolo's answer, his eyes full of expectation. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, only the thoughts of the two people were constantly churning. Piccolo pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Cheng Yu, to be honest, I grew up on Earth and I really know very little about these secrets of the Namekians. But from my current understanding, we Namekians don't seem to have the way to multiply our combat power through obvious transformations like the Scions. However, I don't think it's completely impossible to stimulate the power of blood. We Namekians have unique regenerative abilities and strong spiritual power. Perhaps under certain conditions or through special training, we can stimulate the more powerful power hidden in our blood. But all this is just my guess, and more exploration and attempts are needed." Pico's eyes revealed a hint of uncertainty, but also a desire to explore further. After listening to Piccolo's answer, Cheng Yu nodded thoughtfully, and then said, "Then let's imagine, if we can really find a way to stimulate the blood power of the Namekians, what kind of conditions or opportunities will be needed? For example, a specific environment, special energy stimulation, or some kind of spiritual breakthrough?" Pico frowned, thought for a moment and responded, "Maybe it has something to do with the origin of our Namekians. Maybe we can find some clues when we return to our hometown. Or like the Scions who have greatly increased their strength after recovering from the brink of death, can we also stimulate potential through similar extreme methods?" Cheng Yu continued, "Then the spiritual level, what about the other side? We all know that the spiritual power of Namekians is strong. Is it possible to stimulate the blood through spiritual practice?" Pico's eyes lit up and said, "This is a new idea. Perhaps we can learn from some ancient cultivation methods on Earth and see if we can combine them with our own characteristics." Cheng Yu also proposed, "Can we study the historical records of Namekians? Maybe our ancestors left relevant hints." The two of them kept talking and putting forward various ideas and possibilities, and had an in-depth and heated discussion on how to stimulate the blood power of Namekians. After discussing for a while, Cheng Yu and Piccolo both felt that the current ideas were not mature enough and needed more information and thinking. Cheng Yu suggested, "Pico, I think it might be a way to summon Shenlong to ask after going out. Maybe I can get useful guidance." Piccolo nodded in agreement, "Well, this is a good idea, but the most important thing at the moment is that I have to practice and become stronger as soon as possible." The two knew that in order to have enough strength to defeat Cell after going out, they could not relax for a moment. Cheng Yu looked at Piccolo firmly and said, "Then let's not delay, let's continue." As soon as the voice fell, the two men took up their positions again and engaged in a new round of fighting. Cheng Yu flashed and took the lead in attacking, with a whistling fist. Piccolo responded calmly, deftly defusing Cheng Yu's offensive, while looking for opportunities to counterattack. In the spirit time room, energy fluctuations rose and fell, and the two were fully focused, treating every fight as a precious opportunity to improve themselves, and fighting hard for the common goal of defeating Cell. This time, Cheng Yu was determined to bring great pressure to Piccolo, so that Piccolo's cultivation would be greatly improved. The training will be faster, and the combat power will increase rapidly. Only with great pressure, Piccolo will make great progress in the battle without knowing it. He stood firmly on the ground with his feet, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his expression was serious and focused. He took a deep breath, as if to absorb all the energy around him into his body, and then slowly closed his eyes. Behind those tightly closed eyes, Cheng Yu's consciousness immersed in the deepest part of his body, concentrating on mobilizing the powerful force in his body that came from the Scion bloodline. At this moment, his body seemed to have become a huge energy vortex, and the surrounding air produced visible fluctuations due to this powerful suction. I saw his body began to emit dazzling light, and the light became stronger and stronger, wrapping him in it. The powerful energy fluctuations spread wildly around him, and wherever they went, the ground trembled slightly and dust flew. At the moment when the light reached its peak, Cheng Yu successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. However, even Cheng Yu himself did not notice the amazing change in this shocking transformation. Behind him, a huge golden gorilla shadow appeared. The shadow was tall and majestic, as if the overlord of ancient times had descended. Its body exuded a brilliant golden light, and every hair was clearly visible and lifelike. The powerful pressure was like a substance, making the surrounding space seem heavy. However, Cheng Yu had opened his eyes at this time, and his eyes were full of determination and desire to fight, tightly locked on Piccolo in front of him. All his attention was focused on the upcoming battle, and he had no idea of the mysterious and powerful shadow behind him. Cheng Yu began to try to gather the huge outward breath, his body trembled slightly, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Obviously, this was not an easy task. But with his tenacious will and precise control of strength, he gradually condensed the overflowing breath, making his strength more concentrated and restrained, so that he could play more freely in the battle. Then, he looked at Piccolo with a serious face, without any contempt or laziness in his eyes. He raised his hands and made the standard gesture of martial artists fighting, with his fingers slightly bent, palms facing inward, and his body slightly leaning forward, ready to meet Piccolo's attack at any time. Every move he made was full of power and rhythm, as if announcing to Piccolo that this would be an unprecedented fierce confrontation. Piccolo stood opposite and felt the powerful and restrained aura of Cheng Yu. He couldn't help but feel a little admiration in his heart, but more of a strong desire to fight. He also adjusted his state and prepared to meet Cheng Yu's challenge. Chapter 50. Outside the Spirit Time Room, the crowd waited for another 2 days. Time passed quietly in the tense atmosphere, and every minute and every second seemed particularly precious. The people outside also did not slack off at all, and they practiced non-stop. Krillin gritted his teeth and repeated his moves again and again, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Tian Xinyan had a firm look and focused on honing his Qigong skills. Yamcha was constantly improving his physical fitness and reaction speed. They all had the same goal in their hearts, that is, to contribute their own strength when facing Cell and fight to protect the Earth. In the Spirit Time Room, Cheng Yu and Piccolo also ushered in a critical moment after a long period of hard practice. Cheng Yu's eyes were bright and full of expectation, saying, "Come on, Piccolo, let me see your progress in the past 2 years." His voice was firm and powerful, echoing in this closed space. Piccolo smiled calmly, and that smile was full of confidence and calmness. He responded, "Come on, Cheng Yu, let me show you the power of our Namekians." Piccolo exuded a powerful aura, as if he was fully prepared to show his full strength in this final competition. The two stood opposite each other, and the air around them seemed to become heavy because of their aura. The ultimate duel that would determine the results of their training was about to begin. Cheng Yu looked at Piccolo's excited and eager appearance, and his fighting spirit instantly burned like a raging fire. He knew that facing Piccolo, who was so passionate and determined, this would be an unreserved and all-out competition. Only by showing his true strength could he show the greatest respect to each other. So, Cheng Yu took a deep breath, and his chest bulged high, as if he wanted to take all the energy in this spiritual time house into his body. Then, he raised his head suddenly and let out a deafening roar. This roar seemed to be able to penetrate the barriers of time and space and reach the depths of the universe. In this roar, Cheng Yu's aura surged wildly like the surging waves of the sea. Powerful and pure energy burst out from every cell of his body, interweaving and merging with each other, forming a vortex of power that almost swallowed up the entire space. He successfully raised his own aura to the extreme, completed the transformation, and became a Super Saiyan full power. At this moment, Cheng Yu was surrounded by golden flames, which were hot and dazzling, like a burning golden sun. His hair stood up, flashing with brilliant golden light, and each strand contained endless power. His eyes became extremely sharp, like two lightning bolts that could penetrate everything, filled with a firm desire to fight and a persistent pursuit of victory. The ground under Cheng Yu's feet was overwhelmed by this suffocatingly powerful force, and it sank slightly, forming circles of spider web-like cracks. The surrounding air was also distorted by this force, and the light reflected strange colors in it, as if the entire space was in a state of chaos. Then, Cheng Yu did not hesitate at all, and his figure disappeared instantly like a ghost. The next moment, he rushed towards Piccolo at an unimaginable speed like a golden lightning. His fists were clenched, and the muscles on his arms were as tight as steel. With the sound of whistling wind, he smashed towards Piccolo fiercely. Wherever the fist passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving a short black mark. Piccolo faced Cheng Yu's extremely sharp attack, and there was no fear in his eyes. His eyes were calm and calm. At that moment, he reacted quickly, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and gathered all his strength on his arms, ready to take Cheng Yu's powerful attack. When Cheng Yu's fist collided with Piccolo's crossed arms, time seemed to stop at this moment. Then, a huge energy shock wave broke out in all directions with the two as the center. Wherever this shock wave went, the rocks on the wall broke apart, turning into countless pieces of rubble that flew everywhere. The entire spirit time house was shaken by this powerful force, and it emitted a series of dull echoes. However, the two did not retreat at all because of this first collision. Their battle has just begun, and a thrilling battle is about to take place in this small space. Because Cheng Yu's fighting power is indeed stronger than Piccolo's. In this fierce and wonderful battle, although Piccolo tried his best, used all his skills, and showed amazing fighting skills and tenacity, Cheng Yu was still superior in the end and successfully defeated Piccolo. However, although Piccolo was defeated although he was in a battle, he did not feel sad or depressed. Instead, he lay quietly on the ground with a relieved smile on his face. Because through this hardy battle, he clearly felt that he had become very powerful now. Cheng Yu, who fought with him, did not let him go from beginning to end, but really showed all his strength and had an unreserved duel with him. In this process, Piccolo deeply understood the limit of his power. But even so, he was extremely happy, because the power he had now was a world apart from his former self. In the past, he might feel powerless when facing a powerful enemy, and he would feel fear and uneasiness. But now, after this long and arduous practice, he has been reborn and has the strength to compete with the strong. Piccolo knows that this failure is not the end, but a new starting point. He will use this battle as experience, continue to work hard to practice, constantly break through his limits, and move towards a higher realm. And Cheng Yu will also become an important benchmark and source of motivation on his way forward. After a rest and recovery, Piccolo and Cheng Yu walked out of the mysterious spirit time house side by side. When they stepped out of the door, the fresh air hit them, and they couldn't help but take a deep breath, with a look of emotion on their faces. They looked up at the blue sky, felt the breeze, and a strong sense of mission surged in their hearts. Piccolo whispered, "We must protect this planet, because it is our home." Cheng Yu nodded heavily, his eyes firm and persistent, "That's right, no matter what the price, it can't be harmed." Then, they walked towards the people who had been waiting anxiously outside. Piccolo and Cheng Yu greeted everyone with a smile, and then rested quietly on the side. Although there was a trace of fatigue in their eyes, they were more looking forward to and determined to the final battle with Cell in a few days. On the other side, Krillin and Tian Xinyan walked into the Spirit Time House without any hesitation. They know that time is short and the task is arduous. They must race against time to improve their strength and contribute more to protecting the Earth. In this seemingly calm moment, everyone's heart is burning with a blazing fire. For the common goal and the peace of their homeland, they are ready to meet the upcoming huge challenges. Chapter 51. Another 2 days passed quietly, and the time notified by Cell finally came. Everyone was on high alert in the Temple of Heaven, and they were all in high spirits and ready to go. There was a determined flame burning in their eyes, and they had the same goal in mind, to destroy Cell, the ultimate biological weapon created by Dr. Gero. At this time, the atmosphere in the Temple of Heaven was solemn and solemn. Cheng Yu clenched his fists, his eyes were like torches, and he exuded a strong momentum, as if he was ready to fight Cell to the death at any time. Piccolo had a serious expression, and his green skin looked particularly firm in the sun. He secretly vowed to make Cell pay for his evil deeds. Krillin and Tian Xinyan had just come out of the Spirit Time room. Although they were a little tired, their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Yamsha, Jiaozi, and others also looked determined. They knew that this battle was about the survival of the Earth, and there must be no retreat. Everyone understood that this time they had to go to the martial arts meeting held by Cell, where they would have the final battle with Cell and completely eliminate this threat. They had no way out, they could only move forward bravely and use their own strength and courage to protect the home they loved. At this tense moment, no one spoke, only the sound of the breeze blowing through the corners of their clothes. But from their firm expressions and upright postures, it can be seen that they are ready for this fierce battle. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are ahead, they will not be afraid and move forward bravely. In the past few days, those who did not enter the Spirit Time House or had come out of the Spirit Time House were training in their own way, making final preparations for the upcoming decisive battle with Cell. Sun Wukong took Sun Wuhan, maintained the full power of Super Saiyan 1, and sat by the lake leisurely fishing. To outsiders, this seems a little incredible, but Sun Wukong knows that this is to hone his state of mind. By the calm lake, the father and son stared at the water intently, but their hearts were constantly practicing and settling. Vegeta, perhaps because of his experience of losing to Cell, or perhaps because he was deeply hit by the powerful force released by Cheng Yu. In the past few days, he has been staying in the gravity room made by Bulma for him, sweating profusely and conducting high-intensity training. Every punch and every kick carries his inner unwillingness and desire for powerful strength. Trunks has also been with Vegeta, bearing the oppression of gravity with his father, constantly breaking through his own limits. Piccolo, Cheng Yu, Tian Xinyan, and Jiaozi have been honing themselves in the Temple of the Gods. Piccolo closed his eyes and quietly felt the surrounding atmosphere, trying to improve his perception ability. Cheng Yu constantly practiced various moves, striving to respond more quickly and accurately in battle. Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi also did not slack off, they learned from each other and made progress together. Everyone is working hard in their own way. In order to protect the Earth and defeat Cell, they are giving their sweat and efforts without reservation. When they arrived, everyone's eyes were on a venue that was very similar to the world's #1 martial arts tournament. However, the difference is that this time it was in the open field. And there were no enthusiastic cheering spectators around, only silence. The first people to challenge Cell were a few Earthlings. They might have been full of passion and courage, wanting to contribute to the protection of the Earth. But Cell felt bored when facing them. He frowned, with a hint of contempt in his eyes, and casually sent out a Qigong wave. The powerful energy wave swept over in an instant, and the Earthlings were immediately frightened pale and fled in panic. Even Mr. Satan, who always claimed to be the strongest martial artist on Earth, was hiding aside and dared not come out. He also spoke to the photographer next to him in a flattering manner, saying that it was to save energy and finally appear to eliminate Cell. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was just intimidated by Cell's strength and didn't dare to step forward easily. At this time, the atmosphere on the field became increasingly tense, and everyone was waiting for the real strong man to take action and start a thrilling life-and-death contest with Cell. Vegeta was as proud as ever, but this time he didn't say as much as usual. Instead, he immediately became full of energy and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. His whole body was burning with golden flames, and his eyes were full of determination. It was obvious that he was ready to go all out to fight Cell, perhaps to avenge his previous shame and revenge. This time he was unreserved at the beginning, raising his aura to the extreme, showing an amazing momentum. Seeing this, Cell didn't waste any words, and his figure flashed, and he rushed towards Vegeta. The two were in the air. In the instant, they started fighting, with fists whistling and energy overflowing. However, due to the difference in combat power, Vegeta gradually fell into a disadvantage. Cell saw the opportunity and blasted out a powerful energy wave. Vegeta was unable to dodge and was knocked to the ground heavily. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, his face was full of unwillingness and anger, and his eyes were burning with unyielding flames. Trunks rushed forward at the first time, carefully helped Vegeta back to the side, quickly took out a senzu bean from his arms and fed it to him. After Vegeta took the senzu bean, his injuries recovered quickly, but the unwillingness in his heart was difficult to calm down. Despite this, Vegeta still suppressed his emotions and said to Sun Wukong, "You must defeat this trash, otherwise I will never forgive you." There was eagerness and expectation in his voice, as if all his hopes were placed on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong flashed and flew to the ring. His eyes were like lightning, his muscles were tense, and he began to concentrate on breathing. A powerful breath surged out of his body, and the golden flames burned fiercely, as if to ignite the surrounding air. Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Wukong showed all his strength, rushed up like a flash of lightning, and instantly started a fierce battle with Cell. Each of his punches contained the power to destroy the world, and each of his kicks was accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. For a moment, the ring was shining, the energy fluctuated violently, and the figures of the two people intertwined, making it dizzying. Sun Wukong was fully focused, exerting his fighting skills and strength to the extreme, vowing to compete with Cell. Cell defeated Sun Wukong with absolute advantage. Sun Wukong stood up from the ground with difficulty and slowly lifted the transformation. At this moment, Sun Wukong made a move that surprised everyone. He looked calm and took the initiative to jump off the ring. And this act of falling out of the ring meant that he had lost the competition. Cell stood on the ring and said with contempt, "Son Goku, is this your strength? You still want to defeat me? It would be wise for you to admit defeat." But Son Goku said to Cell calmly, "Although I lost, I know someone who can defeat you, and he will definitely defeat you." Hearing this, Cell couldn't help but wonder. He glanced at the protagonists on the sidelines, and then said disdainfully, "You still want to defeat me like this?" Son Goku slowly walked to the sidelines and said to Son Gohan with a firm look, "Gohan, I believe you, you can definitely beat him, you must believe in your potential." Not only Vegeta and Piccolo beside them were full of doubts, even Son Gohan himself couldn't help but fall into deep thought, saying to himself, "Can I really beat him?" Son Goku stood up again at this time and encouraged, "Come on, Gohan, believe that you can do it, your potential is very huge. Come on, go." Son Gohan's eyes gradually became firm when he heard his father's encouragement. He took a deep breath, took a firm step to the ring, and stood face to face with Cell. At this moment, Son Gohan seemed to radiate an invisible power, and he was ready to meet this difficult challenge. In this Cell game, there are many reasons why Son Gohan believed that Son Gohan could beat Cell. First of all, Son Goku knew that Son Gohan had great potential. Although Gohan was usually gentle and not very keen on fighting, he could always burst out amazing power at critical moments. Secondly, in his fight with Cell, Gaku keenly realized that Cell's strength was not insurmountable, and once Gohan's potential was stimulated, he could definitely defeat Cell. Furthermore, Gaku knew Gohan's growth and training process very well. He knew that Gohan had accumulated enough strength and skills in his hard training, and he just needed an opportunity to fully release them. Finally, as a father, Gaku had a deep trust and understanding of Gohan. He believed that Gohan's courage and determination could support him in defeating powerful enemies in battle. Chapter 52. Son Gohan stood on the ring, staring at the powerful Cell in front of him. He took a deep breath, as if to expel all the tension and anxiety from his body. Then, he no longer hesitated, and his whole body burst out with an extremely powerful aura, instantly turning into a Super Saiyan at full power. The golden flames burned around him, and Son Gohan's eyes became extremely firm and sharp. He shouted loudly, exerted force on his feet, rushed forward like a cannonball, and did not hesitate to start a fierce battle with Cell. His fists were accompanied by a whirring sound of wind, and every attack contained his inner anger and determination. Cell was not to be outdone, and faced Son Gohan's attack. For a while, the ring was full of light and the roar of energy collision was endless. The battle between Son Goku and Cell was thrilling. At the beginning of the battle, Son Gohan instantly aerated, transformed into a Super Saiyan, rushed towards Cell at a very fast speed, took the initiative, and threw a powerful punch. Cell dodged easily by leaning sideways, and at the same time responded with a swift kick, but Gohan swiftly jumped back to avoid it. Then, Gohan launched a series of punches and energy wave attacks, while Cell flexibly dodged left and right, and was able to find the right time to counterattack. The two figures quickly crossed each other on the ring, and the speed was dazzling. As the battle progressed, Gohan continued to increase his strength, his aura became stronger, and the golden flame of the Super Saiyan burned more vigorously. Each of his attacks carried the power of destroying the world, but Cell could always cleverly resolve it. In a fierce collision, Gohan and Cell each used their full energy waves, and the two rays of light collided, producing a huge explosion impact, and the entire ring trembled. However, despite Gohan's all-out efforts, Cell seemed to be stronger and gradually gained the upper hand. But Gohan never gave up, and still fought tenaciously with Cell until he was finally defeated due to physical exhaustion. Cell looked at Son Gohan lying on the ground with a disdainful smile on his face, which was full of contempt and ridicule. Then, without mercy, he suddenly sent a Qigong wave to the crowd on the sidelines. The protagonists reacted quickly and immediately used their skills to dodge. But those ordinary people who had no fighting ability suffered. Some were directly knocked away by this powerful force and fell far away like a kite with a broken line, others even died on the spot, and the scene was horrible. However, Cell had no intention of stopping. He flashed and attacked the protagonists at a very fast speed. His speed was as fast as a ghost, with a fierce killing intention, which instantly put the protagonists in an extremely dangerous situation. Cell was like a ferocious beast, launching a fierce attack on the protagonists with an unstoppable momentum. He first locked his target on Piccolo. Cell flashed and appeared in front of Piccolo in an instant. Before Piccolo could react, he punched him hard. Piccolo was hit by this powerful force and flew out like a cannonball. He fell heavily to the ground and could not get up for a while. Then, Cell turned to Tien Shinyan. He saw that he condensed a powerful energy wave with his hands and fired it at Tien Shinyan without hesitation. Tien Shinyan tried his best to resist, but the energy wave was too strong. He was finally swallowed by this force and fell to the ground. Then, Cell cast his eyes on Vegeta. Vegeta roared and rushed forward, and launched a fierce attack with Cell. However, after a few rounds, Cell saw Vegeta's flaw and kicked him away. Vegeta rolled on the ground for several rounds before he could barely stabilize his body. Cell did not give them a chance to breathe and quickly rushed to Krillin. Krillin tried to dodge with his flexible body movements, but Cell was faster, grabbed Krillin and threw him to the ground, and Clinton lost his ability to fight. In this way, Cell defeated the protagonists one by one with his powerful strength and cruel means, and the whole scene fell into despair and chaos. Trunks was quickly pulled away by Cheng Yu at the moment when Cell fired the energy bomb, and the two of them flashed to a far place. After they stood still, their eyes were fixed on the direction of the ring, watching the tragic situation of the crowd. Their faces were full of solemnity and tension, but neither of them acted rashly. Sun Gohan looked at the people lying on the ground, his eyes almost spewed fire, and the anger in his heart was about to erupt like a volcano. Although Son Goku had been knocked to the ground and was covered with scars at this time, he still looked at Son Gohan with a firm look, encouraging him and said, "Believe in your own potential, Gohan, I believe you can definitely defeat Cell, come on." As soon as the voice fell, Son Goku was killed by Shalo before he could react more. Lu kicked him mercilessly, his body drew an arc in the air, and fell heavily to a farther place. Son Gohan staggered to his feet at this time, his eyes burning with rage, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said, "Cell, I must destroy you." After that, Son Gohan roared, "Ah!" This roar seemed to break through the clouds, and a huge breath gushed out from Son Gohan, like a surging wave, one wave after another, and the powerful force made the surrounding air tremble. Son Gohan was extremely angry at this time, looking at the tragic appearance of the people around him, and his father Son Goku's words kept echoing in his mind. All of this, like a burning fire, completely ignited the power deep in his heart. Son Gohan stood on the messy ring, surrounded by the fallen figures of his companions, and his eyes burned with endless anger and determination. Cell's contemptuous smile and wanton attack made Son Gohan's anger grow stronger and stronger. He clenched his teeth and his body trembled slightly. Suddenly, Son Gohan raised his head and roared, and his voice resounded through the sky. At the same time, a strong breath that was so strong that it was suffocating burst out from his body, and the golden light instantly enveloped him. His hair became more upright and sharp, the golden light became more dazzling, and the electric energy flowed around his body. Son Gohan's eyes became cold and sharp, and the form of Super Saiyan 2 was revealed. Son Goku woke up slowly at this time, and when he saw Son Gohan who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2 on the ring, he also smiled with relief. That smile was full of pride in his son's growth and expectations for the future. However, seeing that Son Gohan was still not making a move, Son Goku was anxious and reminded Son Gohan loudly, "Gohan, defeat Cell quickly, hurry up." Although his voice was weak, it was full of urgency and encouragement. Hoping that Son Gohan could seize the opportunity and defeat Cell in one fell swoop. Son Gohan listened to Son Goku's urgent reminder and came back to his senses as if waking up from a dream. He took a deep breath, tried to calm the surging emotions in his heart, and his eyes became firm and sharp again. Then, Son Gohan no longer hesitated, kicked his feet hard, rushed up like an arrow from a string, and officially started a fierce battle with Cell. His speed was as fast as lightning, with an indomitable momentum, and every move and every style contained powerful power, as if he wanted to pour all his anger and desire for victory into this battle. The battle between Son Gohan and Cell instantly entered a white-hot stage. Son Gohan was like a brave lion, waving his powerful fist and smashing towards Cell fiercely. Cell dodged sideways and fired back a fierce kick, but Gohan quickly bent over to avoid it. Gohan then launched a series of swift attacks, with whistling fists, each of which carried the powerful power of Super Saiyan 2. Cell was not to be outdone, crossing his hands to block, and then sending out a powerful energy wave to counterattack. The two of them fought back and forth, neither giving in. Gohan's eyes were full of determination and resoluteness, and he tried his best to defeat Cell as soon as possible with every attack. Cell, relying on his own strength and combat experience, stubbornly resisted Gohan's fierce attack. The entire battlefield was shining, and the collision of energy caused bursts of roars, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this fierce battle. Chapter 53. Son Gohan's whole body burst into brilliant golden light, and the power of Super Saiyan 2 surged in his body. He stared at Cell with a sharp gaze, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of Cell in an instant. Sun Gohan raised his fist, and with the sound of whistling wind, he smashed at Cell with the force of thunder. Cell tried to resist, but Sun Gohan's power was too strong, and this punch directly knocked Cell back again and again. Sun Gohan did not give Cell a chance to breathe, and then there was a series of violent attacks. His leg skills were sharp, and each kick contained the energy of destroying the world, and Cell was kicked to the ground. Cell wanted to fight back, but Sun Gohan's speed and strength completely suppressed him. Sun Gohan rushed over again and hit Cell high with an uppercut. When Cell fell heavily to the ground, he had no power to fight back and was completely knocked to the ground by Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan was probably deeply affected by the surging and uncontrollable emotions of his first transformation into Super Saiyan 2. His face, which was originally full of anger, was surprisingly calm at this moment. He walked towards Cell step by step with steady steps, with complex emotions in his eyes, including the confidence to defeat a strong enemy and the confusion of gaining such a powerful force for the first time. At this critical moment, Son Goku and Piccolo stood up at the same time in a panic. Son Goku's body, which was scarred by the battle, was now full of tension and anxiety. He shouted with all his strength, "Quickly destroy Cell, Gohan!" His voice was full of expectations for his son and concerns about the safety of the Earth. Piccolo also shouted, "Gohan, don't hesitate, hurry up!" His green face flushed with excitement, and the veins on his forehead bulged. However, Son Gohan seemed to be mentally affected by the huge impact of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. He fell into a trance and did not respond to their urgent calls. He just stared at Cell blankly, as if he was thinking about something, and seemed to be bound by some inexplicable emotions. At this time, Cell took advantage of Son Gohan's distraction and struggled to stand up from the ground. His body was trembling, and his eyes revealed despair and madness. Facing Son Gohan, he hysterically shouted, "Since I can't defeat you, let this planet be buried with me." As soon as the voice fell, he started the self-destruction program without hesitation. In an instant, Cell's body began to change drastically, like a balloon being blown up. It expanded rapidly into a huge sphere. The surface of his body flashed with a chilling light, which was a sign of the terrifying energy that was about to explode. As Cell's body expanded, the surrounding space was distorted, and the strong pressure made the air heavy. The constantly accumulating energy was like a giant beast about to break free from the cage, ready to devour and destroy everything at any time. The whole world seemed to be in a panic of doomsday, and everyone's eyes were focused on Cell's body that was about to explode, and their hearts were filled with despair and fear. Son Gohan finally came back to his senses from his trance at this time. When he saw Cell who was about to explode in front of him, he was at a loss for a moment, and his eyes were full of panic and helplessness. Son Goku stood up at this time, and he subconsciously looked at the people around him. His eyes swept over his father Son Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and others one by one. Then, Son Goku moved to Cell's side in an instant. Son Goku looked at Son Gohan in front of him and said with difficulty, "Gohan, you are great." Then, Son Goku turned his head to look at Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and others on the other side, with reluctance in his eyes, and said loudly, "Goodbye everyone." Cell may have sensed Son Goku's intention, and shouted in horror, "Don't touch me, if you release me, I will explode." His voice was full of fear and despair. Sun Wukong looked at everyone calmly and nodded slightly, as if he was saying his final goodbye. There was no fear in his eyes, only deep attachment to everyone and firm trust in Sun Wuhan. At this time, Cheng Yu, who had been watching the battle for a long time, suddenly moved to the side of Sun Wukong. He looked firm, nodded to everyone, and then said, "How could I let you sacrifice? Everyone remember me, this time I really see you again." After that, Cheng Yu moved quickly, decisively cancelled Cell's self-destruction program with one hand, and then instantly moved into the universe. In an instant, Cell exploded with a loud bang, and the power was extremely amazing. The breath of this explosion was so powerful that the planet just now exploded in an instant and turned into dust all over the sky. Although Cheng Yu had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 in the process just now, his physical strength had reached an extremely powerful. However, the power of the explosion was so terrifying that he was blown to another planet by the powerful impact. After landing, Cheng Yu returned to normal. Due to the serious impact of the explosion, he fell into a coma and lay motionless on the strange land. Everyone stared blankly at the direction where Cell and Cheng Yu disappeared, their eyes full of astonishment, and they didn't react for a while. The thrilling scene just happened too fast, so fast that their minds couldn't keep up with the rhythm. When they finally came to their senses and wanted to find Cheng Yu's figure, they found that he had disappeared, and even a trace of breath could not be felt. They looked at each other, full of worry and doubts. Sun Wukong frowned, trying to sense the energy fluctuations around him, but found nothing. Piccolo clenched his fists, his eyes revealed anxiety. Krillin and Vegeta also looked solemn, not knowing what Cheng Yu had encountered. This space, which was originally full of tension and fierce fighting, fell into silence at this moment. Only the dust left by the destroyed planet was still floating slowly, as if telling the thrilling battle just now. Everyone looked at the place where Cheng Yu disappeared, their eyes were dull and they could not speak for a long time. Even Trunks, who was running from a distance, stood there when he saw this scene, his mouth slightly open, and he wanted to speak, but it seemed that something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't spit out a word. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly at this time, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He said angrily and unwillingly, "Why do you want to be a hero at this time?" His voice seemed particularly abrupt in the silence, but it was full of complex emotions. Sun Wukong was silent, with deep worry and admiration in his eyes. Piccolo lowered his head, and his green face was full of solemnity. Krillin bit his lip, his eyes were red. And his heart was full of worry about Cheng Yu's safety. Trunks looked at the void and murmured to himself, "He will be fine, he will be." Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and everyone felt like they were being pressed down by a heavy boulder, unable to let go. Chapter 54. Cheng Yu fell into a coma, lying quietly on a desolate planet, with his pale face set off by the lifeless land. In a coma, his thoughts drifted back to his previous life. It was an endless 996 hard life, leaving home early and returning late every day, and being overwhelmed by work. He remembered his parents who always told him to take care of his health on the phone, and the look of relief and distress on his parents' faces every time he went home. Suddenly, Cheng Yu woke up suddenly. He was breathing heavily, and his eyes still had the fear and longing in his dreams. Looking at the strange and desolate environment around him, he was a little confused for a while. During the thrilling explosion, Cheng Yu resolutely transformed into Super Saiyan 4. This powerful transformation made his physical strength reach an amazing height, and it was because of this that he successfully offset part of the damage caused by the explosion. At that time, Cheng Yu had no time to think deeply. He had only one simple and firm thought in his mind: they all had family and friends, and he was alone, so it was the most appropriate choice for him to take this risk. So, he took Cell and teleported away without hesitation. As for why he teleported to this desolate planet, it turned out that this was where Cheng Yu lived when he first arrived in the Dragon Ball world. At the beginning, the system marked this planet so that he could teleport back at any time. Cheng Yu, who had woken up at this time, immediately flew into the universe with his weak body. He looked solemnly at the planet where he had lived for a long time after coming to this world. Once, that planet carried the most relaxing and comfortable memories of his life alone. Those times of practicing alone, those quiet nights, and those fantasies of the starry sky were all deeply engraved in his heart. However, now, the planet has been completely blown up in Cell's explosion, turned into dust in the universe, and dissipated in the endless darkness. Cheng Yu's eyes were full of regret and sadness. He stood silently in the void for a long time without saying a word. The beauty of the past was as short and brilliant as a meteor, but now there is only desolation and silence. Cheng Yu took a deep breath, as if to swallow all the endless regrets. He knew that life had to go on, and he had to fight to protect more beauty. Cheng Yu took out a fairy bean and took it without hesitation. In an instant, the magical effect was revealed. His body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his own breath was instantly filled. Then, he returned to the planet where he was blown up by the explosion and adjusted his state slightly. Then, he put his fingers together, leaned on his forehead, and concentrated on searching for the breath of people on the earth. He closed his eyes tightly, frowned slightly, and felt with full concentration. The air around him seemed to be frozen, and only his steady breathing sounded particularly clear in the silence. After unremitting efforts in the vast universe, Cheng Yu finally found the breath of the protagonist group. Without the slightest hesitation, he flashed and moved in front of the protagonist group in an instant. When everyone saw Cheng Yu suddenly appear, they first showed a look of surprise on their faces, and then they were replaced by joy. Sun Wukong walked up and patted Cheng Yu on the shoulder, his eyes full of relief. Piccolo nodded slightly, his mouth corners raised, revealing a rare smile. Krillin jumped up excitedly and cheered loudly. Vegeta held his hands in front of his chest. Although his expression was still a little arrogant, the concern in his eyes could not be concealed. Trunks also walked quickly to Cheng Yu's side, with admiration in his eyes. Cheng Yu looked at everyone, and a warm current surged in his heart. The dangers and hardships he had just experienced were no longer important at this moment, because he was back among these partners who fought side by side. When everyone saw Cheng Yu, they immediately rushed forward like a tide, surrounded him tightly, their faces full of concern and curiosity, and asked what was going on. Cheng Yu looked at everyone's anxious appearance, still with a warm and calm smile on his face, and explained the ins and outs of the matter to everyone in detail and patiently in an orderly manner. His voice was steady and clear, and every detail was described very well, making everyone understand the whole process as if they were there. After listening to Cheng Yu's story, everyone couldn't help but admire his fearless courage and decisive decision-making at the critical moment. Everyone's eyes were full of admiration and gratitude, and the atmosphere on the scene was warm and full of warmth. At this moment, Bulma, who was standing aside, waved her hand excitedly and proposed loudly, "Let's go to my house for a dinner to celebrate the successful elimination of Cell. After such a big battle, we have to relax and enjoy this moment of victory." Her eyes sparkled with excitement and her face was filled with a bright smile. Her proposal was instantly unanimously agreed by everyone, and cheers came one after another. Everyone's faces were blooming with the joy of victory, and their smiles were as bright as the sun, and their eyes were full of eager anticipation for the upcoming happy dinner, as if they had already seen the warm scene of everyone sitting together, laughing and sharing delicious food. On the way to Bulma's house, everyone was flying and talking happily, and laughter echoed in the air. The whole atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. At this moment, Cheng Yu's originally relaxed expression suddenly became a little solemn, and a voice appeared in his mind without warning. The voice seemed to come from the depths of the distance, buzzing in his mind. It turned out that Cell was destroyed, and the system that had been silently accompanying and helping him started the upgrade program. This sudden situation made Cheng Yu's body slightly startled, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But soon, he tried to calm himself down, but he couldn't help but secretly speculate in his heart, what new functions will this system upgrade bring? What unexpected changes and surprises are waiting for him? Everyone finally arrived at Bulma's house. As soon as they entered the door, a table full of delicious food came into view. Everyone sat down and started to eat a big meal. During the meal, Cheng Yu was in a good mood and even teased Vegeta, "Vegeta, you really married a beautiful and virtuous rich woman." As soon as this sentence came out, it was immediately agreed by everyone. Everyone was stunned at first, and then burst into a hearty laugh. After the laughter, the atmosphere gradually became serious. After some discussion, everyone decided to find the Dragon Ball to restore the huge damage caused by this incident and the innocent humans cruelly destroyed by Cell. They knew that this was their responsibility and to restore the world to its former peace and tranquility. In the Temple of Heaven, Cheng Yu solemnly asked for 2 wishes to revive the 2 androids and remove the bombs in their bodies. His eyes were firm and his voice was loud. Dr. Gro was too cruel to transform the siblings. But they are innocent, and they are not like the cruel androids in the future world. Everyone listened to Cheng Yu's words and fell into deep thought. Vegeta frowned at first, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and snorted with reluctance, "Artificial people? Humph, what is there to sympathize with?" But when he recalled the kindness and helplessness shown by the siblings in the battle, as well as the pain they endured, Vegeta's expression gradually eased. Others also nodded in agreement. Their eyes were full of sympathy and pity, knowing the injustice and pain suffered by the siblings. So, after some discussion, everyone finally decided to meet Cheng Yu's proposal, restore the 2 androids, and give them new life and freedom. After making the wish, a magical light shone, and the android siblings successfully recovered, and the fatal bomb in their bodies was also removed. The brother and sister asked everyone with confusion, "What is going on? How did we suddenly recover?" Everyone pointed at Cheng Yu and said, "Cheng Yu fought for you." So, the 2 of them came to Cheng Yu, and the sister spoke first, "Thank you, Cheng Yu, if it weren't for you, we don't know what would happen." The brother also said, "Thank you so much." Cheng Yu didn't say much, just smiled and waved his hand, and asked them with concern, "What are your plans next? Do you have a place to go?" They thought about it, and the sister replied, "We don't know where to go." Seeing this, Cheng Yu warmly invited them, "Why don't you stay at my house? Anyway, the house is big enough, and I'm bored living alone." The brother hesitated, "Will this be too much trouble for you?" Cheng Yu smiled and said, "No, no, but you 2 have to help with housework when you come." The 2 hesitated for a while, looked at each other, and the sister said, "Okay, we are willing." Then they agreed happily. Chapter 55. One day, the warm sunshine generously sprinkled in the yard, making every corner bright and warm. The breeze blew gently, bringing the fragrance of flowers and the fresh breath of grass. Cheng Yu, number 17 and number 18 enjoyed this moment of peace and leisure in the yard as usual. Number 17 lay on the lawn, with his hands behind his head, looking at the blue sky, and suddenly his eyes turned and a sly smile appeared on his face. He nudged his sister number 18 with his elbow and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Sister, I have to tell you, I have seen it all during this period. I found that you have been very different to Cheng Yu recently. Every time he is around, your eyes become particularly gentle, the corners of your mouth always unconsciously rise, and even the tone of your speech is much softer than usual. Sister, tell me the truth, are you secretly in love with him?" Number 18 was originally leisurely enjoying the beautiful scenery around her, and when she heard her brother's words, her face suddenly turned red, like the gorgeous sunset in the sky. She glared at number 17 with shame and anger, and said coquettishly, "You little brat, you are not serious all day long, and you only think about all kinds of things. Don't talk nonsense here. We are just getting along normally, not what you said." Cheng Yu, who was standing by, felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. His face turned slightly red, and he scratched his head embarrassedly, and hurriedly said, "Number 17, don't joke around, don't say anything. We are just getting along like friends, don't think about it wrongly." But number 17 was not willing to give up. He sat up all of a sudden, with a more wanton smile on his face, and continued to say with a smile, "Sister, don't deny it. You see, every time Cheng Yu speaks, you listen very carefully, without blinking. And, a few days ago, Cheng Yu was accidentally injured, and you were so nervous, I saw it clearly. You are not like this usually, you don't care so much about others. 18 Number 17 was even more embarrassed by what he said, and stamped her feet in anger. She couldn't hold back any longer and pretended to reach out to hit Number 17, shouting, "I'll teach you a lesson for talking nonsense. You have no sense of propriety. You just make fun of your sister all day long." Number 17 dodged her sister's attack flexibly, laughing as she ran, "Sister, I was right, so just admit it." The yard was filled with their laughter, and this cheerful atmosphere seemed to dispel all the haze. At this time, Cheng Yu came forward and tried to persuade, "Okay, stop making trouble, let's enjoy this wonderful time." Number 18 stopped chasing, panting slightly, and rolled his eyes at Number 17, "Humph, I'll forgive you this time." Number 17 smiled and ran back to her sister, pulling her arm and said coquettishly, "Sister, I was just joking, don't be angry." Number 18 sighed helplessly, "You naughty ghost, if you do this again next time, I really can't forgive you." The three of them smiled at each other, and the atmosphere became relaxed and happy again. They sat down under the shade of the trees in the yard and continued to enjoy this quiet time. The breeze gently brushed their faces, bringing a hint of coolness. Number 18 secretly glanced at Cheng Yu, and a ripple appeared in her heart. She was also thinking about her brother's words. Did she really have a special feeling for Cheng Yu? Thinking of this, her face turned slightly red again. Cheng Yu seemed to notice No 18's gaze, and turned his head, and their eyes met instantly. Number 18 looked away in panic, and Cheng Yu smiled a little embarrassedly. Number 17 looked at the reactions of the two and smiled secretly in his heart. He knew that some special emotions were quietly sprouting. The sun was still shining warmly in the yard, and their laughter and words echoed in the air, as if time had stopped for this moment, allowing this beautiful friendship to slowly settle and sublimate over the years. Cheng Yu seemed to enjoy this rare time, and he smiled helplessly when he saw the brother and sister who often played and fought. There was a bit of indulgence and love in his eyes, which was a cherishment of the vibrant scene in front of him. In this warm atmosphere, a warm current surged in Cheng Yu's heart. He sat quietly aside, his thoughts drifting. Once, he was alone on a long road, and loneliness and solitude were his most familiar companions. However, at this moment, Number 17 and Number 18, their laughter, their quarrels, all make this originally quiet yard full of vitality and vigor. Cheng Yu may not know that he is no longer alone. He has someone to accompany him, a group of friends. Once, he was groping in the dark alone, his heart he longed for warmth and understanding. Now, the mischief of Number 17 and the gentleness and kindness of Number 18 are like stars, lighting up his world. Cheng Yu raised his head slightly, looking at the clouds floating in the sky, and his mouth corners unconsciously rose. He knew that this was what he had always longed for, and this was what he needed most in his heart. With them, his life is no longer monotonous and lonely. There may be challenges in the future, but he is no longer afraid, because he knows that with these partners around him, they will face it bravely together and go through every difficulty together. Ding! System update completed. A sudden voice sounded in Cheng Yu's mind, and Cheng Yu immediately came back to his senses. He was immediately ecstatic, because the system can now be said to be not only a tool to help him become stronger, but also a friend who has been with him for so long. System, why do you update every time I finish following the plot? Explain it. This system has been accompanying the host to become stronger and go through the plot for so long. With the end of each stage of the plot, the system's capabilities and functions have also become stronger. It can also be said that it has become stronger with the host. So what have you updated this time? Introduce it. Can you make me the strongest in the world in one step? I suggest that the host should not sleep and dream during the day. This system update cancels the sign-in function and replaces it with selection and tasks. After completing the selected tasks, the rewards are very rich. So that means that in addition to the richer rewards, I also need to complete the selected tasks? What the hell did you update? It's better to sign in. By the way, I haven't used the last sign-in for so long. It's a loss. Don't be sad, host. Here I reward you with a system upgrade gift package. By the way, I suggest that the host go to the training room to open it. Cheng Yu was also confused. Why do you have to go to the training room to open this system reward gift package? I don't understand. But I still did it, it wouldn't take much time anyway. I said hello to number 17 and no. 18 and said I was going to train and walked away. Okay system, open it for me, I want to see what kind of monsters are in your gift bag. If it's not a good thing, you can wait for me to say hello to your 18 generations of ancestors. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Vegeto's potential and bloodline, Senzubin X100, giving it to the host for fusion. Chapter 56. Vegeta's potential and bloodline rewarded by the system are merging, but just at the moment of merging, Cheng Yu felt a piercing pain. This pain is like countless sharp knives, cutting his body wantonly, and every inch of skin and every nerve is shrouded by this unbearable pain. Cheng Yu gritted his teeth, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His hands were clenched into fists, and his nails were deeply embedded in his palms, but he could not feel the pain in his hands at all, because the severe pain inside his body had occupied all his perceptions. He tried to take a deep breath to relieve the pain, but every breath was like struggling in a sea of fire. The pain became more and more intense, as if to tear his soul apart. Ah! Cheng Yu couldn't help but groan in pain, and his body trembled involuntarily, as if he was fighting a desperate battle with an invisible powerful force. After a while, Cheng Yu finally took a breath and started to curse at the system. What kind of crappy reward is this? It hurts so much, is your system deliberately messing with me? His voice became a little hoarse due to anger and pain, and his eyes were full of anger. I was expecting some powerful help, but this happened to me. Who can bear this heart-piercing pain? Cheng Yu continued to roar, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction in his heart. System, give me an explanation. Why is this fusion so painful? You didn't tell me in advance. He panted, his chest heaving violently, and his expression on his face was a little distorted because of anger. Because your bloodline is different from Vegeto's, it is equivalent to replacing bloodline, which must be painful, but in order to become stronger, the host can just endure it, right? Then system, explain to me why the blood is different? And didn't you say that my potential is infinite? Why do I need to replace it now? Because there is a little bit of pure blood of the original scion in the blood of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, and you are actually an ordinary person scion with infinite potential. Vegeto is the strongest warrior of the dimension fused by two people, so naturally help you, an ordinary person, to upgrade your scion blood. In this way, your potential and practice will be very strong and fast. Think about how many years you have practiced before? Cheng Yu calculated carefully. Not only relying on the check-in combat power given by the system, but also the time in the spiritual time house and the outside world. After careful calculation, it seems that except for resting, a lot of time is spent on practice. On the contrary, it is only now that I have transformed into Super Saiyan 4, while in the original plot, it takes only a few years on the Destroyer planet to go from Super Saiyan God to Ultra Instinct. With this calculation, it is true that I can practice unlimitedly to enhance my combat power in the future, but it is very difficult to say that others practice for 1 year to catch up with my 3 or 4 years of practice. Now I am speechless, very speechless. System, now my potential and training speed have far surpassed the protagonists. Shouldn't you explain it to me in detail? Now your potential is the same as Vegeta. And the training will become faster than before. Of course, if either Sun Wukong or Vegeta is close to your combat power, then the fusion will still surpass you. To put it bluntly, now you are equivalent to Vegeta, the strongest warrior in the dimension who needs to practice by himself. After Cheng Yu understood the introduction of the system, the anger in his heart dissipated by half. He knew that although the fusion process just now was extremely painful, the huge potential behind it was immeasurable. Without the slightest hesitation, Cheng Yu immediately started training. His eyes were firm, full of determination and fighting spirit. He started with basic physical training, running around the training ground one circle after another, sweating like rain, soaking his clothes, but his steps never stopped. Then, he did strength training, lifting heavy barbells again and again. The muscles in his arms were tense, veins bulged, and every time he exerted force, he was accompanied by a low roar. During the endurance training, although his body was exhausted, Cheng Yu still gritted his teeth and persisted, constantly challenging his limits. He knew that only by putting in more effort than ordinary people could he truly master more powerful power and achieve his goals. By the way, system, I can now transform into a Super Saiyan 4, so can I still practice the God route with the protagonists? Or can I master the beast form like Son Gohan? Yes, but the development method of each form is different. I suggest that you develop your own system. How can I develop this? I'm not the ancestor of the Saiyans. I need to explore step by step. Now that I know the plot, can I put the plot in the system? What about form fusion? Cheng Yu thought about the various forms of Saiyans in Dragon Ball, such as the Ultra Instinct of Sun Wukong in the later period, which is a magical realm that transcends common sense and fights by physical instinct, and the powerful strength it shows is amazing. Vegeta's Super Blue evolution is Deep Blue, and his strength and speed have been significantly improved, and his performance in battle is amazing. There is also Self-Easy, which is a deep excavation of one's own potential. Sun Wuhan has potential development, which is the mysterious form, and further beast form, each of which has unique strength and characteristics. So now that Cheng Yu has integrated Vegeto's potential, it can be said that he can take any route, but what if he develops his own form? After all, Vegeto in the original plot is a combined warrior, and he also uses the forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Developing your own form is a road full of unknowns and challenges. No one knows what difficulties will be encountered, nor can they predict what heights will be reached in the end. But Cheng Yu's eyes flashed with a firm light, and he was determined to embark on this unknown exploration road to create his own legendary form. Cheng Yu thought about it. Now he has the original wild form of the Saiyan, Super Saiyan 4. He knows that this is just a starting point, not the end. So, he decided to see if he can successfully transform into the form of Super Saiyan God. After all, it is urgent to develop the form that can be mastered first. He calmed down, felt the hidden power in his body, and tried to awaken the dormant mysterious energy. Cheng Yu recalled the various characteristics and essentials of the Super Saiyan God form, and adjusted his breath and state of mind. At this time, he was concentrating on, everything around him seemed to have ceased to exist, and in his world there was only the pursuit of power and the exploration of form. After some effort, Cheng Yu felt the power in his body begin to surge, which was a new and powerful energy. He knew that he was moving towards the form of Super Saiyan God. And the form that belonged to Saiyans was already there, so the next step was the God route. Cheng Yu understood that this would be a road full of hardships and challenges, but there was no retreat or fear in his eyes, only firm determination and endless desire. Chapter 57. In order to practice the God route and master the transformation of Super Saiyan God, Cheng Yu did not summon 5 people with a heart of justice to input their mental power to transform into Super Saiyan God according to the original plot. Because after Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta also relied on his own efforts to practice and become Super Saiyan God, so Cheng Yu, who has the potential of Vegeto, also decided to practice by himself without relying on external forces. The most important thing to practice Super Saiyan God is the Spirit of God, and this thing just happens that the Spirit of the Gods on Earth contains some of the Spirit of God. It just so happens that Sun Wukong recently said that he brought Tian Tian from Namek to Earth to take over as the Gods, so he just went to take a look. Cheng Yu came to the temple of the gods with full expectations. At this time, the atmosphere of the temple of the gods was different from before, because the old gods and Piccolo merged into one, and Sun Wukong brought Tian Tian from Namek as the new gods. Cheng Yu respectfully explained his intention to Tian Tian and asked her to release some of the spirit of God on him. Tian Tian looked at Cheng Yu's firm and fiery eyes, nodded slightly, and then raised his hand gently, and a pure and mysterious divine breath was injected into Cheng Yu's body. After Cheng Yu thanked him, he hurried back to his home training room. In the training room, there was silence, only Cheng Yu's slightly rapid breathing. He closed his eyes, calmed down, and began to carefully feel the divine breath injected into his body. At first, the divine breath wandered in his body, like a naughty child, elusive. Cheng Yu tried to concentrate, trying to capture its trajectory and understand its characteristics. Cheng Yu gradually had his own understanding in his perception. He felt that this divine breath was not a simple powerful force, but a mysterious energy containing rules and order. It is not as violent and direct as ordinary power, but has a restrained depth, as if it is the embodiment of the potential law of the universe. Time passed slowly, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on Cheng Yu's forehead, but he was still fully focused, not letting go of any subtle feelings. Finally, he began to gradually find some ways and could vaguely sense the flow of the divine energy. Cheng Yu knew that this was just the beginning. If he wanted to truly master the divine energy, there was still a long way to go. But he firmly believed that as long as he persevered, he would succeed. However, Cheng Yu did not give up. He knew that on this road full of unknowns, he could only rely on his own perception to cultivate the divine energy and then develop the transformation of the divine energy. Cheng Yu was an ordinary person after all. In order to perceive the divine energy, it took a lot of time. Cheng Yu also asked the system if there was a faster way, but there were still only 5 righteous scions delivering the heart energy and perceiving the divine energy by himself. So Cheng Yu chose the most difficult route of the day in order not to interfere too much with the development of the plot. Every day, when the first ray of sunlight sprinkled into his simple practice room through the gap in the window, Cheng Yu started a day of practice on time. He sat on the ground, crossed his legs, put his hands on his knees naturally, closed his eyes, and concentrated on feeling the divine energy in his body. At first, the divine energy was like a naughty elf, always wandering on the edge of his perception, elusive. But Cheng Yu was not impatient at all. He adjusted his breathing over and over again, making his mind like a calm lake, without waves. As time went by, Cheng Yu gradually caught the existence of that trace of divine energy. He carefully guided this weak force to flow slowly in his meridians. However, this divine energy was extremely powerful and difficult to control. If he was not careful, it would cause a huge impact on his meridians. Every impact made Cheng Yu painful, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly because of the pain. But he gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and continued to persevere. Days passed day by day in cultivation, and Cheng Yu's life became monotonous and boring. He gave up gatherings with friends, ignored the hustle and bustle of the outside world, and immersed himself completely in the world of cultivation. Sometimes, he would feel physically and mentally exhausted due to long-term cultivation, and even had the idea of giving up. But as long as he thought of the powerful power of the Super Scion God and the dream in his heart, he would cheer up again. At night, when the stars illuminated the night sky, Cheng Yu was still thinking hard in the practice room. He constantly reviewed the process of his cultivation, summed up his experience and lessons, and tried to find the key to breakthrough. He often stared at the starry sky alone in the dead of night, thinking about the mysteries of the universe and the true meaning of the Spirit of God. During this long time of cultivation, Cheng Yu's state of mind was gradually changing. He became more calm and tenacious, and was no longer affected by external interference. The inner belief is like a burning flame, burning more and more vigorously. He understands that there is no end to the road of cultivation. Only by constantly surpassing oneself can one reach a higher realm. Although he doesn't know how long it will take to succeed, Cheng Yu firmly believes that as long as he perseveres, he will be able to master the transformation of the Super Saiyan God one day and make a good start for the God route. Another long time has passed. Except for eating and sleeping, Cheng Yu basically stays in the training room every day, feeling the spirit of God with all his heart. That small training room seems to have become his whole world, and all the prosperity and noise in the outside world have nothing to do with him. In this day-to-day practice, Cheng Yu's concentration and persistence are amazing. He forgot the passage of time and the fatigue of his body, and only had the persistent pursuit of the Spirit of God in his heart. Every minute and every second, he is trying to feel the mysterious and powerful power with his heart, trying to unveil its veil and master its essence. Hard work pays off. Now Cheng Yu can skillfully integrate this trace of spirit into his body and use it. This is the result of his hard work for countless days and nights, and the best reward for his perseverance. When Cheng Yu successfully integrated the spirit into himself for the first time, he felt an unprecedented power surging in his body. It was no longer a simple burst of power in the past, but a deep, restrained energy with infinite possibilities. He could clearly feel that his body and soul were undergoing subtle changes under the nourishment of this power. Cheng Yu began to try to use this fused power, and he found that his perception ability had been greatly improved, and he could more keenly capture the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. His movements also became lighter and more flexible, as if he could get rid of the constraints of gravity. Moreover, when using power, he was no longer as laborious and stiff as before, but could control the output of power at will, reaching a subtle state. But then there was another big problem. The spirit could be used, but there was only a trace of it, and it disappeared completely after it was used. This made Cheng Yu fall into deep trouble. The results he had finally achieved seemed to become fragile in the face of this cruel reality. Not only could he not develop the form of Super Saiyan God, but his training was back to the starting point. All the efforts he had made before seemed to vanish in an instant, and the feeling of loss and frustration surged into his heart like a tide. Cheng Yu looked at the empty training room, his eyes full of confusion and unwillingness. He didn't understand why fate had to play such a trick on him. He had clearly seen the dawn of hope, but was swallowed up by darkness in an instant. However, Cheng Yu's tenacity and indomitable spirit quickly cheered him up. He told himself that this was only a temporary setback and he must not be defeated like this. He began to re-examine his training methods and think about how to make this trace of divine energy continue to grow, instead of disappearing after it was used up. Chapter 58. After Cheng Yu's continuous research and deepening of his understanding of this trace of divine energy, he almost forgot to eat and sleep. Every minute and every second, his mind was completely immersed in the exploration of this mysterious power. Cheng Yu found that the divine energy would not change much when it was completely integrated into his body, which might be due to the lack of divine energy. This discovery made him fall into a brief contemplation, frowning, and constantly thinking about various possibilities in his mind. However, after further research by Cheng Yu, he finally found a key breakthrough point. He was pleasantly surprised to find that when he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the energy belonging to the Super Saiyan could cover this trace of divine energy. This discovery was like a ray of light in the darkness, giving him hope. So, Cheng Yu did not hesitate to keep the Super Saiyan in full power, covering the energy of the Super Saiyan with divine energy. In this process, he needed to concentrate highly and keep precise control of the divine energy at all times, which was a great test of his willpower and concentration. As time passed slowly, the divine energy gradually grew under his efforts. Every bit of growth made Cheng Yu feel extremely excited, and he knew that he was moving towards his goal step by step. It was a long time again, and during that long time, Cheng Yu never slacked off. He devoted himself to the control and practice of the divine energy, and finally completely replaced the breath used by the Super Saiyan in his body with the divine energy. However, this was only a staged victory, but he did not completely integrate the Super Saiyan. Cheng Yu knew that the road ahead was still full of challenges, but since there was a direction, the next step was the key process of integration. Cheng Yu stood in the empty training field, his expression solemn and focused. He took a deep breath and prepared to start the fusion of his normal energy with the divine energy. Then, Cheng Yu began to try to guide the mysterious divine energy. The divine energy was somewhat resistant at first, as if it was unwilling to merge with its normal energy. But Cheng Yu did not give up. He concentrated his mind and used his strong willpower to control and reconcile the two forces. Slowly, the spirit began to loosen and approached his own energy little by little. The moment the two forces came into contact, Cheng Yu's body trembled violently, and great pain came over him, as if his body was about to be torn apart. But he gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and continued to work hard to merge. The spirit and his own energy intertwined and collided with each other, sometimes conflicting and sometimes merging. Cheng Yu constantly adjusted his breath and state of mind to keep himself calm and focused. With his unremitting efforts, the two forces gradually found a balance and began to slowly merge together. A mysterious light gradually revealed in the golden flame, which was a sign of the fusion of the spirit and himself. Cheng Yu could feel that his strength was constantly increasing, and his body was also undergoing wonderful changes. In this fusion process, Cheng Yu has always maintained a high degree of concentration, devoting himself to the control of power, so that a lot of mental energy is consumed. His forehead was covered with sweat, his face was slightly pale. But his eyes were firm and persistent. At this time, the sky outside was first windy, and the wind whistled and swept over, shaking the trees and blowing the branches and leaves. Then the wind scattered and the rain fell, and the big raindrops hit the ground with a crackling sound, forming puddles. Then the sky was clear again, and the sun instantly penetrated the clouds, casting dazzling light. The speed of this change was jaw-dropping. Then a red light fell from the sky, with amazing momentum, and fell directly to Cheng Yu's house. In an instant, the light was radiant, and the surrounding air seemed to be burned hot. At this time, Cheng Yu closed his eyes and was unaware of the series of strange changes in the outside world. He was completely immersed in his own world, fighting and merging fiercely with the power in his body, and was completely unaware of the earth-shaking outside world. The red light that fell from the sky directly enveloped the area around Cheng Yu's house, reflecting that area red, and the light was so strong that people could hardly open their eyes. Cheng Yu finally opened his eyes at this time. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. Suddenly, the red light surrounding Cheng Yu seemed to be attracted by some powerful force, and rushed towards Cheng Yu at a very fast speed, and was instantly absorbed by Cheng Yu. At the moment of absorbing this light, Cheng Yu's body trembled slightly, and a powerful energy surged in his body. At this time, Cheng Yu's body was also gradually changing. He changed from a Super Saiyan to a Super Saiyan with bright red hair, a thinner body, and a full body. The body is wrapped in aura like the flame of the sun, the eyes are enlarged and the pupils are revealed. In Dragon Ball Super, the eyes become something with outlines, and the colors of the pupils and irises become black and red respectively, the skin becomes whiter, and the appearance becomes younger and more youthful in a new form, Super Saiyan God. At this time, the protagonists on Earth have felt the aura released by Cheng Yu since the beginning, and now they can't feel any breath at all, so they all fly to Cheng Yu's home from all directions. Cheng Yu has transformed into a Super Saiyan God at this time, so he uses the aura of God completely, so except for the gods on Earth who can feel a little breath, no one else can detect this breath. Cheng Yu carefully observed himself, not missing any subtle changes, and then concentrated on feeling his own aura, trying to figure out the impact of the red light he just absorbed on him. At this time, number 18 and number 17 at home had already come here when the abnormal phenomenon appeared outside just now. They looked nervous and curious, staring at Cheng Yu closely, observing his every move. Cheng Yu also noticed the two of them, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Cheng Yu lifted the state, the light and breath on his body gradually converged, and then greeted them, "Number 18, number 17, what's wrong? Is there anything?" At this time, not only the two siblings looked at Cheng Yu, but even Sun Wukong and Vegeta had come to Cheng Yu's yard and called Cheng Yu's name. After Cheng Yu lifted the transformation of Super Saiyan God, everyone also felt Cheng Yu's breath and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, in a strange space in the universe, on a planet, a blue-skinned man holding a scepter looked at Cheng Yu projected from above the scepter and felt interesting, and then said to himself, "An ordinary person practicing the spirit of God? He is a scion, it seems that I should go to see him. But Lord Beerus is still resting, alas." That's right, the moment Cheng Yu successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan God by practicing the spirit of God, the angel Whis noticed this person who practiced the spirit of God and transformed. Cheng Yu, who used the spirit of God to transform, and the normal state was still the breath of an ordinary person, made Whis feel very interested. Chapter 59. Just after explaining to number 17 and number 18 that he was developing his new transformation, Cheng Yu walked into the yard and found that all the protagonists had gathered. "Why are you all here?" Cheng Yu looked at this group of people in a daze, and began to reflect that he didn't seem to have done anything, right? "Humph, we are fine at home. If your breath hadn't suddenly disappeared, we wouldn't have come here." Vegeta still said this with a proud look, but Cheng Yu heard a little meaning from it, that is, he seemed to regard himself as a companion, and when his breath disappeared, he quickly came to check the reason. "Don't worry, this is my new form, let me explain it to you briefly." Cheng Yu explained to everyone that he found the difference between the breath of God and ordinary people, and then replaced his breath with the research and development of the God's breath released every day through the Temple of Heaven, but Cheng Yu did not talk about his Super Saiyan God form. "Wow, I see. So this is what you meant when you asked Tian Tian for the divine energy when you went to the Temple of Heaven that day. So that means the divine energy is different from that of ordinary people. If we use the divine energy, we will be gods, right?" Sun Wukong finally grew up from his usual stupid look. He asked this question that everyone was curious about. "Okay, I won't explain it to you anymore. You are also curious, right? Then let's go to the wild and I will show you." Cheng Yu took the lead and flew out of the yard. Everyone was also curious and followed Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu led the protagonists to the open wild. The breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness. Cheng Yu stood in front of everyone, but did not speak. He just looked at everyone quietly, and then raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled. There seemed to be some deep meaning in that smile, and it seemed to be just pure relaxation and pleasure. Everyone was a little confused by his smile, but they were all looking forward to his next move. Cheng Yu took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the energy around him. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, like lightning, able to penetrate all obstacles. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white, his muscles tightened, and every inch of his skin was full of power. Then, he began to mobilize the energy of the Super Saiyan God in his body, and the mysterious and powerful force flowed through his meridians like a surging tide. A dazzling red light emanated from Cheng Yu's body, and the light became stronger and stronger, wrapping him up. His hair quickly turned into a dazzling red from the roots, and each strand stood upright like a burning flame. The light dissipated, and what appeared in front of everyone was that Cheng Yu's figure suddenly changed dramatically in the open field. His original hair color instantly turned bright red, bright and dazzling, like a burning fire. His body became more handsome and thin, and every line was smooth and full of power. His whole body was covered with aura like the flame of the sun, which burned fiercely, hot and dazzling, as if it was going to burn everything around. His eyes were large and his pupils were visible, deep and bright, like the bright stars in the night sky. His fair skin was even more crystal clear and exuded a charming luster under the reflection of the aura. His appearance also became younger and more youthful, full of vigor and vitality. At this moment, he was in a brand new form, the Super Saiyan God form. Wait, I can't feel any breath. I'm still here, still emitting energy, but I can't feel it. Sun Wukong found out that something was wrong at the first time. He couldn't find the breath and energy even with instant movement, so he said it directly. After Sun Wukong said this, everyone began to close their eyes and feel the breath and energy. The result was the same, they couldn't feel it, as if they had disappeared from this world. As you can see, this is the so-called Super Saiyan God form, which is simply a Super Saiyan with the power of God. Cheng Yu explained this form to everyone. Wow, Cheng Yu, come and fight, let me see how powerful this form is. When Sun Wukong was training with Sun Gohan in the Temple of Heaven last time, he heard that Cheng Yu had a very strong Saiyan wild form. Sun Wukong himself was still upset for not having seen it. Now there is another new form, and it is a god. This must be tried, the hot-blooded genes in the Saiyan body are boiling. Okay, Vegeta, Gohan, do you want to try it? My normal combat power is much higher than yours, so you can come together and use your strongest combat power. Cheng Yu smiled slightly, and then flew high into the sky. Humph, what Super Saiyan God form? This prince is the most powerful one. Wait, I will definitely defeat you. Vegeta couldn't stand Cheng Yu asking them to come together, so he burst out all his energy and turned into Super Saiyan 1 and flew high into the sky. Vegeta took the lead, Son Gohan burst out all his energy and turned into Super Saiyan 2, and Son Goku also burst out all his energy and turned into Super Saiyan 1 and followed closely. Cheng Yu maintained the Super Saiyan God form, suspended in the air, and fought fiercely with Vegeta, Son Goku and Son Gohan. However, surprisingly, the three of them could not feel Cheng Yu's breath and energy, which put them in an extremely passive position. Cheng Yu relied on his powerful fighting power to dodge and attack them. His movements were as fast as lightning, making the three of them defenseless. In the fierce battle, Son Gohan was accidentally knocked out by Cheng Yu's powerful force, fell to the ground and returned to normal. Son Goku and Vegeta each looked in a direction, nervously looking at the sky, their eyes full of vigilance and confusion. Cheng Yu saw that the two people cooperated tacitly, and his heart trembled, and he instantly split a lot of clones. Since they could not feel the spirit of God, they could not determine who was the real body. Cheng Yu seized this opportunity and fired Kamehameha waves with his clones. The powerful energy wave rushed towards Son Goku and Vegeta like a tidal wave. The two were unable to resist this sudden and powerful attack, and were finally defeated and returned to normal. At this moment in the sky, Cheng Yu's figure looked extremely powerful and mysterious, and his victory shocked everyone. Cheng Yu lifted the transformation and slowly landed on the ground, and Krillin also helped Son Gohan over from the other side. Cheng Yu witnessed taking out the senzu beans from the system space and feeding them one by one to make them recover. I just transformed into this form, so I haven't mastered the power of this form, so I was a little heavy, don't mind it. Cheng Yu also explained to everyone, so as not to let everyone misunderstand that he was too heavy. Ah, no, Cheng Yu, your form is too strong, can you teach me? Sun Wukong was the first to come over and say. Well, you also know that I even developed the transformation to Super Saiyan 3 before developing other forms. I suggest that you still practice according to the regular transformation, and practice the transformation of God's Chi and Super Saiyan God after your body is strong enough, otherwise your body will not be able to withstand the God's Chi and will be blown up by the God's Chi. Cheng Yu also gave everyone a very honest suggestion, because Cheng Yu still remembers the feeling when he integrated the God's Chi into his body. By the way, Goku, you can spar with Vegeta anytime, so that your fighting power will increase faster. After all, Saiyans will constantly break through themselves in battle. Son Gohan broke through when fighting Cell. And Gohan, you must practice well and don't waste your talent. I'm going to go back to adapt to the transformation first, otherwise this divine energy will be very uncomfortable in my body. Cheng Yu pretended that he was very uncomfortable with the burden of the transformation and took number 17 and number 18 back. Seeing this, everyone dispersed. Chapter 60. Congratulations to the host for defeating Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan, and receiving the reward of the evolutionary root of the Super Saiyan God, Senzu Beans X100, and the second stage of teleportation. Well, what's going on? Is there a reward for defeating the opponent? Isn't it said that there will be rewards only after the system issues a task? Come out and explain the system. Cheng Yu had just returned home, and he was stunned when he heard the prompt sound of the system giving rewards in his mind. The system will give rewards according to the character when defeating the opponent for the first time, and the system tasks will be issued at irregular intervals. The host will also receive rewards when he reaches a certain stage of cultivation. Please explore on your own. After listening to the explanation of the system, Cheng Yu was speechless. You are a very intelligent system, but you want me to explore on my own. It's true. Cheng Yu was not angry, but checked the rewards given by the system. It can be said that Cheng Yu had known about the second stage of teleportation before. It does not require breath to move directly there. You only need to remember the location and imagine that place in your mind to move there instantly. Needless to say, Senzu beans are always available at home. Mainly, the evolutionary root of the Super Saiyan God fascinated Cheng Yu. After several dozen minutes, Cheng Yu figured out that there are two evolutionary roots. The first one is also set in the original plot. The normal state of the Saiyan who releases the breath of God in his body is Super Saiyan God, and the Super Saiyan who releases the breath of God is Super Blue. The normal state without releasing the breath of God is the normal state with black hair. This is the routine, and then practice the God's control skills to improve combat power. The second is to continue to develop the use of energy and breath in the form of Super Saiyan Blue to master new transformations. Cheng Yu thought about it carefully. If he could cover the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, which belongs to the primitive wildness of the Saiyan, with the breath of God and even use the power of God, then the increase of this form will reach a very outrageous degree. Or from Super Saiyan Blue I, develop Super Saiyan Blue 2, or even Super Saiyan Blue 3. Or directly replace the power he is using now with the power of God and the breath of God, and then each of his transformations is increased to the extent of increase. Forget it, these are just ideas. I'll practice slowly. By the way, I'll go shopping with the two siblings tomorrow and have a good rest. Cheng Yu also calmed down his mentality. Anyway, he can beat Bu no matter whether he is Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. And there is still a long time before Bu. After living for such a long time, Cheng Yu is also used to having a woman around him. When there is nothing to do, she can talk to you, help you, and fight with you. It's simply amazing. Where is number 17? It turns out that some time ago, number 17 resolutely embarked on the road of pursuing his dream, dedicated to protecting the ecological environment and those precious wild animals. With full enthusiasm and firm belief, he devoted himself to this great cause, working tirelessly and fearless of difficulties and obstacles. However, in sharp contrast is number 18. No. 18 did not seem to show much interest in this dream of protecting the ecology and animals, so he chose to stay where he was. As for whether there are other unknown reasons, it is really difficult to guess. Perhaps only number 18 himself knows it best. But in any case, number 17 will not stop chasing his dream, and number 18 stays here with Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu's life is actually very simple. In addition to cultivation, he eats and sleeps. Most of the time he spends in the training room. When he has time, he lies in the yard alone and looks at the stars. Since the arrival of this brother and sister, life has gradually become more fulfilling. He has gradually changed from a cultivation machine to an ordinary person, with emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, and a plain and fulfilling life. In fact, Cheng Yu's life is the same as in his previous life. As for why I say that? Think about it, apart from going to work, eating and sleeping, now it's just cultivation, eating and sleeping. Now with friends to accompany you is real life. Cheng Yu was lying in the yard again, looking at number 18 sitting on the other side, and he was gradually lost in thought. For the first time, Cheng Yu noticed that this childhood goddess was really beautiful, even more beautiful than on TV, and she was both beautiful and well-behaved. Number 18 noticed that Cheng Yu was looking at him but did not interrupt him. Instead, he smiled at Cheng Yu's absent-minded look. Cheng Yu gradually came to his senses and immediately realized that he had lost his composure, so he immediately said, "I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Maybe it's the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl. I didn't pay attention to her before. I'm really not the kind of person you think." "Hey," number 18 looked at Cheng Yu's the flustered look and blushing face also revealed a barely perceptible smile. After listening to the pale explanation, number 18 said, "So who are you? Are you someone who specializes in tricking girls to live in your home?" Cheng Yu's face suddenly turned from blushing to pale. He didn't know how to explain, but he still stammered. Really not, I just think that living alone and living in a group is the same, and seeing your experience, I think it's even worse than mine, so I'm like this. By the way, I really don't have any intentions, I don't even have a girlfriend." Number 18 became interested, but pretended to be deep, and then came to Cheng Yu's side and looked into Cheng Yu's eyes. The two people's eyes gradually met. Cheng Yu was obviously a little flustered, and his cheeks suddenly turned red. "Okay, I believe you, let's go to rest, good night." Number 18 leaned close to Cheng Yu's ear and said this, then walked into the house by himself. Cheng Yu was already in a bad mood. He was not good at communicating with girls, and he blushed and became angry when he was teased like this. After he gradually came to his senses, he hurried back to his room and covered his head with a quilt, but the feeling when number 18 leaned in to talk to him kept coming back to his mind. A boy who was teased and in love for the first time, and a girl who looked calm but didn't understand herself, this was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, Cheng Yu got up in a daze. This was the first time he looked like this since he came to this world, and he had 2 dark circles under his eyes. Chapter 61. On that rain-soaked night, the whole world seemed to be immersed in a quiet and mysterious atmosphere. Inside the house, the two sat quietly on the soft and comfortable sofa in the living room. The faint light fell on them, outlining a warm picture. Number 18 leaned gently on Cheng Yu's broad shoulders, her soft hair fell like a waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. Their eyes were focused on the TV screen, where a romantic movie was playing. As the plot progressed, Cheng Yu's heart began to beat violently uncontrollably, like a naughty deer running wildly in his chest. He carefully turned his head and secretly glanced at number 18 beside him. Her beautiful face looked even more charming under the light and shadow, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, like stars twinkling in the night sky. At this moment, Cheng Yu felt a strong impulse in his heart. He wanted to stretch out his arms and hug number 18 tightly in his arms, but his inner shyness and hesitation made him dare not take any action. However, when Cheng Yu was still struggling, number 18 seemed to feel his thoughts, suddenly turned his head, and stared at him with clear eyes. Then, she slowly raised her slender jade hand and gently held Cheng Yu's palm, which was trembling a little due to nervousness. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Cheng Yu only felt a warm current spreading from his palm to his whole body, and his face couldn't help but bloom a bright and happy smile. The two people have always been getting along very happily, but Cheng Yu is a little boy who doesn't know how to express his feelings. So although the two people look like lovers, there is actually a thin film that has not been broken, and both of them tacitly did not raise this issue. Outside the window, the drizzle was falling, knocking on the window, making a crisp sound. Inside the house, number 18 and Cheng Yu were nestled on the soft sofa, and a heartwarming drama was playing on TV, but at the moment, neither of them was paying attention to the screen. Cheng Yu held No 18's hand tightly, and his eyes fell on her side face from time to time. No 18's beautiful face looked even more charming under the light. She was concentrating on watching TV, and she didn't seem to notice the ripples in Cheng Yu's heart. Cheng Yu took a deep breath, mustered up all his courage, and finally broke the silence. Number 18, I find that I am very happy with you, and I have a feeling that I didn't have when I lived alone before, so be with me. Number 18 was slightly startled, turned her head, and met Cheng Yu's eyes full of expectation and nervousness. Complex emotions suddenly surged in her heart, with surprise, touching, and a hint of hesitation. The short silence made Cheng Yu's heart rise to his throat. He nervously waited for No 18's answer, and cold sweat broke out in his palms unconsciously. Number 18 bit her lip lightly, her eyes became gentle and firm. Cheng Yu, in fact, I have the same feeling when I am with you. Hearing this, Cheng Yu's face bloomed with an extremely bright smile, and he hugged Number 18 tightly in his arms, as if to freeze this moment forever. Cheng Yu assassin was completely confused, and it can be said that he was completely immersed in this feeling, and he was also surprised. He couldn't believe that his childhood goddess was with him like this. Since Number 18 and Cheng Yu have been together, their lives are full of warmth and sweetness. Every morning, Cheng Yu always gets up earlier than Number 18. He walked into the kitchen lightly, tied an apron, and began to prepare a nutritious breakfast for her. When Number 18 walked to the dining table sleepily and saw the food that Cheng Yu had carefully prepared, her face bloomed with a bright smile like a flower, and her eyes were full of touch and surprise. She squinted her eyes slightly and took a deep breath, as if to absorb the taste of happiness into her heart. On weekends, they would go to the supermarket together to buy daily necessities. Cheng Yu always carefully selected the snacks and fruits that Number 18 liked. He carefully compared the freshness of each fruit and carefully checked the ingredient list of the snacks. And Number 18 would smile and remind him not to buy too much. She held her hands in front of her chest, her mouth corners raised, and her eyes were full of coquettishness. Sometimes, they would watch movies together at home. Number 18 would lean on Cheng Yu's arms like a lazy kitten. As the plot went up and down, she would frown and worry about the fate of the characters in the play. Sometimes she would cover her mouth and giggle, and her body would tremble slightly. In the evening, they would walk hand in hand in the park. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on them, casting long shadows. Number 18 raised her head slightly and looked at Cheng Yu, her face filled with happiness. She's eyes seemed to twinkle with stars. They would share interesting things of the day and look forward to the future life together. Occasionally, Number 18 would show her royal sister side. When Cheng Yu encountered difficulties, she would put her hands on her hips, with a serious and firm expression, giving him strong support and encouragement. And Cheng Yu would also use his gentleness and patience to tolerate No 18's occasional temper. When Number 18 was angry, she would pout and turn her head away, and Cheng Yu would gently pull her hand and coax her gently. On special days, Cheng Yu would prepare surprises for Number 18. It could be a bouquet of beautiful flowers. When Number 18 took the bouquet, her face flushed, tears flashed in her eyes, and she was so moved that she couldn't speak. It could also be a gift she had long admired. She would jump up excitedly and give Cheng Yu a big hug. They would also travel together and explore the unknown world. During the journey, Number 18 would look around curiously, and when she saw the beautiful scenery, she would open her arms and cheer like a child. In this way, Number 18 and Cheng Yu accompanied and supported each other, and every day was filled with love and warmth. Gradually, Cheng Yu and Number 18 got along more and more happily, and Cheng Yu also realized the true meaning of life in this pleasant life. In the past, he always worked or trained seriously, completely alone, and was self-centered, not paying attention to the people or things around him. Now Cheng Yu has company, friends, and Number 18 as a family member, so now Cheng Yu has transformed from a machine into a human with real meaning in life. Cheng Yu and No 18's relationship slowly broke through the last level. I won't write about the process in detail, otherwise it will be limited. Later, I will jump back to the cell chapter or Cheng Yu's training. It's mainly because daily life is too difficult to write, so it's better to write about battles or transformations. Chapter 62. I suggest you take a closer look, because there are too many pitfalls in the previous one, so I will take a look at it and introduce it in this article. First of all, the power of the giant ape is actually the power in the scion body together with the scion bloodline. Super Scion 4 is the development and fusion of the power of the giant ape and the scion bloodline, including the tenfold increase of the giant ape is the power of the giant ape, and the golden giant ape is simply the fusion development of the scion transformation and the power of the giant ape. I want to set a setting that after the power of the giant ape is completely absorbed and integrated into the scion bloodline, the normal combat power of the scion will increase tenfold, and then the physical strength and potential will increase significantly. In this way, after the power of the giant ape is completely absorbed and integrated into the scion bloodline, there will be no situation where you see the moon or are exposed to some light to transform into a giant ape. In theory, after the fusion, you will not transform into a giant ape. The two powers have been completely integrated, and then you will transform into the Super Scion 5 transformation. Then there are two problems I found after reading it myself. The first is that the increase of Super Scion 3 should be 400 times, but it has been written here. If I change it, I will change a lot of places, so I won't change it. Just treat it as my private setting. Super Scion 3 increases by 300 times, and Super Scion 4 increases 10 times on the basis of Super Scion 3. The second is the problem of teleportation. I set it into 3 stages. The first stage is to feel the breath and then teleport, the second stage is to teleport to the place or coordinates you have been to by your imagination, and the third stage is to teleport directly through time and space. As long as there is an imaginary place or even a place name, you can teleport there. Then I saw that many people in the comment area did not expect the protagonist of this novel to take the God's route. I want to mention here that I will write according to everyone's ideas, but the title of this book has a dimension. If I don't write about the dimension of the God's route, then I can only write about the dimension of combat power, and the God's route written earlier must be abandoned. This is very troublesome, because this book was just recommended 7 days ago, so I may have written it too hastily, and there are many holes that have not been filled in. Please forgive me for this. The most important thing below, what everyone likes to read the most, and the main attraction of this book, is the introduction to transformation. 1. Scion Ape Transformation to Giant Ape. Transformation condition: watch the moon when it is full. Huge body, 10 times the strength. Disadvantages: loss of sanity, violent state. The giant ape form is the ability of scions to transform using the full moon, which significantly increases strength but loses sanity. This form shows the original ferocity and destructive power of scions. Royal blood will not lose sanity, and is also a preliminary transformation using the power of giant apes. After the power of giant apes and scion blood are fused, this form will no longer exist, or this form will not be possible without a tail. 2. Super Scion 1. Golden hair, green eyes. Significantly increased strength and speed. Transformation condition: extreme anger. The Super Scion form is the most classic transformation form in the Dragon Ball series. Through extreme anger, scions gain great power, and full power increases 50 times the normal state. 3. Super Scion 2. Sharper hair, surrounded by arcs. Greatly improved strength, speed, and endurance. The Super Scion 2 form further improves strength and speed, while adding arc special effects, showing a higher level of combat ability. The energy is about 100 times the normal state. 4. Super Scion 3. Waist-length hair, eyebrows disappear. Powerful power increase, but huge energy consumption. The Super Scion 3 form has extremely high energy and combat power, but the energy consumption is very large, the transformation time is limited, and the energy is about 300 times the normal state. Full power is to solve the problem of too much consumption and burden, but the increase multiple is still the same, and it is just a relative balance of burden and consumption. 5. Super Scion 4. The hair of Super Scion 4 is black and becomes messy and longer, and is draped over the shoulders. The chest and palms are covered with reddish-brown hair, representing the original wild state of the Scion. It is a transformation that develops the power of the giant ape and blood, and it is also a transformation that represents the wildness of the Scion. In fact, it is a transformation that initially develops the power of the giant ape. The control of breath and body strength of Super Scion 4 are very perfect. Because it develops the power of the giant ape, not only is the body strong, but the burden is not as strong as other transformations. The enhancement multiple is 10 times that of Super Scion 3, that is, 3000 times. 6. Super Scion 4 Blood Sublimation. It is to develop the blood to the extreme under the basic transformation of the Super Scion 4 form. It can also be said that it is a form that is developed by combining the power of blood with the power of the giant ape and developing an extreme transformation. This form is a special form developed after combining the power of the giant ape and the power of blood. The external appearance is basically the same as Super Scion 4, with red hair tail, black pupils, and explosive muscles. The only difference is that the color of the hair changes to the same red as the hair. This system transforms to 5000 times the normal state, but the control of the body and breath is extremely sensitive. There are also disadvantages. The disadvantage is that for emotions, if emotions cannot be completely controlled, they will be dominated by emotions after the transformation and become a violent and brutal Scion. 7. Super Scion 5. After the transformation, the hair will be shoulder length and draped from the neck to the front, but the hair is longer, and it will appear silver, and the body will be covered with silver hair. As for the eyes of Son Goku and Son Gohan in the fan work, they are red, and Vegeta is yellow. This one is changed to a unified red. There are also purple eye sockets. At the same time, there are lightning around. This setting is to improve the spiritual power and thus transform, representing the 3 kinds of transformations that improve physical strength, spiritual power, and energy. This setting is improved to 10,000 times the normal state. 7. Super Scion God. The principle is to improve the Qi in the body and then sublimate it to the realm of God, that is, the Qi of God. This transformation is actually equivalent to the transformation after the normal breath is sublimated, that is, the normal use of the Qi of God. After the transformation, the image is bright red hair, the body becomes more handsome and thin, and the whole body is covered with aura like the sun flame, the eyes are larger and the pupils are revealed. In Dragon Ball Super, the eyes become something with contours, and the colors of the pupils and irises become black and red respectively, the skin becomes whiter, and the appearance becomes younger and more youthful. It is said to be 1000 times the normal combat power, but the advantage is that after the breath is sublimated, the body is more flexible, the emotions are more inclined to divinity, and there will not be too many emotions in battle. Of course, the most important thing about this transformation is the improvement of speed, and mortals cannot feel this breath. 8. Super Scion Blue, Blue Level 1 or officially called Super Scion God. Super Scion. Super Scion Blue's appearance is different from Super Scion God. His hair and eyebrows are sky blue, his pupils are dark blue, and he is surrounded by blue aura and star-shaped particles unique to the breath of God. Water droplets flow in his aura from time to time, shown in the comics and Broly theatrical version. The speed of the aura is much slower than that of humans and Super Scions, and it carries very slight electric sparks. The aura is divided into 2 layers of aura, which are sky blue and white from the outside to the inside. This transformation is simply a transformation that wraps the Super Scion with the aura of God, which is equivalent to a Scion transforming from a normal state to a Super Scion. The transformation here is set to be about 3000 times the normal state, which is also 3 times that of Super Saiyan God. 9. Super Saiyan Blue Level 2. This is a private setting, and it is also the form of the protagonist alone. Compared to the transformation of Super Saiyan Blue, the hair of this transformation gradually stands up, and each strand is clearly visible. The only difference from the first stage transformation is the lightning surrounding the body. Set to 6,000 times the normal state, in fact, this transformation is equivalent to the Super Saiyan upgrading to Super Saiyan 2, so it is also very Super Saiyan 1 transformation. Super Saiyan 2 upgrade is equivalent to twice the previous transformation. 10. Super Saiyan Deep Blue, Blue Evolution. Because of Vegeta's belief and unyielding spirit, the appearance is similar to the ordinary Super Saiyan Blue. After the transformation, the muscles swell, similar to the second stage of Super Saiyan. The inner layer of the flame is more dazzling, the outer layer of the blue flame is deeper, the hair becomes dark blue, and the particles rising in the flame become larger and brighter. Some will become cross-shaped and explode like fireworks. At the same time, the outline of the pupil is also clearer. The transformation amplitude is set to 5,000 times the normal state. It is an evolution of energy based on Super Saiyan Blue, and it is also a form produced by belief. 11. Mysterious Form, Full Potential. The mysterious form was completed by Gohan first. With the help of Old Kai, he developed great potential and was able to exert his full strength in normal state. The characteristics of the mysterious form are that the hairstyle and hair color do not change, and all the aura can also be hidden. Gohan's future breakthroughs will still develop according to the mysterious form. This form also has its advantages. It will not put too much pressure on the body due to the transformation. This form happens to be a little stronger than Super Saiyan 3 on the internet, so the improvement is set to 400 times the normal level. In fact, this form has a second stage. The second stage is to regain the faith he once had during Piccolo's training before the Dragon Ball Super Tournament. The second stage is different from the first stage in that there are many more lightnings all over the body. We can also call it the mysterious lightning form. The increase here is set to be about 1,000 times the normal state. 12. Beast Form, Potential Evolution. In this form, Son Gohan's hair will become longer, his hair color and eyebrows will turn silver gray, and his eyes will turn red. This transformation realizes the root of Son Gohan's independent evolution. Because after the transformation, Son Gohan felt the awakening of the beast in his heart, so this form was named Beast Gohan. It is the form in which Son Gohan can release his power in normal state after Kaishin developed his potential, that is, the mysterious form or the full potential form, and the full potential form evolved due to anger. I set it to 5,000 times the normal state, which is the same as the Super Blue evolution, that is, Vegeta's deep blue form. 13. Orange Piccolo. This is the power that Piccolo made a wish for when he was a dragon. Orange Piccolo's skin will turn orange, his eyes will turn red, his appearance will change, his muscles will swell, and his expression will be full of oppression. The transformation range is about 3,000 times the normal level. For the time being, there will only be these transformations, and no other transformations will appear, otherwise the protagonist group will not be able to keep up, or if they force themselves to keep up, their combat effectiveness will collapse. As for the protagonist's subsequent transformations, I will think about how to discard all these transformations, and then only keep a few commonly used or strongest transformations. Otherwise, if a battle transforms dozens of times, is this still a battle scene? To be honest, I want to complain about this problem when I watch Dragon Ball Super. In a battle, first try to transform a few times, then transform for a real battle, and finally break through the transformation to a new form. This battle is really nothing to say. I need to think about the dimension issue carefully, whether it is the combat power dimension or the god dimension, because the subsequent plot needs to be explained for the time being. For the protagonist, I will arrange a battle with Beerus. It is a duel between the real Saiyan and the god of destruction Beerus, and it is a duel between mortal breath and divine power. You can look forward to it. Chapter 63. By the way, according to the original plot, Majin Buu will appear only 7 years after Cell is destroyed. During this period, I have lived a completely ordinary life. Now I have someone to accompany me. To be honest, it's pretty good. Cheng Yu looked at number 18 lying in his arms and kissed his forehead gently. In the original plot, the protagonists seemed to have fallen. In 7 years, Sun Wukong trained to Super Saiyan 3, and Vegeta even trained to Super Saiyan 2 at full power. Who can I ask for justice? You know, although the combat power of Dragon Ball Super collapsed seriously later, the most important training progress is still normal, not invincible, nor too weak. Cheng Yu thought so in his heart. If a few Scions can be fully trained in these 7 years, what will happen if Beerus comes to Earth and sees a few Super Saiyan Blues? Even if he works harder, Sun Wukong and Vegeta will definitely be able to fight with Beerus. If the system is powerful, I should be able to go forward and fight with Beerus. It won't be too tragic. It's unlikely to win. Destruction energy is a watershed. At this time, number 18 woke up slowly, and looked at Cheng Yu, who was in a trance, and immediately asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Cheng Yu heard the call and immediately came back to his senses and stopped thinking about those things, and then said, "I used to be a loner and never got along with others much, but now I have such a big house and such a beautiful wife. I didn't dare to think about this kind of life before." "Humph, you know you have such a beautiful wife. Get up, go out for dinner, and go shopping with me after dinner." Number 18 restored her usual arrogant and royal sister appearance and got up with a smile on her back to Cheng Yu. "There is no way, I am still very happy to hear my man praise me." After eating at home, the two came to Zidu and went shopping. Who told Cheng Yu to have an unlimited black card rewarded by the system? Cheng Yu didn't know why girls buy so many things. Now he has full pockets in his hands, even hanging around his neck, and even has to take out one hand to hold his girlfriend. Seeing number 18 walk into another dessert shop, Cheng Yu found a place to sit down and rest. Looking at the pile of things he put down in front of him, Cheng Yu felt for the first time that he needed 3 heads and 6 arms. No, he even needed 6 heads and 12 arms. Who would have known that the strongest person on Earth, who could destroy a planet with an energy bomb at will, would be shopping? After a while, the two of them still found a place to eat and took the things they bought home. For convenience, Cheng Yu had to take number 18 back instantly, otherwise there were too many things and he couldn't take them. "It seems that I still need to continue training, otherwise shopping will tire me out." "Who can say that?" Cheng Yu said to himself, but as number 18 went upstairs to put things, Cheng Yu took out a small exquisite box from his pocket, which contained a shining ring. This was ordered in advance while number 18 was not paying attention. "I just went to the store to pick it up today, but number 18 knew nothing about it. In order to make it easier for me to confess and propose to number 18, I informed my brother-in-law number 17 in advance and rented an amusement park in the city for one night. On this special night, the moonlight was like water, and Cheng Yu brought no 18 to this empty amusement park." Number 18 looked around happily, with curiosity and expectation on his face. Cheng Yu hurried away on the pretext of going to the toilet. He hid in the corner, quickly took off his usual martial arts uniform, and changed into a suit that he had carefully prepared in advance. His hands trembled a little, and he carefully took out the exquisite little box, took a deep breath, and walked towards number 18. At this time, fireworks suddenly bloomed outside, and the colorful light illuminated the entire night sky. Number 18 was attracted by this beautiful scene, raised his head slightly, with a flash of surprise in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a sweet smile. At this moment, Cheng Yu walked in front of her. Number 18 turned around and saw Cheng Yu in a suit, with a hint of surprise on her face. Cheng Yu knelt on one knee and looked at number 18 affectionately, his eyes full of determination and love. Lazuli, since you came into my life, I have slowly gotten along with you, and I found that I can't live without you. I love you, marry me. I want to be with you forever. Cheng Yu's voice was a little trembling, but it was extremely sincere. No 18's eyes were instantly wet, she covered her mouth with her hands, and was so excited that she couldn't speak. At this time, an unexpected person came over and said, "Hey, sister, if you miss this rich, handsome, and protective brother-in-law this time, you won't find him next time." Agree. I agree with this brother-in-law anyway. After a while, number 18 reacted. He looked at his brother who was teasing him and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Cheng Yu and nodded heavily, with tears sliding down his cheeks. Cheng Yu stood up, put the ring on No 18's finger, and then hugged her tightly. Under the gorgeous fireworks, they hugged and kissed, as if time had stopped for them. And our light bulb brother-in-law also rarely enjoyed a fireworks show. It was really romantic to confess in such a scene. Cheng Yu has no family in this world. The only people who can barely be considered friends are the group of protagonists. The same is true for number 18. His family is only this brother, so Cheng Yu brought this brother-in-law as a witness, because these three people are considered a family from now on. Needless to say, after this romance, Cheng Yu took Lazuli to experience the projects here, and then went home. But it was probably this night that moved this sister-like girl so much that she finally spent a very, very wonderful night when she returned home. At this time, because he came to the city from the island at night and it was too late to go back, the brother-in-law number 17 blushed when he heard the noises in the next room and spent a sleepless night. Later, because the two had no friends or family, they decided not to hold a wedding, but they could register and go out for a trip. However, both of them could be said to be illegal residents, so they asked Bulma to get 2 identity certificates for the two of them, and then they went to register for the marriage certificate, and then they went on their honeymoon as ordinary people on Earth. Chapter 64. A colorful light fell into the yard of Cheng Yu's house. When the colorful light dissipated, a man with blue skin, white hair, and a scepter walked out. Cheng Yu has been resting for nearly a year. It can be said that he has returned home to rest, train and accompany his wife since his honeymoon trip. He has lived an ordinary life for such a long time. Today, a guest came. The first thing Cheng Yu did was to come to the yard and look at the gods who walked out. Cheng Yu was also confused. How did you come to Earth so quickly? Did you notice that I am not from this world? No, I have been labeled as a world. What's going on? Cheng Yu has been thinking about this in his heart, so he didn't talk to the god Weiss in front of him. Hi, hello, let me introduce myself, I am Weiss, the angel of the 7th universe. Hello, what are you doing here? I don't know you. At this point, Cheng Yu can only breathe and pretend to be confused. No one knows whether these gods can let him leave this world. Sir, do you know the god of destruction? Are you interested in being a candidate god of destruction? Weiss saw Cheng Yu thinking, so he looked around and sat down on the chair next to him. I know the god of destruction, but can you explain what a candidate god of destruction is? And why are you looking for me? Cheng Yu also knew that these gods like to find some talented people to train as candidate gods of destruction or some other priesthoods, but there was no way. Cheng Yu could only pretend that he didn't understand. Well, it depends on your talent. The second thing is that there is no candidate god of destruction in our universe for the time being. If you become a candidate god of destruction, I can guide you to cultivate your current divine energy. Weiss said it directly, without delay, just to seduce Cheng Yu. Forget it, I want to be an ordinary person now. I don't want to be a high-ranking god. I have my own life, and I believe that I can definitely find my own way of cultivation. Cheng Yu thought in his heart that although your conditions are very good, but kidding, I am a man with a plug-in, are you better than a plug-in? Weiss couldn't help but look up to Cheng Yu after hearing what he said, but he didn't say much. Instead he changed the topic. You haven't introduced yourself to me yet, and can you tell me why you want to practice to become stronger? My name is Cheng Yu. I originally practiced to find my family and protect myself, but now that I have friends and family, it must be to protect my life. In addition, I must become stronger in order to pursue the so-called limit and break it. I believe that I must be the strongest person. Cheng Yu said this and returned very confidently, just kidding, sooner or later I will surpass all of you. By the way, since you are here anyway, just have dinner with us, everyone is a guest, as long as you don't rush. Although Cheng Yu can't be a candidate for the god of destruction, it should be okay for Weiss to guide him in his practice. After all, in the original plot, these gods were greedy for the food on earth. Weiss thought about it, but still agreed. After all, for the sake of food, it was not easy to come out of the destroyer planet, so it's okay to stay for a while before going back. As expected, Weiss loved these delicacies. Although they were all home-cooked dishes made by number 18, these were delicacies that a god like Weiss had never tried. After the meal, in order to let him teach him to practice, Cheng Yu was also thinking about how to say this. After thinking about it, he said, Mr. Weiss, can you tell me who is stronger between you and the god of destruction? I heard people say that the god of destruction has a bad temper and is very powerful in the universe. Weiss said directly without hesitation. Well, I am an angel, different from the god of destruction, but ordinary gods of destruction are trained by angels. Then can you also guide me to practice? Please. It seems that this is not possible. If you are a candidate for the god of destruction, it will be fine. How about this? I will cook delicious food for you, and you will lead me to practice. In this way, you can be considered half of my master. Anyway, I also work hard to exchange for rewards. Weiss thought about it, and recalled the delicious food he had just eaten on the table. It seemed hard not to accept it. Lord Beerus won't blame me when he wakes up and sees someone cooking delicious food. Okay, but you have to go to the destroyer planet with me. Then can I bring my wife with me? She can also practice with me, and she cooks better than me. Okay, then you guys get ready and follow me. Seeing this, Cheng Yu immediately went to tell no one after a while. He asked him to send a message to his brother. He took number 18 to the yard with some food and clothes prepared in the universal bag, and Weiss flew away with them directly. Cheng Yu's face was full of excitement and curiosity. He kept looking around, with a flash of expectation in his eyes. Number 18 seemed relatively calm, but her slightly raised corners of her mouth also revealed a hint of excitement in her heart. With a flash of light, they instantly appeared above the destroyer planet. Cheng Yu opened his mouth in surprise, looking at the mysterious planet below. His heart was full of shock. Number 18 narrowed his eyes slightly and carefully observed this strange world. Weiss looked at them with a smile, and then took them to land slowly. When his feet touched the ground, Cheng Yu couldn't help jumping a few times, feeling this unique land. Number 18 walked forward gracefully and began to explore this mysterious place. After Weiss arranged accommodation for Cheng Yu and number 18, the two began to explore the destroyer planet with curiosity. They walked out of their residence and found that the sky here was a strange purple, as if the dreamlike color enveloped the whole world. The mountains in the distance were strange in shape, some like huge mushrooms, and some like winding dragons. Cheng Yu excitedly ran to a lush forest, where the trees were tall and thick, with mysterious lights flashing on the trunks and colorful leaves. Number 18 followed him and carefully observed the surroundings. Suddenly, a small animal that had never been seen before ran past them, with scales as bright as gems on its body. Just then, Weiss appeared in front of them and said with a smile, "This little guy is very clever, don't think about catching it easily." Cheng Yu stuck out his tongue mischievously. Continuing forward, they came to a clear stream. The stream was gurgling, and the fish in the water were able to fly briefly in the air, flashing strange lights. Cheng Yu couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but found that these fish nimbly avoided it. Weiss explained, "These are flying fish that are unique to this place. They are not easy to mess with." When they climbed a small hill, they saw a vast grassland. There were all kinds of strange flowers growing on the grassland. Some flowers were as big as wheels and exuded a charming fragrance, some flowers would change color with the breeze. Cheng Yu asked Weiss curiously, "How did these flowers grow like this?" Weiss smiled and replied, "This is the unique charm of the planet of the god of destruction. At the end of the grassland, there is an ancient castle. The walls of the castle are engraved with mysterious symbols, as if telling a long story." Cheng Yu and number 18 approached curiously, but were blocked by a powerful force. Weiss said, "This is where Lord Beerus rests. Remember, you must not disturb Lord Beerus's sleep." In the evening, 2 huge moons appeared in the sky, casting a silvery glow. Cheng Yu and number 18 lay on the grass, looking up at this magical scene, their hearts filled with awe and love for this mysterious planet. They know that on this planet of destroyer full of unknowns and miracles, there are more novelties waiting for them to discover, and Weiss will answer their questions in a timely manner to make their exploration journey more exciting. Chapter 65. Following the above, in order to cultivate the spirit of God, Cheng Yu came to the world of the god of destruction and exchanged delicious food for Weiss to guide his cultivation. The spirit of God can indeed improve a large part of one's strength, but if you want to explore and cultivate by yourself, you may not be able to cultivate successfully. And Cheng Yu's system is temporarily unreliable, so he can only find Weiss himself. I don't know if Weiss only knows that kind of cultivation, or if I am the same as Vegeta and Sun Wukong in Weiss's eyes. This cultivation method is exactly the same as the original plot. After getting up every day, I cook delicious food, then clean up, wipe the fish tank of the prophecy fish, and then mow the lawn, and then help the sleeping Beerus change the sheets. The most thrilling job is to help the god of destruction Beerus change the sheets. It is simply a high-risk job. There are alarm clocks that explode when touched, and from time to time, they are affected by the destructive energy released accidentally by the god of destruction Beerus. The most difficult thing is not to wake up Beerus. In order to complete this high-risk task, Cheng Yu thought for a long time, and then decided to calm the divine energy in his body and transform into a Super Saiyan, then use the divine energy to set off Beerus in the air, change the bed sheets, and finally slowly retract his breath and put Beerus back on the bed. This set of actions consumes much more divine energy and mental power than fighting with the enemy. It is necessary to concentrate on mental power control, calm the heart so that the energy does not riot, and accurately control the divine energy. In the end, every link cannot go wrong. In short, it is very difficult. Hey, Weiss, I've done it. The first work is to train the mind to be calm, and we can start the next stage. Cheng Yu took a break and teleported to Weiss and said, "Okay, then you wear this gravity suit and walk around the destroyer realm. Oh, by the way, the road will slowly disappear, and if you fall down, you really can't be saved. Also, you have to walk this punch normally, you can't transform." Weiss waved his scepter and turned into something like a weight, which could just be lifted with both hands. And that's not the end. Another gravity suit was put on Cheng Yu, and this one was completely different from the one Cheng Yu got as a reward from the system. This one is made of energy, and the most important thing is that Cheng Yu found that this energy is even purer and more advanced than the divine energy he used. Now think about the gravity suit at home. That one is purely to increase gravity, so that your body has a burden so that you can meet the requirements of training. Cheng Yu held the weight-like thing in both hands, and then walked forward step by step with difficulty. In order to make himself stronger, to become the strongest, and also to protect the people around him, Cheng Yu gritted his teeth and walked step by step under this belief. By the time he finally finished the punch, he was sweating profusely, not only physically but also mentally. Cheng Yu was still able to hold on to his breath, and took out the magic beans from his pocket with difficulty and swallowed them, instantly recovering his physical strength and standing up alive again. At this time, Weiss came over, looked at Cheng Yu and said directly, "Now tell me about your feelings after training. Let's see if you have trained seriously." "Hey, this gravity suit suppressed my strength, and it is filled with a very pure and advanced energy. I can't mobilize this energy for the time being. In addition to the first time, I found that after recovering from this fatigue, my mental and physical strength are slowly increasing, and the energy of this gravity is still strengthening my body." After Cheng Yu finished speaking, Weiss was not too surprised but nodded and then said, "Actually, it's similar to what you said. This gravity suit is made up of divine power. As for why you can't use it, it's because you are using divine energy now, and your body can't bear the divine power. By the way, today's training ends here. After training every day, you can choose to spar with me or feel this divine power first. Here's a suggestion for you. You can gradually develop the divine energy you use first, so that your body can adapt to it after the divine energy becomes pure, and finally you can try to mobilize the divine power in this gravity suit." After saying that, Weiss didn't stay, but floated away again, and returned to the other side under an uncle and sat there drinking tea. Cheng Yu looked around and found a big tree to sit on the ground and began to meditate in order to cultivate his mental power and divine energy. When Cheng Yu used the divine energy, he naturally transformed into the form of the Super Saiyan God. Cheng Yu didn't care, but cultivated his mental power and developed the divine energy in his body. At night, Cheng Yu just lay under the big tree, looking at the starry sky above his head and feeling a lot of emotion. On the other side, number 18 was doing it in the house while eating dinner. Weiss was also in the room watching number 18 prepare the food. Doesn't the original plot say that Super Saiyan Blue is a Super Saiyan covered with God's aura? I have tried for so long and never succeeded once. Cheng Yu was really angry. This personal experience is indeed different from the introduction and other people's talk that he read on the internet. I am the host, don't you know to develop the God's aura first before integrating the energy of the Super Saiyan? I can't stand it. Dog system, you still dare to come out? What you said, then why don't you give these things to me directly as a reward? Isn't it the incompetence of your system? Cheng Yu cursed in his heart, as if he had suffered a great injustice. I am speechless. This host is too difficult to lead. If it goes on like this, it will be destroyed when it is tired, and we will perish together. No, 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 I'm just kidding, System Master. Don't mind me. I'm just complaining. Don't give me any suggestions. If you don't have this thing, you'll be barefoot. There's a big difference between this and wearing shoes. Chapter 66. Cheng Yu has spent a long time on the Destroyer planet. During this period, under the careful guidance of Weiss, his progress on the path of God has been rapid. I still remember that at the beginning, Cheng Yu was very unfamiliar with the control of the divine energy. The mysterious and powerful force surged in his body, making it difficult for him to control it. Every time he tried to control the divine energy, he would feel powerless, and even exhausted himself because of the loss of control of the divine energy. However, Cheng Yu never had the idea of giving up. He practiced hard day after day, constantly exploring and trying. Weiss was always by his side, giving him precise guidance and encouragement. Gradually, Cheng Yu was able to initially control the flow of divine energy. He could let this power run in his body according to his wishes, and it was no longer as chaotic and disordered as before. As time went on, Cheng Yu made more and more progress. Now, he is ready to develop the transformation of using the divine energy. This is a huge breakthrough and the result of his hard work. During the practice, Cheng Yu's eyes became more determined, and his posture became more upright and confident. He knew that the road ahead was still long, but he was ready to meet all challenges. He believed that in the near future, he would be able to take his strength to a higher level by transforming into the Spirit of God. After a hard practice, Cheng Yu had a bold idea in his mind, to combine the first stage of Super Saiyan with the Spirit of God, in order to make a qualitative leap in the power of Super Saiyan. He knew that this was a risky attempt, but with his persistent pursuit of power, he was determined to give it a try. Cheng Yu found a quiet and peaceful place, surrounded by silence, with only the rustling sound of the breeze gently blowing through the grass. He sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and calmed his mind completely. After he was ready, Cheng Yu first activated the form of Super Saiyan. In an instant, his golden hair stood up, and a powerful aura emanated from his body, his muscles were tense, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Then, he began to try to guide the divine energy in his body to blend with the power of the Super Saiyan. At first, the divine energy and the energy of the Super Saiyan seemed to be somewhat repelled. Cheng Yu felt a burst of pain in his body, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. But he gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and constantly adjusted the rhythm of the fusion of the two. With Cheng Yu's unremitting efforts, the divine energy gradually began to accept the energy of the Super Saiyan. He could feel a new and more powerful force being born in his body. Oh, you want to change your original Super Saiyan transformation into a transformation using divine energy? Interesting. At this time, Whis, who was silently watching all this not far away, showed an expression of both expectation and nervousness on his face. Cheng Yu continued to concentrate on controlling this fusion power, and the light around his body flickered, and his breath became more and more powerful and mysterious. Cheng Yu took a deep breath, and the muscles of his whole body instantly tensed up, like an arrow about to leave the string. A strong and powerful aura slowly rose from his body, starting as a trickle, then gradually gathered into a mighty river. His hair stood up, and the golden light began to bloom faintly. The light gradually strengthened and enveloped his entire body. This was the initial form of the Super Saiyan. However, this was just the beginning. As Cheng Yu continued to dig deep into his potential and fully mobilized the hidden power in his body, the golden light became more and more dazzling, and began to undergo wonderful changes, gradually changing from gold to deep blue. Circles of visible energy ripples formed around his body, like layers of waves stirred up by a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The ground was overwhelmed by this strong pressure, trembling slightly, and tiny cracks appeared, spreading around. Cheng Yu's face was intertwined with two completely different expressions of pain and perseverance. Every cell was bearing the impact of this surging huge energy, as if it was about to be torn apart. But his will was as solid as a rock, and he had no intention of retreating. He clenched his teeth, veins popped on his forehead, and he clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, but he didn't feel any pain. In this extreme torment, Cheng Yu roared, and the sound seemed to penetrate the clouds and shake the world. Finally, the light completed the transformation at the moment of reaching its peak, and Cheng Yu successfully transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. His hair burned like a blazing blue flame, and every strand of hair flashed a terrifying light. Finally, hard work paid off. Cheng Yu successfully integrated the transformation of Super Saiyan and God's aura into one, and now it is more like a breakthrough from normal to Super Saiyan transformation. It's just that the normal state has been replaced by Super Saiyan God, and now it is a Super Saiyan who has surpassed Super Saiyan God. Now, Cheng Yu has successfully transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and his appearance is very different from Super Saiyan God. His hair and eyebrows are all clear sky blue, as pure and deep as a cloudless sky. His pupils have turned into a mysterious dark blue, like an endless deep-sea whirlpool, which makes people sink into it. The blue aura surrounds his body, which complements the star-like particles unique to the breath of God, as if all the bright stars in the universe are gathered in one body. Crystal drops of water flow from time to time in the flames, like morning dew sparkling in the morning light. Compared with the breath of humans and Super Saiyan states, his flames flow much slower, but are more stable and restrained. There are also very slight electric sparks, dotted with stars, adding a bit of mystery and danger. His aura is divided into 2 layers, from the outside to the inside, sky blue and white. The outer sky blue is like a deep ocean, embracing everything, the inner white is like pure snowflakes, noble and sacred. At this moment, Cheng Yu stood there. Ordinary people may not feel the huge aura, but he exuded a powerful aura and awe-inspiring pressure, which made people dare not look directly at him. Cheng Yu carefully felt his body. Except for the fact that the speed of consuming the divine energy was a little fast, it might be because he had just transformed, and his body bore such a large amount of divine energy, which was accompanied by some seriousness. The burst and breath were very perfect, except for the consumption and burden. The consumption and burden can actually be alleviated or even changed from the subsequent practice and the slow development of this form, but the recovery of the divine energy may become a big problem. The transformation of the Super Saiyan God does not consume much, so the divine energy in the body is still enough to use, and it can even recover after a period of recovery. But now the consumption of this transformation is very huge in exchange for the burst. If the divine energy in the body is consumed, even the Super Saiyan God may not be able to transform. Moreover, Cheng Yu felt this transformation himself, and he had a very similar view to the original plot, that is, leaking. This is exactly the same as when he just transformed into a Super Saiyan, and if he continues to develop into full power later, this problem will generally not occur. At this time, Cheng Yu immediately lifted the transformation after feeling it. It may be that his normal combat power and physical strength are not very strong now. Now the transformation is a high burden, high consumption transformation, and the body's reaction is very huge. But Cheng Yu is a practice madman. These problems can be slowly changed after later training. Cheng Yu is also thinking, now using the energy of the Super Saiyan to fuse the spirit, then can this Super Saiyan Blue be called the first level blue transformation? Just like the ordinary Super Saiyan, there will be a Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Today's Super Saiyan Blue is enough for Cheng Yu to adapt to practice for a long time. In order to fully develop this form, Cheng Yu must practice for a long time, both for himself to completely adapt, and for the next stage to lay a good foundation. It seems that it took a long time from the first transformation to the full development in the original plot, and it was only fully developed after continuous training in battle. Although Cheng Yu can now fight with Whis has never really fought with Cheng Yu. It seems that whether it is comics or animations, it was only in the life and death battle of Zamasu that it broke through to the perfect Super Saiyan Blue level 1, solving the problem of leakage. And there is also a huge bug problem belonging to the Saiyan, that is, whether it is the transformation of God's Chi or the ordinary transformation, as long as you are angry enough, the combat power will even surpass the current transformation. This point can be said to be vivid in the animation. Chapter 67. It has been a long time since Cheng Yu followed Whis to practice. During this time, Cheng Yu has worked hard to solve the leakage problem of Super Saiyan Blue. Even Cheng Yu himself doubts whether this form can really be developed. Because Cheng Yu has been solving the leakage problem, but in addition to improving the quality of energy, improving physical strength, and improving the transformation time, the leakage has not been solved. This problem is always a big problem. I really don't know how Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the original plot and comics solved it. Just when Cheng Yu was training and researching on the Destroyer planet, a group of people in another dimension of the Dragon Ball universe were secretly planning something. In this dark palace, full of evil spirits, a guy with horns on his head and scales on his body sat in the hall and said to the people below, "I remember there were still some demons left in the positive dimension, right? This time, we just sent them to talk about the strength of the positive universe and see if those guys will take action. I just woke up from pure water, and I also need to recover. You go down." And the people below said in unison, "Yes, Lord Dragon God. That's right, a conspiracy against the territory of the King of All has begun, and a catastrophe has come again. Ding, the system issues a task, destroy Majin Buu, reward senzu beans x100, perfect control of breath, and complete fusion of the power and blood of the giant ape. Cheng Yu heard the sudden sound of the system during meditation and did not react for a while. When he came to his senses, he found that it was the system that issued the task. That system, can you introduce the functions of your system to me? Why don't I understand it until now? Your system has no rewards or tasks for a long time. I feel that your system has a weak presence. After the update, this system will only release tasks from time to time. If there are no tasks, you can also find some strong people to fight. There will be rewards after winning. Of course, each person is limited to once, and the combat power is much lower than the host. It will not be counted. In addition, the reward for the host to eliminate the opponent is better than the reward for victory. Oh, I see, I have been on the destroyer planet for a long time, so I should go back and take a look. Although it will take another year or so for Majin Buu to appear, I still need to rest. Cheng Yu thinker, should he try to completely break through the Super Saiyan Blue to full power and solve the problem of air leakage? After thinking about it, there is still time anyway, so it's okay to try it, so he stood up and closed his eyes. Cheng Yu mobilized the divine energy in his body to cover the field state. Red light surrounded his body, his hair and pupils gradually turned red, and Cheng Yu successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan God. After reaching this step, Cheng Yu took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and mobilized the energy of the Super Saiyan to merge with the divine energy, and then the blue light enveloped Cheng Yu. The blue light flashed by, and the flames surrounding Cheng Yu changed from red to blue, and his hair and pupils also turned blue. At this time, Cheng Yu did not take the next step, but stopped. After thinking for a while, Cheng Yu completely released the divine energy in his body and no longer controlled it. After this step, the blue flames surrounding Cheng Yu's body gradually formed a particularly large flame that soared into the sky. Then, Cheng Yu raised his breath again, released it completely again, and then took a deep breath again, took all the breath back into his body and stopped releasing it. After this step, Cheng Yu consumed a lot of mental energy in order to retract the divine energy and control it from leaking out at that moment, so Cheng Yu stopped for a while, and after fully controlling it, he transferred the divine energy in his body to the whole body. As the blue light gradually enveloped Cheng Yu, the divine energy in Cheng Yu's body was also distributed throughout his body, and the light gradually absorbed the process into his body, and Cheng Yu also ended his action at this time. Success! Fortunately, I used mental power to completely control at this time, otherwise the breath at that moment was gathered in my body, and my body strength could not adapt at all. Cheng Yu raised his hand and looked at it, then closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. That's right, it was really developed. Super Saiyan Blue First Stage Full Power. From the outside world's point of view, the only difference between Cheng Yu at this time and the Super Saiyan Blue that had just transformed was that the flames surrounding Cheng Yu's body were taken into his body, and his muscles seemed a little more powerful than when he just transformed. And Cheng Yu felt it and found that he had indeed become a complete body. This transformation had a great impact on the body. The burden and consumption are very balanced, and the problem of a large amount of air leakage in the battle has been solved. There will be no fighting, consuming half of the divine energy and leaking half of the divine energy. Cheng Yu raised his hand and used energy to create a clone, and then began to fight with himself. The two flew to the control and started to fight. The first clone hit Cheng Yu's stomach with a straight punch. Cheng Yu dodged the fist and punched the clones back with blue energy. The clone was knocked to the ground by this punch, raising a large cloud of dust. Cheng Yu did not give the clone a chance to breathe, teleported behind the clone, and kicked it into the air. The clone quickly adjusted its posture and launched a Qigong wave to shoot at Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu crossed his hands to block, and then counterattacked, sending out several Qigong waves in succession. The clone dodged flexibly, and then rushed towards Cheng Yu at a very fast speed, trying to attack at close range. Cheng Yu raised the corners of his mouth, easily avoided, and seized the clone's flaw, gave him a powerful uppercut, knocking him back. The clone crashed into the distant mountain, and the entire mountain exploded instantly. Cheng Yu watched the clone slowly dissipate, and was satisfied with his own strength. In the process just now, Cheng Yu found that now his moves can release the Super Saiyan Blue God's energy at any time and anywhere to attack, and he can also retract it into his body at any time after the attack, so there will be no attack that consumes too much energy of the God's energy in one attack. It can be said that it is currently in the state of true Super Saiyan Blue First Order full power. As for whether it can continue to develop or even evolve in this form in the future, Cheng Yu doesn't want to know. Because there are still system tasks, and his wife is waiting for him. When he came to the destroyer planet, in addition to practicing and resting, there is little other time to take lazily to live in the world of two people, so Cheng Yu just went back to rest for a while. After Cheng Yu explained to Weiss, Cheng Yu found lazily and took her back to Earth to stay. Finally, he can go home. In fact, lazily is not very bored on the destroyer planet. In addition to discussing food with Weiss, Weiss will also guide lazily in his spare time. Although the time of training is not very long each time, it is still a world of difference compared to before, and it can even be said that he is better than his brother now. Goodbye Weiss, I will take you to eat delicious food on Earth next time you come, see you next time. After saying that, Cheng Yu took No 18's little hand and teleported back to his home. In fact, Cheng Yu's teleportation is already the second level, so now as long as he knows the coordinates or even the places he has been to, he can move freely in a universe without feeling the breath. Chapter 68. Cheng Yu returned to Earth, and there was still more than half a year before the number 1 martial arts tournament. Cheng Yu also brought lazily back to his home from the destroyer planet. It's still comfortable to be back home. Cheng Yu sighed. Actually, it's all right. The God I thought of and the God I see now are completely different from what I know, so it doesn't matter where I stay. Number 18 next to him came over and lay in Cheng Yu's arms. You don't know, I practice every day to become stronger, and there is not even any entertainment there. In order to protect you well in the future, I must become the strongest person. Cheng Yu stroked No 18's hair and said. By the way, now that we are back home, there is still one most important thing that has not been resolved. Let me ask you, do you want a child? Upon hearing this, No 18's face instantly turned red, and he stammered. Well, it depends on you. To be honest, it's not impossible. Cheng Yu looked at number 18 who was lying in his arms, and he was instantly angry. He immediately stood up and picked up number 18, and then walked towards the bedroom while saying. So, you agree, I will definitely satisfy you. Not big after a while, two martial artists in the room began to spar. The battle was so intense that there were continuous shouts, not only the shouts of girls, but also the panting of boys. You like to see this kind of bloody plot, but I really can't write it. I'm just a single dog. To be honest, I haven't even been in love. How can I write it? So don't force me, a poor, ugly, short single dog. At this time, Sun Wukong reclaimed a few acres of land at home under the strict discipline of his wife Kikai, and farmed at home. But who is Sun Wukong? He is a warmonger. As long as he leaves Kikai's line, he can't rest and naturally starts to practice. Today, Sun Wukong also found that his own practice may have reached a bottleneck, so he thought about it and decided to try to break through. So Sun Wukong stood in his own field and began to release his breath and began to try to break through and transform. In the vast field of his own home, Sun Wukong stood quietly. The breeze blew gently, blowing the green grass beside the field, and the surroundings were peaceful and tranquil. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's eyes became extremely firm, as if he had made some kind of determination. He took a deep breath, and the muscles of his whole body began to tremble slightly, and a faint breath slowly emanated from his body. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a low roar came from his throat. At the same time, golden light began to flicker at the roots of his hair, and his hair grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a ignited fuse. Every hair seemed to have life, standing straight up, and bursting with dazzling golden light, like a burning golden flame. As the light spread, Sun Wukong's muscles began to swell rapidly, and blue veins rose like dragons, and powerful power surged in his body. His bones made a crackling sound, as if he was under great pressure, and seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. The energy fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding land began to tremble violently. The soil in the field was lifted up, forming small waves of soil. Sun Wukong's breath swept around like a storm, making the air hot and restless. At the moment when this energy reached its peak, Sun Wukong's figure was completely shrouded in golden light. After the light dissipated, he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The long golden hair danced in the wind, like a dazzling golden waterfall, falling from the top of his head to his waist. His eyes were full of desire for battle and firm belief, as if the world was filled with endless power because of his transformation, which was daunting. Kikai, who came to her field to deliver food to her man, was furious when she saw the field destroyed by Sun Wukong in the center of the field. Gaku sang, "Look at what has happened here, fix it up quickly." Hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately stopped transforming and began to fill up the hole caused by the transformation, looking at Chi-Chi who was coming aggressively. The prince who was training hard in the gravity room in Zidu also felt the surge of Sun Wukong's aura just now. The prince didn't say much but frowned slightly, talking to himself. "Damn Sun Wukong! I'm the Prince of Science, and you're just a low-level warrior. Wait, I will definitely defeat you next time we meet." After that, he doubled the gravity and continued to train hard. His self-esteem didn't allow him to admit defeat. He is the proud Scion Prince. The powerful aura that just appeared in an instant and then disappeared was felt by everyone on Earth, but it disappeared too quickly, so everyone could not do anything after they could no longer feel it. There was an exception, that is, Cheng Yu, who had just finished exercising and was lying in his yard and flirting with number 18, felt it. Wait, this is the aura of Sun Wukong, and it seems to be the aura of Super Saiyan 3. Did he break through again? Cheng Yu had to sigh at the correctness of time. The original plot was also a breakthrough, but it was after Sun Wukong's death on the North Kai King God planet, and now it was his own breakthrough. What's wrong with you? It's okay, I just felt that Sun Wukong seemed to have become stronger again. Cheng Yu explained casually and started his little life of flirting with each other again, and life was so happy. On the other side, the negative universe was also planning to cause some trouble to the main universe, and the demon world on Earth was also ready to move. In the dark corner of the demon world, where the sun never shines, Babadai's narrow and evil eyes flash with creepy evil and extreme greed. He is racking his brains and carefully planning a shocking conspiracy that will shock the whole world, to revive the terrifying Majin Buu. Babadai is in a dark secret room full of strange atmosphere. His bony hands are waving, and he is muttering to the ancient and mysterious magic circle. Beside him, there are all kinds of mysterious instruments and potions with disgusting strange smells. His voice is low and hoarse, like a terrifying call from the endless abyss of hell. Every note seems to carry a curse, which makes people tremble with fear. In order to realize this crazy and terrible plan, Babadai will do anything. He frantically searched for powerful energy everywhere, and used cruel means and seductive lies to drive those under his control to work for him desperately. His mind was as meticulous as an invisible big net. Every step of his action was carefully calculated repeatedly, and every detail was considered by him without any loopholes. He had only one goal, which was to make the terrifying Majin Buu, who had brought endless disasters and fear to the world, reappear in the world and become a powerful and deadly weapon in his hands to conquer the world and satisfy his endless ambitions. Chapter 69. Hey, system, can you introduce me to the types of Scion blood? Why is the legendary Super Saiyan blood so awesome? Since you asked sincerely, my omnipotent system will naturally give you an answer. First, ordinary Saiyan blood. In simple terms, it is the blood of ordinary people among Saiyans. As for the current Saiyans, they are gradually passed down from the pure Saiyan blood in the past, which may lead to the current blood being impure, or the low blood concentration causing the current Saiyans to be weaker. Sun Wukong has this kind of blood, but his blood is very pure, resulting in higher potential, so he is different from others. Second, royal blood. The blood passed down from the king of the Saiyan clan, transforming into a giant ape without losing reason, and it is easy to control emotions after all, because the ancient Saiyans were all irritable and tyrannical, so the royal blood is different and can control emotions more rationally. Third, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. It is a legend of the Saiyan race. Legend has it that a legendary Super Saiyan will be born every 1,000 years, and each one is a very terrifying existence, with high potential, easy to get angry, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. Of course, because of the terrifying power, if the emotions are not controlled well, it is easy to be irrational, but the effect is that the more angry, the stronger the body is. The strength is extremely high, but it is easily affected by emotions. Fourth, ancient Saiyan bloodline. The bloodline passed down from the ancient Saiyans is the bloodline of the real Saiyan race. Although the potential is high, it is easily affected by the angry and violent emotions in the Saiyan bloodline, and the physical strength may not be as good as that of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Fifth, mutated bloodline. This kind of bloodline is generally divided into two types. The first type is the combination of Saiyans and other races that still leads to bloodline mutation, and the second type is the fusion of Saiyans and Saiyans that leads to bloodline mutation. Cheng Yu's bloodline is of this type, because Vegito is also a fusion warrior, and Cheng Yu, who inherited Vegito's template, naturally replaced the original ordinary Saiyan bloodline. This bloodline has high potential, strong combat power, can reasonably control emotions, has a very strong learning ability, and has a very high physical strength. There are also many possibilities for the bloodline that mutates due to the combination of Saiyans and other races. For example, Son Gohan's bloodline not only has the pure bloodline and extremely strong talent potential of Saiyans due to mutation, but also has the brain power and learning ability of Earthlings. Well, the overall Saiyan bloodline can be divided into these types, and talent and hard work are indispensable. Cheng Yu was also asking at home out of boredom, but he didn't expect there were so many tricks in it, which made Cheng Yu stunned. Wow, it's really NB, I didn't expect there are so many tricks in Saiyans. Cheng Yu thought about it again, so what kind of child would he have with number 18? What if he is not a Saiyan? Will he be powerless for the rest of his life? Ding, don't worry about what you're thinking about, you still have my super invincible and unparalleled system. I really don't understand why you, a system, are so narcissistic. So that means you can help me replace the blood of my future child, or directly improve the talent potential, right? Ding, yeah, so if you defeat your opponent in the future and the reward is the blood of other races, this system can also fuse it into his body. What if there is a fusion of the blood of a god? Hee. Cheng Yu didn't dare to think about it anymore. If it could really be fused, then it would be like giving birth to a god. A long time passed again, and in the blink of an eye, the time for the world's #1 martial arts meeting had arrived, but everyone didn't know about the crisis behind this time. Although Cheng Yu was enjoying the gentle countryside at home, he still didn't fall behind in his cultivation, but the more he practiced, the more problems he would have. For example, what are the differences between divine power, divine energy, breath, and energy? What is the connection between the blood of Saiyans and the giant ape? Can mortals surpass the so-called gods by cultivating their energy to the extreme? All these questions are lingering in Cheng Yu's mind, but this also means confusion about his own powerful strength and denial of his own strength. So Cheng Yu decided to ask Whis. After saying hello to his wife, he came to the planet of the god of destruction. Whis had already noticed the arrival of teleportation, so he asked immediately, "What's wrong, Mr. Cheng Yu, what are you doing this time?" Cheng Yu sat opposite Whis, and faced with the questions surrounding him, he asked without hesitation, "Whis, I want to ask about energy, breath and transformation into a super scion. How is the energy of the God of God, or even the energy of God, or the power of God, divided? I don't know how to practice these goals at home." Weiss smiled at Cheng Yu's question, and then asked. "So, Mr. Cheng Yu, what is your goal?" "Well, Weiss, my goal is definitely to protect my current life no matter what method or energy I use, and if possible, I want to break my own so-called limit." Weiss listened to Cheng Yu's words as if it was the first time he heard such words. He was a little surprised, but he remained calm and continued to answer. "I have to say that you have a very good goal, but you are not clear about your goal choice now, right?" "Well, you also discovered Weiss, the energy of the science, the practice of the energy of God, these things are too many and too complicated. I don't want to give up the way to become stronger, but if I am not sure of a single goal, I can't bite off more than I can chew. So I came to ask for your opinion." Weiss thought for a while, and then asked. "So, Mr. Cheng Yu, show me all your current transformations." In an empty field, Cheng Yu stood in front of Whis, his eyes full of confidence and determination. Cheng Yu took a deep breath, his body trembled slightly, and his golden hair stood up instantly, shining, and he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1. His muscles bulged slightly, a strong aura emanated from him, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. He shouted, "Whis, this is Super Saiyan 1. Then, Cheng Yu exerted force again, the light on his body became stronger, his hair became longer and straighter, and the energy fluctuations around his body became more obvious. His eyes became sharper, and he was surrounded by lightning and more majestic golden air waves. "This is Super Saiyan 2. Whis looked at him with interest and nodded slightly. Cheng Yu did not pause and continued to increase his strength. He was shining all over, and his golden hair was as long as his waist, like a burning golden flame. His aura was violent and powerful, making the air around him seem to solidify. "This is Super Saiyan 3. Then, Cheng Yu lifted the transformation and returned to normal, and then spoke. "Whis, this is the transformation of the Saiyan bloodline, Super Saiyan 4. Cheng Yu stood in an open space, his eyes closed, his expression solemn. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale the surrounding air into his lungs, then clenched his fists, and the muscles of his whole body instantly tensed up. He began to mobilize the hidden power in his bloodline and the mysterious energy connected with the giant ape. In an instant, a strong red light gushed out of his body, tightly wrapping his entire body. The light was hot and powerful, as if it would burn everything around it. However, the light did not last too long and began to gradually dissipate. When the light completely disappeared, and Cheng Yu's appearance had changed dramatically. His originally black hair became even messy and longer, casually draped over his shoulders, like an unruly gust of wind. His chest and palms were covered with a layer of red body hair, which was a symbol of the primitive wildness of the Scions. Whis looked at Cheng Yu's appearance and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he said, "This breath is indeed very powerful, a transformation different from the god's root, and the strength and power of the body are very strong. Mr. Cheng Yu, are you really not considering the candidate for the god of destruction?" Cheng Yu also lifted the transformation at this time, and then said, "Whis, don't tease me, it's best for me to practice honestly by myself. Relying on other external things is not my own. Then there is the power you taught me, the transformation of the god's aura, first of all, the Super Saiyan god." Cheng Yu slowly closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing, letting his heart gradually calm down. Then, his body trembled slightly, and a mysterious and powerful force quietly surged in his body. Suddenly, a soft red light appeared around Cheng Yu, and this light was like a mist in the morning light, gently enveloping him. His hair began to flash with red electric light, and every strand of hair seemed to have life. As the light continued to increase, Cheng Yu's body gradually changed. His muscle lines became more smooth, exuding a sacred breath. His eyes became deep and clear, as if he could see through everything in the world. When the light reached its peak, Cheng Yu successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan God. His hair turned a bright red, and the whole person looked more energetic and younger. There is one last one, Super Saiyan Blue. Cheng Yu stood there quietly, his eyes closed, his expression focused and solemn. He took a deep breath, as if to take all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into his body, and raise the divine energy in his body to the extreme. In an instant, Cheng Yu's body was completely wrapped in a dazzling blue light. The light was strong and hot, like a blue sun, illuminating everything around. In the light, Cheng Yu's figure was looming, full of mysterious atmosphere. Then, the light began to gradually dissipate, slowly receding like a tide. When the light completely disappeared, Cheng Yu's appearance had changed dramatically. His hair gradually turned into a deep and charming blue, falling softly on his shoulders, and every strand of hair was flashing with mysterious blue light. His eyebrows and pupils also turned blue, and the blue pupils were like a deep ocean, making people deeply trapped in it. At the same time, Cheng Yu was surrounded by surging blue air waves, which rolled and made bursts of whistling sounds. Cheng Yu lifted the transformation, and seeing that Weiss was still thinking, he came to Weiss and sat down again. Weiss came back to his senses, looked at Cheng Yu in front of him, and did not give the initial answer, but asked a question. Mr. Cheng Yu, which path do you think is powerful, or which path is suitable for you? Cheng Yu thought for a while, then said. Whether it is the transformation of Saiyan blood or the transformation of God's aura, they are different, and each has its own advantages. I am not sure about the direction of the two forms, so I may not be sure which path to choose. Wes smiled, and then said. In fact, whether it is a mortal or a god, the root is similar. The difference lies in how you enhance your own strength. I have also heard that the power of mortals exceeds that of the god of destruction, so no matter which path you take, it is your own choice. For example, the transformation of Saiyan blood is actually a very powerful aura, but if you want me to suggest, I would still suggest you go practice the god root, because you have spent a lot of time on the transformation of the god root, right? So this is my suggestion. Cheng Yu thought about it for a while. Although the goal was still unclear, there was still the original question, so he spoke again. Then Weiss, what about the original question? Can you answer me now? Wes smiled, drank a sip of the tea in front of him, and then said. Qi is the most fundamental energy in the body of living things. With practice or training, this energy can be freely manipulated. The difference between divine qi and divine power is that divine power represents the sublimation of divine qi, and divine qi is the basic energy that constitutes divine power. Simply put, it is the divine qi formed after the decomposition of divine power and the combination of the breath of ordinary people. Divine qi is also the basis for ordinary people to want to practice divine power when they can't bear it. Cheng Yu listened to Weiss's words, and the whole person was messy, as if a statue was petrified in place. After another period of thinking and sorting out his thoughts, Cheng Yu spoke. Then my last question is, if I cultivate my aura to the extreme, can I defeat the person who uses divine power? Weiss also became interested. It seems that no one has tried this question before, and no one has succeeded in this way, but looking at Cheng Yu in front of him, he decided to give it a try. You have to find the answer to this question by yourself, because no one does it this way. God is God after all, and everyone thinks so. If you want to be the one who breaks the rules, then it depends on you. Cheng Yu seemed to be thinking again, but in fact it was not the case. Because he decided to try it himself, others did not succeed. It does not mean that I will not succeed, but I want to be the strongest man. So he said goodbye to Weiss and teleported back to his home on Earth. And when Cheng Yu just teleported away, Weiss smiled. And then said to himself, "What a bold idea, I hope you can succeed. When Lord Beerus wakes up, you can give him a surprise." To know what will happen next, please read the next chapter. I am trying to fill in the gaps in the previous part, but there are too many gaps and unreasonable places. I can only write slowly, find ideas, and integrate them. If you don't like it, please point it out. Please give me a good review. Chapter 70. Can mortals really shake the gods? Can they surpass the so-called gods by their own strength? Can ordinary people become gods? No one has tried these questions, and even if they have failed. Otherwise, no one would not know the answers to these questions. Hey, system, how do you practice divine power? If I directly integrate it into the normal state, then does it mean that every form uses divine power instead of breath? Cheng Yu thought, even if his breath is cultivated to the extreme and cannot surpass the so-called gods, then I can replace it with divine power in the same way as gods, so that there is still a way out. Ding, I suggest that the host try the route of super race. Anyway, you have already started to practice the divine aura. Then if you practice super race well and wait until the day when you really master the divine power, won't it become a combination of divine power and super race? Is that so? Then it seems that I still need to practice in the state of Super Saiyan 4, that's the only way. Cheng Yu was thinking, because he had been practicing in the Super Saiyan 4 stage for a long time, but there was no sign of breakthrough, so he simply practiced Super Saiyan 4 to the extreme and see. On the other side, the world's first martial arts tournament is registering one after another today. RZ Warriors group is registering, even Sun Wukong's youngest son Sun Wushan, and Vegeta's son Trunks are registering. In fact, Sun Wukong came to Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu had no children at home, and Cheng Yu considered not to interfere with the original plot, so he rejected Wukong and told him that he would go back to the universe to practice and would not be at home. Wukong saw that Cheng Yu was not interested, so he went to invite Vegeta and the others. Time flies so fast, it's the Majin Buu arc. I also have a home and family, and partners. It's been decades since I came here, I can't remember. Cheng Yu was also lamenting that time is really fast, so fast that he couldn't react. On the other side, number 18 seemed to have eaten something he shouldn't have eaten in the past 2 days, and felt a nausea, so he immediately went to the toilet. Cheng Yu saw No 18's reaction and felt something was wrong. Could a strong man on Earth catch a cold? It was hard to believe, but seeing No 18's uncomfortable look, he immediately followed to take care of number 18. What's wrong, number 18? Don't tell me you have a cold. It's impossible. Although number 18 was uncomfortable, he also knew what this phenomenon was, and he couldn't have a cold, but it was followed by surprise and unexpected emotions. Seeing her man's silly look, she said unhappily. What do you think this is? Don't you understand? What do I understand? You shouldn't have a cold? Is it a virus? Number 18 was speechless, really speechless, but when she thought that it might be her stomach that was reacting, she still explained. What do you think a girl's retching and stomach reaction are? You really don't know? What a silly man! No, a girl like this, no way. We have a child? Really? Cheng Yu finally reacted, but it was still unbelievable. It had been so long, and there had been no reaction. How could he suddenly react at this time? But what followed was a surprise. Cheng Yu had another little family in this world, and it was his own child. Wait a minute, I'll check it out for you, don't move, I'll take you there. Cheng Yu hurriedly began to prepare clothes and other things for number 18, ready to take him to the hospital for a checkup. Well, this has not been confirmed yet. And even if it is true, I can move by myself now. Let's go and take a look first. I also want to see if it is true. Number 18 touched his belly and looked at it lovingly, looking forward to it being true. In the deepest part of the bottomless demon world filled with endless darkness and mystery, the king of the demon world, Dapra, stood like a terrifying giant peak emitting suffocating pressure. His hideous and twisted face was looming in the weak light, like a demon from the abyss, and every line was full of cruelty and coldness. Those eyes burning with raging anger seemed to be able to burn all life into ashes in an instant. He was surrounded by rolling black magic power, and the powerful magic power fluctuations caused the surrounding space to be slightly distorted, as if the air was frozen into ice under his pressure. Beside Dapra, the evil wizard Babadai was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, and his skinny body exuded a strange breath. Babadai had a sly and sinister smile on his face, which was like lightning in the dark night, making people shudder. Flashing with crazy and greedy light, as if they have seen the chaotic and bloody world after their conspiracy succeeded. In order to realize this terrible plan that is enough to plunge the whole world into an abyss of no return, Dapra mercilessly mobilized the darkest and most evil forces in the demon world. He waved his hands full of sharp thorns and issued a series of chilling orders. Driven by him, countless minions of the demon world frantically searched for various mysterious and evil magic tools. These magic tools exuded a disgusting smell, some were inlaid with strange gems, flashing with strange light, some were engraved with ancient and evil runes, as if telling endless curses. Babadai closed his eyes, holding the ancient magic scroll that exuded a decayed smell, and muttered something in his mouth. His voice was low and hoarse, as if it was the whisper of a demon from the depths of hell. Every syllable contained endless evil power, and the darkness around him seemed to surge with his spell. In order to enhance the effectiveness of magic, Babadai sacrificed the souls of countless innocent lives. Those souls wailed in pain, but could not break free from Babadai's evil bondage. They could only be ruthlessly devoured and became the source of energy to revive Majin Buu. With their joint efforts, an evil energy powerful enough to change the color of the world gradually gathered in this dark space. The breath of darkness spread like a surging tide, quickly covering the entire demon world. The already gloomy and terrifying demon world became even more depressing at this moment, as if all hope was completely swallowed up by this dark force. Finally, in a burst of creepy, soul-tearing light, the terrifying figure of Majin Buu began to slowly and vaguely appear. The endless evil and destructive breath revealed in the vague outline made Dapura and Babadai tremble with excitement. The world is about to face an unprecedented catastrophe, and the initiator of all this is waiting for the disaster with full expectations. Chapter 71. At the scene of the world's first martial arts competition, the protagonists are fighting one by one, and the strength of the protagonists just attracted the attention of the King of the Kai. The King of the Kai has been observing in secret, and there is another person who is also observing. Yes, this person is the subordinate of the King of the Demon Realm, Dapper. The resurrection of Majin Buu requires a lot of energy, so he has set his eyes on the energy of the protagonists and is ready to absorb their energy to resurrect Majin Buu. In the vast and mysterious depths of the universe, silence and darkness shroud everything. At this time, a figure appeared stealthily, his figure looming in the darkness, and his eyes revealed cunning and evil. This person approached the cosmic barrier cautiously, his hands kept making mysterious gestures, and he muttered something. With a strange flash of light, he successfully opened the cosmic barrier and sneaked into it silently. When he arrived at the place where Majin Buu was resurrected, a hideous smile appeared on his face. He slowly raised his palm, and a powerful and evil force gathered in his palm. Then he injected this force into the body of Majin Buu, who had not yet been fully resurrected. Under the influence of this mysterious force, Majin Buu, who originally needed some time to be resurrected, was born ahead of time. Moreover, the aura exuded by Majin Buu at this moment was more than one level stronger than that in the original plot. His huge body was full of endless oppression, and he was surrounded by terrifying evil energy, as if he could devour the entire universe. This sudden change put the entire universe into a greater crisis. Just when the man had just crossed the cosmic barrier and returned to his original location, the angel's extremely keen perception instantly noticed this abnormality. He frowned slightly, carefully felt the energy fluctuations in the surrounding space, and soon captured a faint breath of negative energy. This trace of negative energy was extremely weak, but it could not escape the angel's well-trained perception ability. Angel Whis knew that this matter was serious, and dared not delay at all. He immediately flashed and rushed to the place where the high priest was at the fastest speed. Along the way, he thought to himself, how could this negative energy appear here? Is there some evil force at work in the dark? Thinking of this, Angel Whis immediately opened the scepter and sent a message to the high priest, wishing to report this situation to the high priest immediately. Just when everyone was full of worries, King Kai moved in front of them in an instant and suddenly came to them. He first introduced himself to them solemnly, his voice was steady and powerful. I am King Kai, responsible for protecting the balance of the universe, and you all feel this breath. Then, King Kai's expression became more serious, and he began to tell them in detail about the origin of Majin Bu. The source of this breath is Majin Bu. The king of the demon realm and the evil wizard Babadai resurrected Majin Bu and prepared to destroy the universe. Majin Bu is an extremely evil and powerful existence. He has almost invincible power and an indestructible body. Once, he brought endless disasters and destruction to the universe. The words of King Kai were full of heaviness and worry. This time he was born ahead of time. And it seems that he is more powerful than before. The situation has reached a very critical point. If he is not stopped, the entire universe will fall into an abyss of no return. Everyone listened to King Kai's description and felt unprecedented pressure this time. The evil breath became extremely huge at this time, as if it was going to swallow up the entire galaxy. Although everyone here could clearly feel the fear brought by the breath of destruction, there was no retreat in their eyes. Sun Wukong looked determined and said loudly, no matter how powerful it is, we will not retreat. Vegeta snorted coldly, humph, I want to see how powerful this Majin Bu can be. The others also nodded and responded in unison, let's go and destroy Majin Bu together. So, driven by this strong pressure and sense of mission, everyone resolutely embarked on the difficult journey of fighting against Majin Bu. Cheng Yu, who was accompanying number 18 in the hospital, and number 18 felt the breath at the same time. Even Cheng Yu was surprised and said to himself, could this be Majin Bu? Impossible, I remember that the original plot should be similar to Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan 3. Now this breath, let alone Super Saiyan 3, even my Super Saiyan God can only kill him with a few chops. Number 18 noticed Cheng Yu's serious expression, and he also sensed the surprising breath, so he said, don't you want to go and have a look, husband? What if this breath destroys the earth? Although Cheng Yu was worried, he had strong confidence in his own strength, so he was not in a hurry. He needed to arrange for his young wife first, so he said to him, don't worry, Sun Wukong and the others should have sensed it, and they should go. If they can't win, don't they still have me? Don't worry, I'll accompany you first. If something happens to you, I really can't forgive myself. Cheng Yu hugged number 18 tightly, and number 18 naturally leaned on Cheng Yu's chest, feeling the sense of security and warmth in Cheng Yu's arms. On the other side, the newly born Majin Bu, with his round and strangely colored body, stood there like a small hill full of unknown dangers. His huge eyes looked at Dabura and Babadai in front of him indifferently, without any emotional fluctuations, as if he was looking at two insignificant ants, and he didn't say even a word from beginning to end. And the ignorant Dabura and Babadai didn't realize the impending disaster at all. Their faces were still with greedy and arrogant expressions, they were still shouting and waving their hands, trying to make Majin Bu obey their orders to destroy the planet. Their voices were sharp and piercing, full of endless desire and madness, as if they had seen the tragic destruction of the planet under their manipulation. However, just as they were immersed in their own fantasies, a trace of impatience suddenly flashed across Majin Buu's face. I saw his chubby arm suddenly raised, as fast as lightning. In an instant, a suffocating energy gathered rapidly in his palm, the light was dazzling, and the surrounding space was distorted because of the gathering of this energy. Then, 2 Qigong waves as solid as substance blasted out from his palms. The Qigong waves, with the terrifying power of destroying the world, roared towards Dopura and Babadai at an astonishing speed that exceeded the speed of light. Wherever they passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp explosion. And the space seemed to be crushed by this powerful force. At this critical moment, Dopura and Babadai finally realized the danger, but it was too late. They widened their eyes in horror and wanted to dodge, but found that their bodies were completely locked by this powerful force and could not move at all. In that short and long moment, the Qigong wave ruthlessly hit them. The powerful energy instantly devoured their bodies, and they were completely annihilated in this endless energy before they even had time to scream. Their bodies turned into countless tiny particles under the impact of the Qigong wave, dissipating in the air without leaving even a trace. The 2 people who were just arrogant and fantasizing about controlling everything were destroyed by Majin Buu without hesitation in an instant, and Majin Buu's cold eyes did not change at all, as if he had just done something insignificant, and then he said disdainfully to the place where the 2 people just went. "You still order me, who are you?" Chapter 72. Sun Wukong, Vegeta and others and King Kai hurried over, and their eyes were first focused on Majin Buu. They looked stern and full of doubts, so they turned to King Kai and asked, "Where are the 2 people who resurrected him?" When Majin Buu heard this, he smiled disdainfully and said nonchalantly, "Those 2 trash wanted to control me, and I have killed them. Next, it's you." His voice was low and threatening, and his eyes revealed crazy murderous intent. Vegeta's eyes condensed, and his aura instantly increased. He said in a deep voice, "Humph, don't be too arrogant." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "No matter how strong you are, we are not afraid of you." King Kai had a solemn expression, secretly worried in his heart, but also ready for battle. For a time, a tense atmosphere spread, and a fierce battle was about to begin. "Come on, today I, Vegeta, will defeat you." "What? You are so arrogant, come on, all of you." Vegeta's eyes were wide open, and the anger in his heart was burning. A dazzling golden light suddenly burst out around his body, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, and he turned into a Super Saiyan 2. A powerful breath surged out of his body, like a flood that broke through the dam, stirring up the surrounding air violently. He raised his own breath to the extreme, and every inch of muscle was full of explosive power. "Ah!" Vegeta roared, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked. He rushed up like a cannonball with a thunderous force, and started fighting with Majin Buu without hesitation. The battle between Vegeta and Majin Buu was as fierce as a volcanic eruption, as if the whole world was involved in this thrilling battle. Vegeta rushed out like a ghost, golden light surrounded his body, and the powerful aura of Super Saiyan 2 made the air around him tremble. His eyes spewed out angry flames, and his clenched fists were like thunder, and he smashed towards Majin Buu with an unstoppable momentum. Majin Buu's round body seemed clumsy, but in fact it was extremely flexible. He slightly turned his body and easily avoided Vegeta's fierce attack by a millimeter. Then, his thick arms covered with strange patterns quickly stretched out like a giant python, trying to grab Vegeta. Vegeta reacted extremely quickly, and did a chic backflip in the air to avoid Majin Buu's capture. The moment he landed, he suddenly bounced up, and kicked Majin Buu's abdomen with powerful energy. Majin Buu was kicked back a few steps, and the ground beneath his feet instantly sank, and dust flew up. But Majin Buu quickly stabilized his body, a hideous smile appeared on his face, and then he launched a counterattack. His fist was like a huge hammer, with a whistling sound, and he slammed towards Vegeta. Vegeta was not afraid, crossed his arms, and took the heavy blow. The huge impact force made his feet leave 2 deep marks on the ground. Vegeta roared and took the initiative to attack again. His boxing skills were like a storm, and each punch contained his endless anger and powerful strength. Majin Buu was not to be outdone. He kept twisting his body to avoid Vegeta's attacks at various weird angles, and he could also quickly fight back. For a while, the battle between the two entered a white-hot stage. Every attack of Vegeta was accompanied by golden energy light, cutting through the sky, and every counter-attack of Majin Buu was accompanied by a chilling evil breath. Where their fists and feet intersected, dazzling light and powerful energy fluctuations continued to burst out, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart by this powerful force. Vegeta became more and more courageous as he fought, his speed became faster and faster, and his moves became more and more fierce. He displayed various stunts, sometimes flying and kicking, and sometimes emitting powerful Qigong waves. Majin Buu relied on his almost invincible body and powerful recovery ability to stubbornly resist Vegeta's fierce attack. This fierce battle changed the color of the whole world, the surrounding mountains continued to collapse under the impact of energy, and the earth was also shaken to pieces. Majin Buu punched again with an evil aura. The aura of this punch even made Sun Wukong and others on the other side feel extremely strong pressure, so they shouted loudly, "Get out of the way of Vegeta!" And Majin Buu smiled and said, "I don't want to play bugs with you anymore. I'll kill your companions after I kill you." After saying that, the punch directly made a sonic boom in the air, and then hit Vegeta. Vegeta's body bowed directly after being hit by this punch, and flew out. After stabilizing his body, he vomited bitter water. "Oh, I didn't expect it, this is not dead yet, but ants are ants after all." After saying that, Ling Ju shot a Qigong wave at Vegeta, and Vegeta just stood up and saw the black Qigong wave flying towards him, so he immediately gathered energy with both hands and fired a Gallic cannon, and the 2 Qigong waves collided in the air. But the Qigong wave energy quality emitted by Majin Buu was higher, so it directly swallowed the Gallic cannon emitted by Vegeta, and then an explosion blew the ground under Vegeta's feet into a big pit. And Sun Wukong and others immediately flew over to check on Vegeta's situation. Because they didn't have senzu beans, they immediately asked Sun Wuhan to take Vegeta away first. "Old Sun, this monster's attack and energy recovery are very strange. Did you notice? I have to say that he is really strong." Buledin stood side by side with Son Goku, and felt unprecedented pressure looking at Majin Buu in the sky. After Vegeta was taken away from the battlefield by Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Son Goku stood on the ground, staring at Majin Buu in the air, their eyes full of determination and resoluteness. Without the slightest hesitation, they slammed their feet on the ground, and their bodies shot straight into the sky like arrows, and instantly they were at the same height as Majin Buu, and they started a new round of fierce fighting without hesitation. Pico danced with both hands quickly, and the green energy light gathered in his palms, turning into powerful beams, shooting towards Majin Buu. Son Goku used his signature boxing, and each punch came with a whirring sound, hitting Majin Buu like a cannonball. However, no matter how powerful their attacks were, fierce, even if he succeeded in knocking off one of Majin Buu's hands, Majin Buu's terrifying body could recover in the blink of an eye, as if the damage had never happened. When Majin Buu got a little serious, the situation was reversed in an instant. His attacks became more swift and fierce, and each move contained a terrifying power. Piccolo and Son Goku were immediately caught in a bitter battle, their movements began to become a little slow, and their defense gradually became difficult. Majin Buu's fists were like heavy hammers, hitting them again and again. Piccolo and Son Goku could only try their best to resist, sweat falling like rain, and their breath became disordered. But there was still no sign of retreat in their eyes, and they were still stubbornly fighting against Majin Buu, and the belief in their hearts supported them to never fall down easily. Chapter 73. Majin Buu's power became more and more violent, and his attacks poured down on Son Goku and Piccolo like a violent storm. Although Son Goku and Piccolo tried their best to resist, they gradually became powerless in front of Majin Buu's overwhelming power. Majin Buu saw the opportunity and swung a heavy punch. The powerful force directly hit Son Goku. Son Goku was blown away by this huge force, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body fell like a meteor. Seeing this, Piccolo was anxious and wanted to rescue Son Goku, but Majin Buu took the opportunity to kick him in the abdomen. Piccolo groaned in pain and was kicked far away. At this time, Son Goku and Piccolo were both seriously injured and weak. Majin Buu had no mercy at all, and rushed forward again, launching a series of fierce attacks. Son Goku and Piccolo were no longer able to resist, and finally both fell to the ground and lost their ability to fight. Majin Buu stood in front of them, laughing triumphantly, announcing his victory. Son Goku was already covered in wounds, but his resolute eyes still burned with an unyielding fighting spirit. He struggled to stand up, took off his tattered clothes that were almost torn into strips, and threw them aside. Then, he clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white, and shouted to the sky. Ha, ah! This sound seemed to break through the clouds and shatter the sky. Then, a breath so strong that it was suffocating burst out from his body, and a yellow light flashed by. Sun Wukong's hair instantly turned into a dazzling yellow, his original eyebrows disappeared, and the length of his hair gradually reached his waist, dancing wildly in the wind. Sun Wukong successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, Sun Wukong's expression was fierce, like an evil spirit, staring at Majin Buu. Majin Buu looked indifferent, and even said contemptuously, "Come on, come and die." His arrogant attitude further aroused Sun Wukong's anger, and a more intense battle seemed to be about to break out again. Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong, like a god of war, rushed towards Majin Buu with firm steps. Every step he took was accompanied by a powerful pressure, which made the surrounding space tremble slightly. The moment he approached Majin Buu, Sun Wukong swung a strong and powerful fist, and the fist wind whistled, hitting Majin Buu's face. Majin Buu dodged sideways and punched back at the same time. Sun Wukong evaded flexibly, followed by a roundhouse kick, kicking Majin Buu's chest. The two of them fought back and forth, and each collision erupted with amazing energy fluctuations. Sun Wukong's attack was like a storm, so fast that it was hard to keep up. Sometimes he flew and kicked in a series of kicks, and sometimes he sent out powerful Qigong waves, trying to suppress Majin Buu. Majin Buu was not to be outdone. With his powerful strength and strange moves, he repeatedly resolved Goku's attacks and looked for opportunities to counterattack. For a moment, the sky was bright and full of energy. This fierce battle changed the color of the whole world. If there were still people present, they would be able to see that Majin Buu was even playing tricks on this group of people, and whether it was Vegeta, Piccolo, or even Goku, they all burst out all their aura to fight him. Gohan and King Kai took the rest of the protagonists and the unconscious Vegeta and hurriedly returned to King Kai's planet. King Kai was concentrating on observing the fierce battle between Goku and Majin Buu on Earth. As soon as Gohan landed, he anxiously asked King Kai to send him back. "Lord Kai, please send me back to Earth immediately!" Gohan shouted. Gohan teleported with Gohan back to the battlefield, and Gohan immediately came to the unconscious Piccolo, picked him up and handed him to Gohan. "No time!" Gohan interrupted him, "Also, take Piccolo who is lying on the ground and unconscious." Gohan did not hesitate and did as he was told. After Gohan returned to Earth, he instantly burst out all his energy, and the powerful energy fluctuations made the surrounding air crackle. He successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2, with golden flames burning, hair standing upright, and eyes firm and sharp. "Ah!" Son Gohan roared, rushed into the air, and joined the battle between Son Goku and Majin Buu. The battle between Son Goku and Son Gohan and Majin Buu became more and more intense, and the powerful energy aftermath had already affected the entire Earth. The Earth was shaking, violent earthquakes occurred one after another, houses collapsed in large areas, roads collapsed, as if the end of the world was coming. Mountains collapsed, boulders rolled down, and rivers, lakes and seas set off huge waves. However, the three of them completely ignored the tragic situation of the earth and continued to fight fiercely in the sky. Their figures shuttled through the clouds, the light shone, and every collision caused a huge energy explosion, and the deafening sound spread all around. Sun Wukong was agile and his moves were sharp, and Sun Wuhan was no less inferior. The father and son worked together to fight against the powerful Majin Bu. Majin Bu relied on his evil power and tenacious recovery ability to fight them to death. In the sky, energy and light intertwined, the intensity of the battle continued to escalate, and the earth suffered great pain and disaster in this catastrophe. In the villa in the suburbs of Zidu on Earth, Cheng Yu had just returned with number 18. Yes, there was really a child belonging to the two of them. Both of them were very happy, but now was not the time to be happy. Cheng Yu knew that the current protagonist group had basically fought to the utmost, so he prepared to support. Number 18, you should rest at home first. I can't sense Vegeta's breath. I have to go over and take a look. Otherwise, the earth will be destroyed by them in a while. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Okay, don't get hurt. Don't worry, don't you know the strength of your man? Wait, I will eliminate those who disturb our two-person life. Be careful yourself. Cheng Yu turned around and smiled at number 18 and moved over instantly. To be honest, these breaths on the earth are very scary now, at least in the eyes of ordinary people, and Cheng Yu felt that the breath was wrong the moment Bu was born. Some people's breath is evil, and some people's breath is very pure, while the breath emitted by Bu is mixed with energy that Cheng Yu can't sense, and as far as the breath that can be sensed is concerned, this guy is also a big trouble. Of course, Cheng Yu is still very confident in himself. As for why he wants to destroy Bu, one is that he has disturbed the lives of himself and number 18, and the other is that this Majin Bu seems to be different from the original plot. So he prepares to take precautions in case something unexpected happens and the earth is gone. Chapter 74. When Cheng Yu just arrived at the battlefield, he saw a lot of smoke and dust all around, which made people feel as if they were in chaos. Their vision was severely obstructed and it was almost difficult to see the surrounding scene clearly. When the heavy smoke and dust were slightly dispersed by the wind, he finally saw the situation in front of him and was shocked. He saw that Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan had been forced to return to normal and lay on the ground in a mess. Their bodies were motionless, and they looked extremely weak. Their breath was particularly weak as a candle that was about to go out in the wind, as if the flame of life would completely dissipate in the next second. Cheng Yu did not hesitate at all, and his eyes were full of determination and concern. He moved to the side of the two people in an instant, moving quickly and agilely, for fear of delaying even a second. Then, he anxiously took out two precious magic beans from his arms carefully, gently opened the mouths of Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, and fed the magic beans into their mouths respectively. Hey, luckily there weren't any big accidents, otherwise I would be a sinner. Cheng Yu thought that if the effect caused by his arrival caused the death of the protagonist and his son, then he would be a sinner. Hey? Are you here to die too? Majin Bu chuckled in the air while looking at Cheng Yu standing on the ground. Cheng Yu had no power to control Majin Bu, but asked Sun Wukong to take Sun Wuhan away to find Vegeta first. Don't be careless, Cheng Yu, he is really strong. Cheng Yu looked at Majin Bu in the air and said to Cheng Yu with a very serious look. I asked you to go to the Kaishan first and ask them if they have anything to make them stronger or completely defeat and destroy Majin Bu. I can help you delay for a while. Go. Sun Wukong also understood the seriousness of the matter. At this time, the Kaishan was watching in the Kaishan realm and happened to hear their conversation, so he came to the battlefield without hesitation and left with his hands on the shoulders of Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan and moved away instantly. At the moment of disappearance, Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Come on, Cheng Yu, hold on, we will be back. Cheng Yu turned his head and looked at Majin Bu in the air and said. You are not Majin Bu, right? Hey? What do you mean? If I am not Majin Bu, who else can I be? Your aura is very wrong. I can feel that the aura in your body is very strong, and you have never used your full strength from beginning to end. And Majin Bu can't be so strong. At this time, Majin Bu in the air also landed in front of Cheng Yu, and the two people confronted each other, and then Majin Bu began to laugh and said. Ha ha ha, you are very good, but can you stop me? How about this, how about we fight in the universe? We can't let go on Earth. How about it? Cheng Yu looked at Bu in front of him and smiled and said. Okay, I'll give you a chance. I hope you won't let me down. Cheng Yu flew into the universe first, and Majin Bu followed in the universe. The two sides began to confront each other, and then Cheng Yu said at this time. Remember, my name is Cheng Yu, and I'm also an ordinary person. Then Cheng Yu shouted and raised his breath to the extreme. Hey, ah! Cheng Yu's eyes widened, bursting out all his breath, and the powerful force spread around like a surging wave. Then, he began to mobilize the mysterious power of his blood in his body, preparing for an amazing transformation. A bright red light suddenly bloomed, and its brightness was so strong that it directly illuminated the vast Milky Way. The light was so dazzling that it seemed to ignite the entire universe. When the red light gradually dissipated, Cheng Yu's appearance changed drastically. Although his hair was still black, it became more messy and longer, and was draped over his shoulders wantonly. The chest and palms were covered with dense reddish-brown body hair, and each strand was shining with a tough luster. His muscles swelled up, with clear lines and explosive power, making him look powerful, like an unshakable god of war. In the universe, Majin Bu stared at Cheng Yu, who had already transformed. He also clearly sensed the unusual aura emanating from Cheng Yu, a strong pressure he had never encountered before. Majin Bu, who was always arrogant, showed a serious expression for the first time, with a little more vigilance and solemnity in his eyes. The aura emitted by Cheng Yu at this time has spread throughout the universe. Even the protagonists in the Kaishan realm are shocked when they see the appearance of Cheng Yu released by the Kaishan and feel Cheng Yu's aura. Even Whis in the Destroyer God realm can sense the aura emitted by Cheng Yu, but still this made Whis angry, so he was ready to open the scepter to see what was going on. Ah, Mr. Cheng Yu, there's something wrong with the person opposite. This aura. It seems that I have to report it. In the vast universe, after Cheng Yu completed the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, he confronted Majin Bu. The two looked at each other from a distance, and neither of them took the initiative to attack. The stars around them seemed to have stopped flashing because of the tense atmosphere. Majin Bu broke the silence at this time, and he said, Boy, you have some strength, I can give you a chance to be loyal to me. Majin Bu's voice echoed in the silent universe, with a bit of arrogance and temptation. At this time, Cheng Yu smiled, and the smile was full of disdain and determination. Then he said loudly, I'm sorry, you disturbed my life today, and you also hurt my partner. Today, only one of us can survive. Cheng Yu's words were loud and resolute, and his eyes were burning with rage, as if he wanted to burn Majin Bu to death. Majin Bu was furious when he saw Cheng Yu refused his proposal to be loyal to him without hesitation. He suddenly burst out the breath in his body, and the terrifying power gushed out like a surging wave, and quickly spread into the universe. Wherever this powerful breath went, the stars dimmed and the space trembled. Seeing this, Cheng Yu had no fear at all. He had a firm look in his eyes, roared, and instantly turned into a stream of light, rushing up with the force of thunder. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Yu fought with Majin Bu. The two figures intertwined in the universe, with fists and palms, shining brightly. Every collision triggered a huge energy explosion, causing the surrounding celestial bodies to tremble. In the vast universe, the stars were dim, as if they were shocked by the terrifying pressure of Cheng Yu and Majin Bu's battle. Cheng Yu rushed towards Majin Bu like a burning meteor. His fist was wrapped in violent power, with a whistling sound, and smashed into Majin Bu fiercely. Majin Bu dodged sideways and responded with a sharp kick, with a whistling wind that seemed to tear the void. The surrounding asteroids were instantly turned into powder under the impact of this force and drifted in the dark universe. Cheng Yu flexibly dodged backwards, and then put his hands together, emitting a brilliant energy beam. Majin Bu crossed his hands to resist, and the powerful impact made him slide back hundreds of meters. Wherever he passed, the nebula was stirred and churning endlessly, and the gorgeous light was intertwined like a dream. Majin Bu roared, and a black evil aura emanated from his body, which turned into countless sharp thorns and shot towards Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu's body was as fast as lightning, dodging left and right in the dense attacks, and constantly counter-attacking, using fists and feet, and each attack contained the power of destroying the world. The space around them was in chaos due to the collision of energy, and the light flashed like gorgeous fireworks, illuminating this silent universe as bright as day. Majin Bu suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed a black energy wave. Cheng Yu stretched out his hands to form an energy shield, struggling to resist this powerful impact. The battle became more and more intense, as if it would never end. Every move they made affected the nerves of the universe, and even the distant galaxies seemed to tremble slightly. Chapter 75. At this time, Piccolo and Vegeta in the Kaishin realm gradually woke up after being treated by the Kaishin, but after waking up, two extremely terrifying auras came. The two were also surprised, then stood up and looked around, and then Sun Wukong came over to look at the two and explained the current situation to them. Damn it, I will definitely defeat Majin Bu. Vegeta might be angry, whether he was knocked unconscious by Majin Bu, or Cheng Yu felt powerless thinking about the terrifying aura of fighting Majin Bu. Anyway, Vegeta is very angry now. What should we do now? Cheng Yu is alone, we can't not help him? I can't abandon my partners. Pico also spoke at this time. Kaishin said that there is a divine sword passed down from the past in the Kaishin realm. As long as you can master it, there should be a chance. And Cheng Yu is currently on par with Majin Bu. What are you waiting for? I, the dignified Scion Prince, have suffered such a humiliation. I must destroy it. After saying that, Sun Wukong brought the two people to an open space in the Kaishin realm. Looking at the divine sword stuck in the ground, he immediately stepped forward and tried to pull it out. In the universe, the battle between Cheng Yu and Majin Bu even affected the universe. The breath of the two even caused some planets around them to disappear, and there was a shock in the space. And Whis in the Destroyer God realm was also appreciating this battle. Looking at the destruction caused by the two people, Whis was watching with interest. Oh my, if there is a crack in time and space, it will be over. After saying that, Whis waved his scepter, not only reinforcing the universe, but also blocking the entire seventh universe to prevent Majin Bu from escaping. Is the original Majin Bu so strong? This is unreasonable. Is my coming to this world such a big impact? Cheng Yu agreed in his heart while fighting with Majin Bu. The original Majin Bu can even fight Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3, but he can't destroy him. However, he is equivalent to several Super Saiyan 3s in the original plot, but he can't even detect the full power of Majin Bu in front of him. Cheng Yu became more and more frightened as he fought. It was really unreasonable. This situation is like playing a game, just leaving the novice village and encountering the boss of the entire game. This plot is completely broken. During the battle, Cheng Yu also found that Majin Bu's power seemed to have not yet fully erupted. How could this be possible? It was completely beyond imagination. Cheng Yu's eyes widened, bursting out with all his strength, and punched hard. This punch carried endless power, like a cannonball out of a gun, hitting Majin Bu hard. Majin Bu had no time to resist and was instantly repelled. He flew backwards like an out-of-control meteor and crashed straight into a planet. There was only a loud bang, and the planet instantly fell apart under the powerful impact of Majin Buu's backward flight, turning into countless fragments and dissipating in the universe, leaving only a chaotic dust. At this time, Cheng Yu spoke loudly. "You are very strong, so try this." After speaking, he put his hands together at his side and began to condense the breath of his whole body. The energy around him surged wildly, the light became more and more intense, and the powerful breath caused the surrounding space to distort. After a while, a huge Kamehameha took shape in his hand and was launched with the momentum of destroying the world. Wherever it passed, the space was torn into black cracks. Majin Buu was unable to react in time and was directly hit by this powerful Kamehameha. In an instant, the light shone, and a huge explosion resounded throughout the universe. Cheng Yu looked in that direction and saw that Majin Buu was blown into countless fragments by the explosion of Kamehameha, floating in the universe. He just breathed a sigh of relief, but after a while, those fragments began to gather in front of Cheng Yu. In the flash of light, Majin Buu returned to his original appearance, unscathed. Majin Buu also spoke at this time, his voice full of ridicule and arrogance. "Do you think you can destroy me? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Your attack has no effect on me." Cheng Yu was also a little surprised in his heart, knowing that his energy may be dozens of times more powerful than the original plot's spirit bomb, and it still can't be destroyed. "Since this can't destroy you, then come on, the second round." Cheng Yu lifted the Super Saiyan 4 transformation at this time and returned to normal. He stood there quietly, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if accumulating some mysterious power. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant, his whole body burst into a brilliant blue light. Light of in the middle of the battle, his hair and eyebrows turned into a clear sky blue, and his pupils turned into a deep dark blue, like an endless deep sea. At the same time, he was surrounded by blue aura and star-shaped particles unique to the breath of God. Those particles flashed with mysterious light, like a dream. The blue air waves were like surging waves, surrounding Cheng Yu's body one after another, making him look like a god of war from the realm of God, majestic and inviolable. "Super Saiyan Blue is here." Cheng Yu made a martial arts gesture, signaling Majin Buu to attack. In the Kaishan realm, the protagonists were anxiously watching this fierce battle. When Cheng Yu lifted his transformation and returned to normal, they all felt that Cheng Yu's breath weakened, and then disappeared. Everyone's face was instantly filled with fear and worry, because they did not see the battle with their own eyes, and they all mistakenly thought that Cheng Yu had been brutally killed by Majin Buu. The scene was plunged into a heavy atmosphere of sadness. Some people clenched their fists, and some people had tears in their eyes. Just then, King Kai hurried over. He explained with a serious look. Cheng Yu's breath disappeared not because he encountered an accident, but because his breath turned into the breath of God, which is difficult for mortals to feel. Hearing this, the protagonists were stunned at first, and then a glimmer of hope gradually appeared on their faces. After Cheng Yu transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, the whole person seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious and powerful blue light, exuding an extraordinary and awe-inspiring aura. His resolute eyes were like a burning torch, staring at Majin Buu closely, without the slightest retreat or fear. He flashed, and rushed towards his opponent at an astonishing speed like a blue lightning that cut through the darkness, instantly starting a new round of thrilling battles. Cheng Yu's speed was extremely fast, turning into a series of dreamlike blue phantoms, making it difficult to capture his true position. Each of his attacks was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, and each punch hit the flesh, making a deafening impact. Sometimes he swung a strong and powerful straight punch, hitting Majin Buu like a cannonball. Sometimes he kicked a flying kick as fast as the wind, carrying a tidal wave of momentum. Majin Buu was not to be outdone. His huge body twisted flexibly, and he used various strange and powerful moves to fight back. He either stretched out his thick arms to try to catch Cheng Yu's attack, or suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed black energy waves to try to block Cheng Yu's attack. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and the surrounding space was constantly distorted and deformed by the powerful energy impact, as if it would collapse at any time. Cheng Yu roared, raising his own strength to the extreme, and every time he exerted force, the surrounding space was rippled. A brilliant blue light burst out from his fists and feet, like a bright star exploding. The evil black aura on Majin Bu became stronger and stronger, surging like billowing black smoke. The two completely different forces collided with each other, bursting out a dazzling light like fireworks, illuminating the dark space, and making this battle even more thrilling and exciting.